This is Atomic Shinobi and today I'm going to narrate first part of What If Naruto Destroyed Madara's Great Plan. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
At his feet lay the smoking corpses of the Anbu captain and his subordinates. The masked figure kicked the captain's disfigured, quickly cooling body and spat at the assassin's leader. Though they had fought valiantly, mere mortals could not expect to take on a god of ninjas and survive to tell the story. Nevertheless, he had found some fascinating thoughts in his target's mind. He would never have imagined that anyone, not even the Yondaime, could have assembled such dissimilar and ostensibly random sets of information to uncover the reality hiding behind the curtain of illusion. However, the Hokage already had. This was an unacceptable turn of events, since his plans were still in the early stages. Keeping them secret was crucial. How should one proceed? He questioned himself. His razor-sharp mind weighed the limitations placed on him and the resources at his disposal against the known capabilities of his adversaries, and an epiphany revealed the solution. They could never have predicted this. 3 days later, Sarutobi, the recently reinstated Hokage, stood with his security detail by his sides, taking in the aftermath of the just-finished battle. Before him, the severely overworked Konoha Medics Corps staff cleared the debris in an attempt to find survivors of the Kyuubi no Yuko's attack with the assistance of even more severely exhausted ninja and volunteer support. His ninja had accomplished the impossible through pure luck, the will of fire, and the ultimate sacrifice made by the Yondaime. The village was spared because they had vanquished a beast that could submerge entire nations and level mountains at the drop of a hat. However, there was tragedy on this day of glory. At his feet, hundreds of ninja lay dead, and hundreds more had wounds so severe they would need to be removed from active duty. Wives had lost their husbands, husbands had lost their wives, and children had lost their parents. And to top it all off, the hero's wife and legacy had passed away. The elderly man gave a headshake. He was aware of the hardships that young Uzumaki Naruto would have to endure in his adult life. Those who had experienced this day in Konoha would always harbor dread and hatred towards the child because of his prisoner. That was the way the world was, and that was human nature. Little Naruto would be better off growing up outside of the village, preferably under the watchful eye of one of his two devoted but misbehaving students. However, one had a duty to the country and the other lived in the past and was unable or unwilling to mend her heart's wounds. Now that the village was considerably weakened, it was their duty to protect it from opportunistic neighbors and prevent disaster. This duty was of the utmost importance. Naturally, other foreigners were more trustworthy, but in his capacity as Hokage, Sarutobi could not risk Naruto and his prisoner ending up in the hands of another village. All of that, though, was unimportant because, emotionally speaking, Naruto was both his father's and Konoha's legacy, and before he sent the fourth son packing from the village his parents had given their lives to defend, he, the Sandaime, would be damned. Turning from the field was Sarutobi. In a short while, he had a meeting with the council to discuss future plans. However, he made a serious promise to himself before leaving. As the boy's first official act as Hokage, he would make sure that the hatred would die with them, even though the survivors may fear, despise, and hate him. Somewhere, the masked figure raged as the sun began to set. This was not what he had anticipated happening when he let the Kyuubi loose. In any case, what was the deal with the cursed village and its Hokages? His trump card had been neutralized in one blow. True, he and it had already lost once, but that was only because the bloodline of his cursed opponent provided the ideal defense against his own ultimate weapon. But it was obvious now. The beast could not win. It was no longer sufficient to rely just on the Kyuubi if a single village could create two ninjas capable of defeating it in 100 years. Not that he could command it anymore. Riding him with his most formidable weapon, the Yondaime had sealed it into a newborn and given its reins to his most despised adversaries. Maybe he ought to have chosen a different path of action. No, he told himself firmly, it was pointless to question what had already been completed. It was the nature of reality. The strong did not back down from confronting the harsh realities that life threw at them. He was not weak, and to do so would have been weakness. He would not allow himself to be weaker by rejecting reality and fooling himself with illusions. He would have control over the other tailed beasts if his enemies managed to control the 9 tails. The world would never again see such a harvest of bloodshed and death as he unleashed his Akatsuki. They would be whispering in terror in 100 years, no, 1,000 years from now, about the vengeance he exacted on his enemies for defiling his honor so long ago. Start the blood. Raining, as the last of the sun's rays disappeared from the landscape and night spread its shadowy cloak over it, the stranger in a mask pondered. With a sigh, Sarutobi let out a slow stream of smoke and weighed his favorite pipe in his right hand while he thought about the faces of the other Hokages etched into the hillside. It had been 7 years from that fateful day when the Kyuubi had brought Konoha to its knees. In between had been some very hard times, but the village, with its ever vigilant ninja on guard at the walls, had weathered them like the Shinobi Wars. The Hokage's rapid expansion program, started in the wake of the Kyuubi disaster, had paid off handsomely during those 7 years, and the ranks of Shinobi had recovered to what the Army of the Fire Country's mission statement required during times of peace. Due to strict training and Darwinian selection, the quality of the soldiery has significantly improved over time, despite initial compromises due to the impending threat of war. At last, the pre-attack levels of the military and civilian establishments had returned. To put it briefly, Konoha no Sato's future appeared bright, with the majority of the doubts and anxieties from the previous few years having vanished. Sarutobi was so intelligent that he had begun to consider spending more than a few hours a week with his toddler grandson. Naturally, spies had to overhear conversations about Naruto and his prisoner, the elderly Hokage thought with a hint of fatigue. Since the spies had not come from any of Konoha's satellite villages or its allied countries, it was really the worst-case scenario. No, they had been Kumo infiltrators, which could have sparked a war if the victim hadn't been the village outcast just a short time after the Hyuga incident. Sarutobi's fingers clenched and his grip on his precious pipe tightened just a bit. The tragedy that befell that clan after the Hyuga incident should have been sufficient reason to tighten security, but the most recent incident demonstrated that it remained unchanged. The Hokage made a self-promised promise that heads would truly roll in the coming days following the submission of independent reports on the attempt on Naruto by the military police and the Anbu interrogation. None was going to come from the Hokage's office, so God have mercy on those suspected of treason or egregious incompetence. The heir to the Hyuga throne and the Yondaime legacy should not have been within a mile of infiltrators, much less within arm's length of each other. Fortunately, luck had been on Naruto's side, just as it had been for young Hinata-chan, and his kidnappers had the misfortune of having to deal with not one, but 2 Uchihas who lived nearby. And not just any 2 of that esteemed clan's scions. According to early accounts, young Itachi and his cousin Shisui hurried to the scene after hearing the sounds of fighting made by Naruto's guard. The kidnappers had not stood a chance against the strength of one of the 3 great Dujutsu after that. Still, Sarutobi thought mildly irritably, they could have restrained their innate aggression and been less showy. The 2 Uchiha approached their work with the same ruthlessness that was quickly making them well known among shinobi. Concerns about their workmanship had nothing to do with the Hokage's annoyance. He knew from experience that the 2 nin in question were the most professional out there. No, it was their flamboyance and lack of foresight that annoyed him. Cutting a man into so many pieces with a knife that it literally rained blood on a child was not, whatever the definition of caution and thoughtfulness was. He was on the verge of confronting the punks and giving them the finger for that one. Hokage. Sama, the boy is ready to see you, declared the Chunin stand.in, who had reported sick that day. Bring him in. Send in Itachi and Shisui as well. Send for Ibiki. I'll see him after this meeting. Yes, Hokage. Sama, the Chunin replied before stepping back to reveal himself to the 3 boys. Sarutobi waved a hand for the 3 of them to sit, then looked at them. Naruto, who was usually very gregarious, seemed reserved, but that was to be expected after what he had been through. Any other day, the blonde's immaculate appearance and the wide-eyed glance he was giving his 2 companions would have made the Hokage want to pull at his cheeks. With no other players his age, the blonde runt's perpetual filth was difficult to understand. But the Hokage was certain he did not want to do that after what had happened that day. Even though children were more resilient than adults in many ways, they could recover from injuries that would kill or maim adult men and women, they were still unable to heal from a bloodbath. At least not without a serious long-term psychological impact. Yes, he needed to speak with the boy for a long time before the day ended, and then again with the caregiver at the orphanage so that they could keep a watch on him for a while. In contrast, the 2 Uchihas were cool and collected. Shisui gave the boys wide-eyed stare a friendly smile, while Itachi seemed oblivious to the boy's attention. Sarutobi felt a twinge of regret for a childhood taken from him for the sake of society as she watched Naruto's eyes enlarge even more at the smile. He turned back to face the young man and said, "Little Naruto, are you alright?" The boy gave a timid nod, as he frequently did when he was among people prior to the Hokage. "Yeah," he mumbled. He looked up at Shisui. "What's your name, Ni-san?" The Hokage grinned broadly. After all, this was not going to be one of Naruto's timid excursions. I'm Uchiha Shisui, Naruto. Why are your eyes black now? They were red this afternoon. That was how the meeting went on. Even prior to calling the meeting, the Hokage had made up his mind that the main goal would be to present Naruto to his rescuers so that he would recognize them as fellow humans, which would help to lessen the day's trauma. Later on, he would obtain the specifics from the after-action report. It appeared to be working, too, as Naruto grew increasingly animated over the course of the hour, at one point even crawling into Shisui's lap. When the hour-long meeting came to an end, the Hokage's smile for the young Uchihas was sincere and warm. As soon as the door behind the two ninjas left, Naruto said in a trembling voice, "Gigi, I was afraid." In the third frame, he gave the young person seated in front of him a kind look. Naruto was the embodiment of a scared child, sitting in an oversized chair and looking vulnerable, with no one to support him in facing his fears. The sight made the old man's heart melt, and he got up from his chair. With an inward groan at his creaking old bones, he picked up the boy in his hands and nestled Naruto around his waist. The boy had begun to sniffle as soon as he was lifted up, so he wiped away the tears and gave him a gentle pat. With that, he withdrew a little and looked directly at the child, using his free hand to adjust the boy's nose and tousle his hair sequentially. After that, since it was getting dusk, he took Naruto to the park and to his favorite ramen shop. For a while, the Uzumaki pursued dragonflies beneath the Hokage's cautious gaze before climbing back onto Sarutobi's lap. "Gigi." "Yes, Naruto. What happened today?" "Some bad men came to take you away from the village." Naruto's gaze expanded. Really, Sarutobi said with a nod of emphasis. "Itachi-kun and Shisui-kun were protecting you." Shouting, "They were scary," was Naruto. "Who?" "Itachi-ni-san and Shisui-ni-san. They moved so fast." The third reminded the boy that they were ninjas. "There was an excessive amount of disgusting blood," Naruto murmured. Wiping his hands on his pants as if to wipe away bodily fluids, he repeated what he had said earlier, "I was so afraid." "They were performing their duty, Naruto-kun. Ninja guard the village." "Why?" Sarutobi gave it some thought. How to explain why stoic men guarded the gates, keeping the civilian population safe from the unknown? Naruto, being so young, was incapable of comprehending the act's significance of love and sacrifice. However, the boy's inquiry got right to the core of the problem. How can one best explain a philosophy so complex that even a 7-year-old could understand it? The third one had the solution after a few seconds. To protect their precious ones. They do what they do so that their precious ones can live happily. With his lips quivering, Naruto questioned, "Am I precious?" At the question, Sarutobi's heart broke again at the pain reflected in his blue eyes, which brimmed with unshed tears. "Yes, Naruto. You're my precious person." The boy gave the third person a tight hug as he broke down in tears for the second time that day. As the boy sobbed, Sarutobi caressed his hair and uttered sweet words into his ears. When Naruto's tears finally stopped, he used the back of his hand to wipe away his tears while the Hokage wiped his runny nose with his formal robe sleeve. Even though it was getting late by now, Sarutobi didn't seem to care. He had cancelled all of his scheduled appointments for the day long ago, so it wasn't like he would be meeting an official or emissary while carrying a booger. That thought, however, was merely momentary and pointless because the third person really did love the boy so much. "Gigi," Naruto uttered after a while they were sitting in the dwindling light. "I want to be a ninja." Twirling around to face him, Sarutobi twirled Naruto's golden hair. Really, it wasn't difficult to follow Naruto's thoughts. The child used this as a means of returning the third's love. Feelings surged in the old campaigner's chest, making his heart grow even heavier. There was no greater love than the willingness to give one's life for one's loved ones. "Yes, you will," he responded solemnly to the question that had not been posed. He decided to enroll the boy in the academy tomorrow and perhaps give him some taijutsu scrolls, as the boy's eyes had become slightly brighter when he discussed speed. He drew Naruto up against his chest while he looked up at the setting star. "Yes, you will." After 5 years, truly, it had been an eventful 5 years. As he finished his greatest work, Naruto whistled to himself. It was the result of 5 years of experience gained over 3 weeks of planning, but the difficulties and suffering were well worth it. After this, he would undoubtedly go down in Konoha history as the greatest practical joker. He laughed at the idea, then let out a full, tilt-belly laugh. He laughed a little more and thought to himself, "Yeah, that ought to put a burr up their hairy asses." The Hokage monument had never looked better, in fact. When dusk turned into morning and Konoha awoke to a day that would go down in history, he sat atop the Yondaime's head and waited to see their reactions. Or celebrity, if you take a particular angle on things, he told himself. Indeed, cries of indignation and the odd belly laugh from grizzled veterans filled the air as citizens began to arrive for their daily routine. 30 minutes later, the group of Chunins dispatched by the Hokage to capture that prankster brat discovered Naruto on the monument. Naruto sliced a piece off the apple he was eating and held it out to the squad leader, who shook his head and laughed. Later, Naruto lay hogtied in front of his classmates on Iruka's table, imitating a roasted pig with an apple in his mouth instead of the gag, following the customary speech from Iruka and the Chunin captain. The finals are tomorrow, Iruka says with a smile, patting Naruto. I had originally planned to give you the day off, but thanks to the little piggy here, I've decided that you all have way too much time on your hands. Even Shikamaru joined in on the collective groan from the class. Iruka broke the clamor. It fills me with great joy to hear your enthusiastic cries. Now, assemble before me. We're growing to rehearse the henge. The rehearsal proceeded according to plan. Everyone was able to achieve passable to decent henges, but even that small chakra expenditure appeared to have worn some of the kids out. As part of the weeding process, Iruka wrote down their names in case they failed the final exam. When Sakura's turn came, Naruto had already chewed through the apple and oinked, earning himself an indignation from both Iruka and the young Haruno. At last, Naruto's turn came. Oiroke no Jutsu. It goes without saying that the class erupted in laughter. Before Kiba and Choji realized where that line of thought was leading them, they were drooling over Naruto's delicious derriere. At the end of the day, the two boys came to the unanimous decision that Naruto would pay for his misbehavior. Their laughter, for Naruto's part, was decidedly unsettling. Naruto arrived late for class the following day, his hands and face covered in cuts. With their faces composed of mild black eyes, Kiba and Choji had already taken their seats. Naruto was alerted by Akamaru's bark, and he gave his assailants a cheeky smile. Their plan definitely did not turn out as planned. A moment later, Iruka entered, with Mizuki at his left. All right, class, Iruka declared as soon as the commotion subsided. Throughout this year, you have been graded on your academic performance with tests and quizzes. There are those among you who've made passing grades already. But being a shinobi out on the field is about more than just book smarts. So, today, as with every class that came before you and every class that'll come after, we're going to have a day-long series of tests on your practical skills from taijutsu to genjutsu. File out to the training ground and wish you all the best of luck. The class of anxious children gathered on the training ground one by one. Tests of kunai and shuriken throwing skills were first administered, and then the other shinobi arts were gradually added. This was the first year that genjutsu evasion was tested as part of the graduation exam, despite the fact that the academy had been teaching the art since the village's founding. While Akamaru passed with flying colors, many others, including Naruto, Kiba, and Choji, failed that portion of the test. It was then time for the ninjutsu and taijutsu tests. It was actually just one test, not two different ones. A full contact, no holds, barred match between the students who had been paired off at the Hokage's request. Up until Naruto's turn, the spars went as well as could be expected with 12-year-old children. When Sasuke was revealed as Naruto's partner, the girls let out their typical fangirl squeals. The best student versus the least popular and mediocre academic blonde. The outcome of the fight was obviously obvious. This was going to be decided in a pinch, everyone in the gathering thought. That is, everyone but Kiba, Choji, and the Hokage. In the end, when Sasuke and Naruto squared off in the Genin graduation exam, the Uchiha prodigy made fun of his fellow student as they assumed their respective stances. Better luck with the next year's graduation exam, Dobi. Naruto grinned. He moved and said haughtily, hold on, Sasuke. Teme, the ride is about to get wild. Sasuke was forced to defend himself right away by Naruto's speed. With his right hand, the blonde delivered what appeared to be a clean cross to the Uchiha's face as he entered. Sasuke's advantage stemmed from the numerous hours he had dedicated to training in blocks and counters. Though he raised his hand to deflect the blow, Naruto had already moved. At that moment, Sasuke's mind overtook his actions, allowing him to realize that Naruto had anticipated this precise response, but it was already too late. With a kick that sliced through Sasuke's shield and struck his ribs hard, Naruto's left leg whirled. Sasuke was flung off balance, but he used his hands deftly to control his tumble and create a beautiful skid across the ground. Fans and random onlookers gasped. The Hokage gave himself a nod. This was just what he had anticipated. Naruto smirked and slid into a different stance, asking, "Is the dobi too fast for you?" After spitting onto the ground, Sasuke wiped the dirt from his shirt. He rolled his shoulders, gave a quick crack of the neck, and grinned back. "Let's see how you handle this," he hurriedly told Naruto. Naruto, though, could. Although the genin wannabes were stunned by the speed at which the two exchanged blows, Naruto quickly gained the upper hand. He had the ability to quickly change gears and move from Sasuke's level to a higher one, while Sasuke appeared to need to exert maximum effort to stay ahead of his opponent to a skilled observer. Following an especially harsh conversation, the two parted ways. Iruka attempted to break up the fight, which was no longer for a spar, but the Hokage shook his head and placed a hand on the teacher's shoulder. The boys needed to get this out of their system right away, or else they would have to handle it alone later when no one else would be around to make sure things didn't really get out of control. A gasp from a few of Sasuke's fangirls caused the two to turn around. As they focused on the Uchiha, their eyes grew wide because Sasuke was standing in the middle of the ring, two tomo in each eye. The most valuable asset in his family has been awakened by the final survivor. Naruto gave this sight a toothy smile. "So, you have those eyes. If you're related to Shisui.ni.san and his friend, it's no wonder you improved so fast in the span of a single fight." After a moment of confusion, Sasuke smiled as he understood the significance of Naruto's remarks. Upon reflection, he realized that throughout the fight, his reflexes had gotten better and better. The Sharingan was one step closer to exacting revenge for his clan's massacre now that he was awake. And to think the dobi forced its expression on me. The final devoted Uchiha felt a deep respect for his opponent blossom in his heart at that very moment. "Maybe," he stated, "you have lost the match, Uzumaki." Devoid of his customary haughtiness, nothing can withstand the might of the Sharingan. Remarkable final words. In response, Naruto blurted into action at a speed never seen before. Before Naruto even realized what he was going to do, Sasuke's Sharingan whirled. However, Naruto had increased his speed even further. How dare the dobi to play with him? And Sasuke discovered to his disgust that although his body could not keep up with his mind, it could. Was this the culmination of all his training? How could he defeat his accursed brother, the greatest genius born into the most powerful ninja clan ever, if he could not even defeat this commoner without a clan of his own? Nevertheless, Naruto's all-out attack had a truck-sized hole in it, and if he timed it correctly, he could KO the blonde into tomorrow and pull victory out of the jaws of defeat. Regardless of the outcome, he was certain of two things. He was going to work on his speed like there was no tomorrow, and he had a sparring partner worth his salt. Sasuke's fist came up in a non-regulation haymaker that, had it connected, would have ended the battle, but Naruto's punch found its target without fail. As soon as he missed and Naruto's fist made contact with his solar plexus, Sasuke realized the fight was effectively over. The blow was so painful that it took the Uchiha's breath away. Even so, Sasuke's hands broke through the hand seals for the Gokakyu no Jutsu more quickly than they had ever done before, even as he folded and flew back from the force of the punch. However, he was out of breath to fire a blow at his opponent. He tore the chakra out of his lungs, desperately trying to free itself from the gathering it was making in his thorax. His air sacs burst and his airways burned from the action and his inexperience manipulating chakras. However, the aspirated blood and the ensuing slight explosion of air were sufficient to create a reddish-tinged fireball. As soon as Sasuke released the fireball, Naruto realized he was defeated. At most, he was 6 feet away from the Uchiha, and even that was 5 feet too short to stop his forward momentum and allow him to retreat in time. He was thinking all of this in his subconscious, of course, but it doesn't take a rocket scientist to realize that there was no way out. 4x water seeped out of badly broken pipes. The water beneath his feet was a leisurely ankle depth. Feeling disoriented, he glanced around and realized he was in some kind of tunnel, maybe the Konoha sewers. This felt strange to him because a moment ago he had been facing a ball of burning death. What became of it? How far away was he? All thoughts were pushed to the back of his mind when he saw a massive door with thick wooden bars that he couldn't even imagine wrapping his arms around. A piece of paper with the word "seal" calligraphed in kanji was adhered to the wood. Through the bars, he was met with a pair of evil red eyes that were filled with hatred and disdain. "Breastly brat." A voice boomed in deep basso, as timeless as the stars above. The water rippled around the door's bars and under his feet due to its immense power. "I wish I could grab hold of you and torture and disfigure you. Go now." A surge of red water, scorching to the touch due to pollution, shot out the door and witnesses to the altercation experienced a horrifying intent to kill. Though it lasted only a fraction of a second, many of the genin fell under the weight of that insane desire to render and kill. In fright, some even wet their pants and emptied their bowels. Some shook so hard their teeth clattered and their knees knocked. Later that same day, 2 of the crowd's most traumatized kids would resign their commissions. All in all, it wasn't the joyful beginning to their careers that the original hopefuls had hoped for. Just before Naruto was struck by the fireball, the arena's center burst. Though most of them were blown off their feet with cuts and abrasions, the children were too terrified by the brief burst of killing intent to even twitch at the fireworks. But Chunins were stronger stuff, and Iruka gave a loud gasp. He was half scared for his pupil, half worried that the demon that had killed his parents had broken free from the cage that had kept the world safe from its evil for so long. The only 2 people who did not react in the slightest to the explosion in the previous power surge were Sarutobi and Sasuke. Sarutobi, because he was too busy flying through the air trying to breathe with burnt lungs, and Sasuke, because he was too busy facing opponents who exuded killing intent as strong as, if not more so, than what he'd felt just now. Both because he was too busy choking to death to care, and the former because he knew the commander could never show fear in the face of mortal danger lest his troops lose hope and the will to fight. With a thud audible over the clatter of dirt, pebbles, clods, and other debris thrown into the air as they rained down all around, Sasuke struck the ground. He slid and tumbled on the broken pavement before landing sprawled against the school's foundation. The Uchiha heir was not even given a fleeting glance by the Hokage. He knew the boy was not actually choking to death because he had tried something similarly foolish when he was the same age as the Uchiha. Indeed, the Uchiha would make a full recovery and, with the help of a knowledgeable physician, would not even lose the ability to breathe, which would have meant the end of his ninja career. More intriguing to him was Naruto, whose flight he had tracked with his keen eyes as the youngster darted to a tree across the courtyard. That was when the Hokage's secret Anbu entourage materialized, swords unsheathed by his side. As part of the opening gambit, the person on the rightmost flank leveled his sword and attempted to charge, but Sarutobi yelled at him to stop. We wouldn't need his soldiers now. Not to kill and or die for the village, anyway. Naruto was sitting on a branch, his shit-eating smile on full display for the entire world to see. Now, hadn't he shown that prissy Uchiha who was who and what was what? In contrast to his smile, Naruto's gaze was solely on Sarutobi, who offered the Hokage the merest nod of acknowledgement for the time being. The graduation treat of ramen would have to wait. Sarutobi needs medical attention, he ordered his guard commander. The lieutenant turned to face the captain, but the Anbu officer had already started requesting medics over the radio. While 2 of his squad members hurried to give the Uchiha, who was frothing at the mouth but was still breathing, first aid, he communicated the information on both civilian and military frequencies. At that point, Naruto made the decision to admit his own suffering. Sasuke's legs burned from the strikes he had scored, which made him extremely smart. Suddenly he felt a wave of dizziness and swayed on his feet. He rolled his eyes in his head and toppled over the branch, landing on his head. Uzumaki Naruto, the aspirant Hokage and the most unexpected ninja of Konoha no Sato, would have met an untimely end there and then if it weren't for the Anbu who caught him, as he would later admit. Unlike many of the others, this rumor which would go viral among shinobi and add to his legend in later years was based on fact. The brat's smile was said to have never left his face. On their hospital beds, the 2 boys were sedated. Naruto had an IV in his right arm, and Sasuke wore an oxygen mask. For the former, the mask served primarily as a precaution, and for the latter, the IV helped with dehydration. The 2 elderly nins standing at the foot of their beds observed the distressed looks on the faces of the patients as well as the physical limitations limiting their range of motion. One of the 2 guests, who was younger, looked over each boy's case history in turn and nodded thoughtfully at the notes. It seems that both were restless sleepers who experienced frequent night terror attacks. So, these are my students, he declared. Assuming you'll pass them, yes. They have potential, Kakashi candidly said. By now, he, along with most of the village, had probably heard about their fight at graduation. They're also the war orphans of their class. Naruto has had little love showered on him but plenty of hatred and much coldness. His life and the attempted kidnapping in his childhood have made him mentally scarred and morally unbalanced. Sasuke, while being admired by those around him, has had it as bad and is even worse off. My fears that the cruelty inflicted on him by his brother will return to haunt us all may still come true. Seeking the Hokage's opinion on the matter, Kakashi retorted, there are those who argue that neither of these boys belong on the lines. Vocally for the former and quietly for the latter, I might add. The Hokage grinned. My boss is the daimyo and he knows better than to tell me how to run his ninja corps. I would that the civilian figureheads in this village were as wise as he said, looking at Kakashi with a sly, "Does that satisfy you?" "Yes, Hokage. Sama. Good, because I have no doubt that the boys will blossom under the right guidance. They're both of the best crop this village has had in years. It'd be a crime to waste their potential, but I don't want them out on the field if they aren't ready. They may be unpolished gems, but they're also flawed. Exposing them to the shinobi world too soon may break them or have them turn rogue. They need to be nurtured carefully with the right blend of wisdom and yet, firmly guided so that they don't stray from the path. They have to be taught strength and at the same time, loyalty. Naruto has the latter in plenty, as does Sasuke, but both have very little of it to the village. This is why I'm putting them under your tutelage. Teach them loyalty and true courage. Do not go easy on them." "I won't." The third member. Smoke billowed out of the Hokage's mouth. "I'll be going over the list with Chunin, Iruka and Mizuki in a little while to decide on the third member of Team 7. You'll know by the end of the day. That'll be all, Kakashi." "Hokage. Sama, with all due respect, I object to including Haruno Sakura in the same team as those boys." "Why, Chunin Mizuki?" the Sandaime inquired, unfazed. "Hokage. Sama, it would throw the teams out of balance," Mizuki answered. "The suggested Team 7 would have the two best students in theoretical knowledge in Sasuke and Sakura, and the two best students in applied knowledge in Naruto and Sasuke," Iruka continued. "And the problem with that is," retorting, "it makes Team 7 much stronger than the other teams," was Mizuki. Expanding on his question, the Hokage said, "And the problem with that is?" He waited for the teachers to go into great detail in their explanations of their positions, leaning back in his chair with his arms resting on the armrest and his fingers intertwined at nose level. "It would adversely affect the morale and motivation of the other teams. They'll believe that we're playing favorites. This will lead them to conclude there's something innately unworthy about them that made us favor Team 7 over them. My students don't need that kind of negative reinforcement at this stage in their careers, when they're so precocious. That fight between Naruto and Sasuke destroyed a lot of confidence and Team 7's composition will destroy what remains of it." "Well reasoned, Chunin Iruka, but my decision stands." "But, Hokage. Sama." "But nothing," the Hokage snapped back, giving a gentle rebuke. "Ultimately, your duty is to follow orders. My orders and the daimyo's." Iruka recoiled inward at what the Hokage had said. During conversations, the kind elderly man would never treat someone harshly without a valid reason. Iruka, though, could not for the life of him imagine what those reasons could be. As a result, he glanced curiously at the elderly general. "There are several faults in both your arguments. Here's one. Unlike what you believe, the other teams will be endangered if I swap one of their members with any of the three. Sakura, Sasuke and Naruto are too unbalanced to work in teams, but each of the three brings different skills to the table that when put together will be synergistic. I want the two of you to figure out what those skills are and I want a 2-page report on my table by lunch tomorrow." The two Chunin exchanged puzzled looks with one another. "Reports? For this? They weren't students, were they?" The Hokage laughed at their bewildered looks. "Surely, you did not think that you had learned all there is to learn about the shinobi world, have you?" replied the man. "Think of this as preparation for future commands." Both of them nodded. "Good. You two have also forgotten that Team 7 have yet to pass their Junin mentor's graduation test." Iruka questioned in a perplexed tone, "You say that as if you expect them to fail, Hokage. Sama." "Fail? Not exactly, no, but their mentor Junin Hitaki Kakashi is very exacting. He has yet to pass a single graduating class assigned him." "Thina. Then, nothing," the Hokage interjected, much more gently than it had previously. "Assumption is the bane of all shinobi. Teams such as the proposed Team 7 have graduated and flourished under passionate mentors in the past. Since the village's founding, at least one such team has existed in every generation. My mentors and I both believe that we are extremely fortunate to have this happen so frequently in Konoha, as it occurs rarely, if at all, in the other villages. It is imperative that I receive that report by tomorrow afternoon." Rejected. 4x Naruto was awakened by the sun shining on his face. He stretched and yawned in the hospital bed, turning to face the sleeping beauty next to him. However, Sasuke was wide awake, staring at Naruto with a peculiar look on his face. Naruto scratched the spot where he had previously had the IV and glared at the Uchiha in return. The seconds passed, both of them refusing to give up and admit defeat. Naruto, never one for patience, became enraged by the exercise and eventually broke eye contact, which caused Sasuke to smirk at the little victory. "Uchiha, what do you want?" Naruto questioned sourly. "You're fine," came back from Sasuke. "Yeah, I totally kicked your ass." Sasuke's face fell into a frown at the boast, something Naruto saw and grinned proudly at. "Yes, you are mine." Classless Uzumaki Naruto is the owner of the legendary Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke's expression briefly turned angry, but Naruto saw the wild animal barely restrained and carefully concealed behind a Fa Section 8 of aloofness. He laughed at this revelation and went on, cutting Sasuke off before he could respond, saying, "Oh, this is great. You're insane. Under your cold exterior, you're just as crazy as I am." Sasuke had an accusing expression on his face. "Tell me, Sasuke," he said in a whisper as his eyes directly challenged the Uchihas. "How often does the urge to kill strike you?" It was Sasuke who averted his gaze this time. "Every day," he returned in a whisper, staring off into the distance. "Every second, every minute, every hour of every day," he said firmly, as if he dared the other to challenge him. "That is the frequency. As an assassin, my goal in life is to murder one man." After what seemed like hours but was really just a few seconds, Naruto turned to face Sasuke and laughed. "I feel sorry for the jerk who enraged you. However, you have not responded to my query. What are your desires?" "Fortitude. Strength. I want to train with you," Sasuke said, his voice now emotionless as a haunting expression appeared in his eyes. "To kill that man." The desire to be fastest had been stamped on his soul after his close encounter of the disemboweling kind followed by the bath in blood. His physical speed was what kept the mental demons at bay during the night and peace during the day. Training with him, Sasuke, with his Sharingan, would gain that swiftness faster than you could say boo. And without that sense of safety guaranteed by his speed, Naruto knew he would go insane with fear. Naruto bit his lips in thought. He knew he wasn't very smart, but even he could guess what the Uchiha was asking of him and how steep a price it would exact on his mind. "You're asking for a lot," he sighed, considering his options. "Maybe more of me than I can handle losing and still be sane." Sasuke gave a nod, but remained silent. Naruto finally sighed in defeat. After all, Sasuke would pick up the speed with or without Naruto's assistance, and the Uchiha would have plenty of opportunities to witness the latter in action in the upcoming weeks and months. "All right, but there needs to be a dialogue. My speed in martial arts." Sasuke grinned, having anticipated something similar. "Done." It had been about 30 minutes since Iruka and Mizuki announced the teams, and already, Team 7 was gritting their teeth in impatience, not realizing that they would have to wait another 2 hours for their wayward teacher. The last of the teams, save for Team 7, filed out with their sensei as the three genin stared daggers at their backs. Initially, the three sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Sakura made dreamy eyes at the Uchiha while Naruto and Sasuke were lost in their own thoughts. Eventually, though, Naruto thumped the bench with frustration and leapt over it to the blackboard, where he picked up the loose pieces of chalk and threw it at Sasuke, who had been watching his teammates' actions with a disinterested expression on his face. Obsidian eyes flashed red, speckled with pitch. Dark tears, and an open palm shot between the chalk and the target, intercepting it. "Naruto, why are you throwing that at Sasuke-kun? What are you thinking?" Sakura jumped to her feet and yelled in frustration, breaking out of her enjoyable reverie about the Uchiha. With a look full of hate and scorn, Naruto returned the glance, but he didn't appear to notice Sasuke's response to their teammates' meddling. Sakura ground her teeth at being treated like dirt and had to move forward to confront the Uzumaki when Sasuke pushed past her while holding Naruto's projectile in his hand. "Yes, Sasuke-kun," cheered inner Sakura, "go show him what happens when he messes with you." Sakura uttered the words, "Sasuke-kun," meaning, "Ignore him, he irritates me." Sakura recoiled at the look of pure disdain in Sasuke's eyes as he stopped mid-step and turned to face her. "No," he whispered loud enough for her to hear, "he's not bothersome, you really are." Those were the last words Sakura expected to come out of Sasuke's mouth. Why would Sasuke-kun say that? Sakura wondered to herself. Maybe, a tiny voice inside her head answered, "Because I am." Sakura sat down in a daze, trying very hard to accept this new reality. She knew she had burned too many bridges pursuing Sasuke. She had destroyed her friendship with Ino and her other friends for that very reason. He was, in fact, her only friend, not that he ever spoke to her for any reason other than to put her down, which just goes to show how sad her life was. And after all she had done, to see him treat her the way he did. But why, she asked herself, what had changed between Sasuke and Naruto to make them playmates in the here and now? The only incident involving the two had been the much talked about graduation fight. Though Sakura, like most of the other genin, had not been able to follow the action in the second half of the spar. That was a battle. She had observed how the two opponents had handled themselves during the frequent passes between exchanges. Sasuke's carriage had undergone a very big change after he awakened his bloodline. Could that be the reason? Could it be that the idiot defeated him? It can't be the reason, could it? No. I remember how Sasuke-kun changed his attitude toward Naruto even during the fight. The last question felt right, as if it were the most accurate. Sakura instinctively realized that the most important idea in that question was power. Sasuke respected Naruto because Naruto was powerful and she, sadly, was not. Is that the reason then? Is it because Naruto was powerful enough to force the expression of the Sharingan? Sakura took a deep breath, blinking back the tears that had filled her eyes at Sasuke's words. She felt betrayed and petty. If she was going to be allies with these two demons posing as boys, which she now knew to be monsters because she had seen firsthand their cruelty, then she was going to have to be strong. Her thoughts darkened, and she imagined that they would cast her to the wolves if they believed they would have the least advantage in the battle. Sakura stayed that way, her chin propped up on her hands clasped together over the bench, her mind filled with these and other dark thoughts. A pall of doom surrounded her, and she glared at the two boys who were using the chalk for training. Sasuke and Naruto, being boys that they are, were engrossed in their game and totally unaware of anything going on around them until Kakashi entered. Hey! Introducing himself, Kakashi said, meet me in the roof in 5. 4x, are you interested in becoming a strong ninja? As soon as his 3 genin were seated, Kakashi asked them. Team 7 nodded separately, each for their own reasons. The Junin silently noted that they were not a cohesive unit. You can have your dreams from me. However, it will call for diligence, bravery, and self-control. You'll have to go above and beyond your comfort zone. Before you can ever learn to dominate your enemy, you must first learn to master yourself. There will be severed limbs and a great cost in tears, perspiration, and suffering. Anguish and suffering will accompany you everywhere you go. Gives a nod. Knowing for sure that the genin were unaware of the severity of the training schedule, Kakashi extended his hand. You are not considering. Recognize that the instruction I will provide for you will be nothing short of agony. Consider whether you possess the courage and willpower required to become a powerful shinobi of the hidden leaf. Give me your response only after you're certain. Once more, the kids nodded. Instantly. Kakashi knew they didn't truly get his warnings, but that wasn't the real requirement here. The real requirement was that they agreed to his training, which is about to start. Well, the Junin said, leaning against the roof railing and taking out a book to read. Let's introduce ourselves. Who would like to go first? There was pin-drop silence. Well, sort of. 2 blocks away a dark barked and a crow cawed from its perch on one of the trees on the nearby sidewalk, but still, Team 7 stared at the picture of the half-naked woman on the front cover of the book, shocked at Kakashi's conduct, which was completely at odds with his words, only a few seconds earlier. All right, Kakashi finally said after he had waited long enough, but even as he was speaking, his expression drastically changed. The 3 genin felt as though their chests were being squeezed and that they could feel immaterial hands pressing down on their hearts and taking their lives. This fear was similar to what Naruto had unleashed for that fleeting moment during the graduation fight, but unlike Naruto's, this one didn't seem to be abating. You believe this to be a joke? How he was able to be so incredibly intimidating while reading porn would be a topic of conversation within Team 7 until their death, the Junin questioned. The more intense Kakashi's glare, the colder it became. Do you consider yourself a shinobi player? Sakura's lips began to flush. Remember this and pay attention. You are my soldiers, and I am your commander and superior. This implies that you provide me with clear answers when I ask questions. You guys fall over yourselves to comply with my requests. You act as though God himself had personally intervened to give you an order and set you on a sacred mission whenever I issue one. With all the energy they could muster given their circumstances, Team 7 nodded. Sakura appeared as though her eyes would burst from the pressure of her tears, and she was so terrified that she wanted to scream but was unable to do so. Naruto and Sasuke appeared equally terrified, breathing in short gasps as their lips gradually turned blue. Suddenly the day brightened and the oppressive atmosphere subsided. Let's introduce ourselves, Kakashi said, grinning in what Team 7 would later discover to be one of his signature looks. Good, he said. I'll get things going first. More forceful nods. The Junin's gaze grew dangerously narrowed. I didn't hear. Yes, sensei. Yes, sensei. Louder. Indeed, sensei. The three bellowed in unison. Excellent. Kakashi's eyes curved in that fake smile once more, and the genin swallowed, wondering how they got stuck with this psychopath. I am your mentor and sensei, Junin Hitaki Kakashi. He directed a pointed glance at them, saying, I don't like spoiled brats. You don't need to know what I like. My hobbies are the same. My dream is similar. But enough about me. You, the blonde, start. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I like ramen and training. I dislike weakness. My dream is to protect my precious people and let no harm befall them. Just as Kakashi was about to nod, he suddenly stopped himself. The boy had a noble dream, especially considering the circumstances of his upbringing. Maybe there was still hope for him. He was unable to inform Naruto of this, though, not too soon. This early in training, approval should be sparse and only reluctantly granted. Frowns and glares and frequent dress downs will do nicely in the interim. If only Sakura and Sasuke had the same goals in life. Raven hair. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. I don't have any likes. I dislike a lot of things. My dream is to kill one man and resurrect my clan. Kakashi did not have to control his reaction this time. He actually wore his finest scowl, the one he would pull whenever one of his minions royally screwed the dog, and glared at the Uchiha until the boy turned to look at the ground. He cleared his throat, sighing inwardly, knowing that what he was about to do was like cauterizing a deep wound. That's nice, he replied, but tell me, who is this person you fear so much? At the taunt, Sasuke's head shot up faster than light. Why, you, he growled, losing sight of the lesson he had just been taught moments before in his fit of rage. Nah. Kakashi corrected, vanishing from his perch and appearing with his kunai just a few millimeters away from Sasuke's left eye. He was, on the one hand, disappointed that the impulsive Uchiha would allow his feelings to get in the way of his reasoning. Conversely, he had been seeking an excuse to demonstrate to his students their smallness in the scheme of things. After all, in order to endure the trials ahead, they had to get over their immature haughtiness. Unknowingly providing Kakashi with the ideal excuse for the demonstration, Sasuke knew exactly how to drive the point home in a way that would leave a lasting impression on the Junin. Forgot what I said already. Sasuke.kun. Kakashi held back the kunai for a short while before Sasuke froze at it. He needed to destroy the Uchiha with ease in order to maximize shock value, and a kunai would make it seem as though Sasuke posed a threat significant enough to justify a weapon. Kakashi got up, hauled the boy roughly to his feet by his hair, put the kunai back in its thigh holster, and gave him a hard shove. With unsteady steps, Sasuke staggered forward, but he avoided falling by placing his hands on the pavement to stop his fall. Where Kakashi had pulled his hair, his pate felt raw, but he barely noticed. He was staring at the Junin that was circling him. Once Sakura and Naruto were out of the direct line of attack for the Uchiha, Kakashi halted and gazed at his charge with a relaxed expression. With his one open eye partially closed, he questioned, "You think you can take me on?" Sasuke growled but took no action. He was aware that his first reaction had been inappropriate, but he knew that if he attacked a superior officer again, he would be cashiered and dishonorably discharged from the ninja corps. Good, Kakashi replied, maintaining a loose, impartial stance while speaking in a calm tone. You have some sense, but you thought wrong. I won't file a complaint. And Sasuke only needed to hear that. With the speed of a coiled snake, he leapt towards Kakashi with the intention of severing any major arteries in the Junin's limbs. After the previous exchange, he realized, even in his madness, how little chance he had of actually scoring a hit in Kakashi's center of mass. Kakashi had several options for retaliating against the attack. However, the lesson's goal imposed some restrictions. The most significant being that he needed to appear to be doing it without any difficulty. In order for his students to absorb the lesson and remain obedient for the next few vital weeks while he shaped the team, they had to be placed in a state of shock. They would have to wait until later to learn how to control their hatreds and desires. That would take much longer. At the moment, Sasuke and Naruto were essentially insane creatures concealed by a thin layer of civilization, ready to snap at the slightest provocation. Unsurprisingly, Sasuke is even more so than Naruto. Leaning left, Kakashi turned and easily stopped Sasuke's thrust by holding onto his wrist. This was one more thing you could only learn by experience. People tend to forget that a weapon is just a tool when they are faced with sharp objects for the first time. They forget that a weapon is only as dangerous as the person using it, and instead of concentrating on the tool, they always hand the initiative over to the attacker. Kakashi was more aware. Sasuke possessed weapons, to be sure, but he was not as experienced as the Junin, who had endured multiple wars and was a veteran of numerous skirmishes. Sasuke was also younger, shorter, and less strong in the art of mayhem. So Kakashi turned and violently pulled Sasuke along with him, twisting the Uchiha's hand until it broke in the process. The kunai that was supposed to be Sasuke's last weapon clanked to the ground, and Sasuke gaped openly as he stared at his quickly swelling hand, shock preventing him from feeling the pain at the moment. With his gaze still fixed on his hand, Kakashi delivered a forceful kick that broke two of Sasuke's ribs and knocked him out. He said to his other two students, "Well, that's that," taking out his cherished book and getting ready for a shunshin. "We'll start training tomorrow. Training ground 4, 5 a.m. Don't be late, Ora." "What do you think?" "They'll define, Hokage." "Sama," replied Kakashi. "Sasuke and Naruto have the capacity for violence, but Sakura is a bit submissive in the face of authority. I'm sure she has plenty of aggression stored within her, which I'll strive to bring to the fore." How did the introduction go? Of course, Sarutobi had watched the entire introduction. All he wanted was Kakashi's opinion on the matter. "I'd decided to break someone's bones if they agreed to my regimen even before the meeting," said the Junin, to give them a preview of the next few weeks. "Even had a team of medics on standby hidden away a couple of blocks away. Sasuke volunteered and I obliged. I'm sure he'll be fine." "The test tomorrow? I've decided to forego it. They'll learn teamwork the hard way. With 3 firebrands in the team, I'll have to work them to the ground before they do, but they will. They're your students." Dismissed, Kakashi, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were at training ground 4 in the early morning. The Uchiha was shrouded in an aura of barely controlled rage, murderous in its intensity. The result of yesterday's humiliation. Seeing how dangerous he was about to get, Sakura and Naruto left him alone. The former dozed off while lying flat on a grassy area. The latter was drawing patterns in the dirt while leaning against a tree trunk. Time moved slowly by. With no way to let out his frustrations, Sasuke's anger grew until it reached epic proportions as the seconds passed. Unaware of his teammates' rage and the outside world, Naruto was lying on the dew, snoring loudly. Sakura was furious with their careless teacher in silence, but she couldn't help but think of Sasuke's treatment the day before. She controlled her temper as a result, maintaining an air of calmness about her. A few minutes after 8, Kakashi stepped away from this tableau. Kakashi abruptly awoke the sleeping beauty from his dreams when he gave Naruto a hard kick as his first action of the day. The Junin glared at his students until they gathered in front of him, having captured their full attention with that single act. He spit out, "You disgust me," without any preamble. After observing them for a short while, he was disgusted by their lack of interest. You could have trained, worked out, or taught each other during those 3 hours in the morning, but instead you do? Emo. Avenger, pretty boy, sits there moping over the ass kicking he got yesterday. This spoiled blonde brat snores like he doesn't give a damn as he naps. And the weakling, pink tressed fangirl pretends that the training ground is her sandbox as she plays with the sand. A whole dot off. You have already reached a low point and are unable to descend further in front of my eyes. In your first mission on the field, you foolish brats will kill yourselves and take me with you. Let you guard a dead rat, let alone my back. You inept idiots are useless, worthless, useless worms. I'd be crazy to let you guard my back. Neither of you are worms. Worms are not as bad as you. You are the foul odor that would make even a famished dog turn away. Sakura, who was already lacking confidence, appeared a little taken aback by Kakashi's stern remarks, but she then stole a glance at her teammates and noticed that they were glaring at their teacher. Taking this as a cue, Sakura used the opportunity to unleash her pent up Angara, angry at the world, at her own life, at her teammates, and now at her bastard of a teacher. For the time being, that was enough. Once they realized what they could accomplish by cooperating, they would figure it out on their own, without a villain to bring them together. Kakashi noticed the play and his lips curled into a tiny smile behind his mask. You have the next 3 hours to show me that you are worthy of my attention. Make a great effort to impress me with your diligence and commitment. Should I even remotely sense that you aren't offering me your all, then you aren't deserving of the title of Genin, let alone Shinobi within the Konoha Ninja Corps. He led them on a run, saying, "Now, follow me. We're going to run a lap around the village." Even though he kept it a secret from his team, Kakashi told himself after the 3 hours that he was impressed. Rather, he instructed them to eat breakfast for 20 minutes and then reconvene for additional training at the appointed hour. At the end of the first day, Sakura questioned, "Sensei," after Kakashi had eliminated Team 7. "Yes," Kakashi said, coming to a halt. He looked up at Sakura, wearing that strange little smile. "Maybe you could help me become stronger?" Sakura hesitantly said. Kakashi gave a fervent nod. Although Sakura didn't appear to realize that he was already assisting her in reaching her objective, he wasn't going to voice his displeasure. If Team 7 ever wanted to become truly strong, they had to start taking the initiative because he could only teach his genin so much before he ran out of time. "You really are the smartest member of the team," he stated. Out of nowhere, he produced 3 scrolls and presented them to Sakura. "Here you go." "Uma, what are they?" "One's a scroll on genjutsu theory. It also contains pointers on creating genjutsu. Another talks about medical theory. The last talks about nutrition." Sakura studied the 3 scrolls thoughtfully. "Why nutrition?" she finally questioned. Kakashi questioned, narrowing his eyes. "Are you doubting my judgment?" Her ability to question him was a plus, but did she have the guts to confront him? Sakura gave a headshake. "No, thanks, sensei." Sakura interpreted Kakashi's stern nod as permission to leave. The Junin followed her with his eyes as she left. It was okay that she didn't hold her ground, even though he was a little disappointed. After all, these things take time. Perhaps he should set up a bet to see how many pointless scrolls he can force her to read before she snaps at him. According to the merchant's blood-stained travel documents, he was a resident of Rice Country. At the point of death, he had emptied his bowels, but there was no stench. The Anbu tracker deduced that the merchant had been tortured and strangled less than 4 hours prior based on these and other hints. He informed his captain of this. "The closest border is 10 hours away," the captain said out loud. If Shinobi were behind the crime, they had too big of a lead to follow at this point. With confidence, the tracker answered, "No nin did this." The victim was garroted with Shinobi gear, but it was done haphazardly. There were 7 of them and they took the draft animals with them. The tracks point towards the western hills. "Bandits?" the captain inquired, reflecting. "Makes sense. Harvest has been disappointing this year, but I doubt these are first-timers." One of the others said, "Wasn't there an unsolved murder around these parts last year? Come to think of it, it happened not far from here." The tracker caught the captain's attention. Though it wouldn't have taken a genius to decipher what was going through her mind at that precise moment, the team had collaborated long enough to be able to read each other's body language. "These are new tracks," he informed her, "and they've got 3 mules to drag along with them. And they stashed the body, however messily. It was pure happenstance that we happened upon it. Would have walked right by if we didn't have Nose with us," a different Anbu said. The tracker, Nose, shrugged. In his line of work, his keen sense of smell was invaluable. An even greater benefit was that he could turn it off whenever he wanted to. However, it was not his nose that had made him aware of the body. For that, the wind had been blowing the wrong way. No, it was the carrion birds that attracted him to the bush, the way they were circling overhead. "We'll pursue," the captain declared, "and we'll instill fear of God in them when we catch them." 2. Radio in our position and heading. 2 nodded. The captain was right. This was no border patrol. Their main job was to maintain peace, not to thwart infiltrators. It was also anything but peaceful to let the trail of murderers die. The scroll in her hands held security seals that she had since broken, but its contents were not particularly sensitive, having been written by a Konoha shinobi of Chunin rank or above. Its presence in the merchant's personal belongings raised more than a few intriguing questions despite its apparent lack of military value. 2.5 hours later, as Anbu manacled the genjutsu Ed bandits around her, the captain stared at the scroll. What was valuable about the scroll, other than the fact that someone wanted it suggested it was, but it contained nothing of interest to her. How could a merchant from Rice Country come into possession of any information about Konoha's armed forces? As they finished their morning jog, Kakashi informed his students, "So here we are, already 3 days into your training. Sakura, did you find any use for the scrolls one gave you? Why did you give her the scrolls and not us?" Before Sakura could respond to their teacher's question, Naruto asked angrily, if Kakashi was going to show favoritism, he better choose the right persona, that is, Naruto. "Because you and Boy Wonder did not ask," Kakashi replied, shooting a cheeky grin at Naruto and Sasuke. He'd asked Sakura the question just so that they could have this conversation, as she had strangely not shared her knowledge with her teammates. Moreover, he knew the boys were headstrong enough that they would not read the materials he gave them. It would be a different matter altogether if he enticed them into asking for the scrolls themselves and Sakura stopped hoarding her book smarts, which was why he had to manipulate them. Why, if he maneuvered them often enough, they would start looking underneath the underneath. Wheels within wheels drove the shinobi world, and his trusting students took everything at face value. That simply would not do. Not if they were to ever become leaders of men. Well, we want them, scowled Sasuke, giving Sakura and Kakashi stern looks. That just will not do, Kakashi thought, feeling the animosity aimed Sakura's way. After all, the whole purpose of provoking his group was to make them more unified against him. A moment later, the skeletal framework of a plan clicked into place, and he knew what he had to do. Let's have a spar. And you shall, he shot back, his eyes smiling even as he plotted his next move. You three against Lil Ol Me. Team 7 looked at the Junin, realizing that this would be their first team spar and that after 3 days of being knocked out and suffering other excruciating physical injuries at the hands of Kakashi, they were desperate for retribution. As they stared at each other, only one thought crossed their minds. This was their chance to exact revenge on their teacher for all the shit he'd pulled. It seemed as though Kakashi was unaware of his students' exchange, but he was happy for them because he saw the beginnings of teamwork in their interaction. The goal of this exercise is to grab this bell from my person. If you fail it, you'll be marching cross country tonight. You'll be toting a backpack, which I will fill to my discretion. And when the bell rings, this evening, you get to sleep under a roof. Do you think that's fair? It wasn't, but after the past 3 days, nobody in Team 7 was going to argue. Excellent. There are no rules in this spar. Approach me with a murderous intent, or I will murder you. The exercise has 3 hours remaining, starting right now. At Kakashi's words, Team 7 left the clearing. The Junin tracked their tactical retreat for a few hundred yards before he turned back to Icha. Happy to see that, based on appearances, they were actually going to sit down and work out a plan. Perhaps he wouldn't have to break bones today after all. How do we proceed? Naruto questioned Sasuke and Sakura as they leapt trees together. We stock up on weapons, come up with a plan and go after the bell, replied Sakura. Just as Naruto was about to turn back and head home, an idea came to him. Where and when should we meet up? We are not breaking up, Sakura angrily retorted. Both boys gave her a look. There was a term for that kind of defeat, but it escaped her just then, and even if it hadn't, she doubted that Naruto knew the jargon. She could explain it to him, of course, but they did not have time for lessons now. Kakashi. Sensei will pick us apart one at a time if we separate, she replied. So, how about replenishing? After negotiating an especially difficult jump, Naruto inquired. I'll share mine, Sasuke answered. The other two gave him a look. The Uchiha clan has a well-stocked arsenal. The majority of it is still in good condition. Sakura started, what about? But was warned not to go there by Naruto's warning look, which was conveyed by his shaking of the head. Very well, she said, abandoning her half-formed question, noting the slight relaxation in Sasuke's shoulders at her action, and congratulating herself on her wise choice to avoid the dangerous waters. However, it made her wonder what information Naruto had about Sasuke's family that she was unaware of, so she mentally noted that she would have to look into it more later. When his clan was still alive, this was the second largest armory in Konoha. Here we are, Sasuke declared as he swung open the doors. Sakura bit her lip to keep from asking the one question she was dying to ask, but she followed the blonde inside after Naruto nodded once. Based on what she had seen so far, she was certain that Sasuke would not appreciate her questions about his clan at this time. The compound gave her the creeps, and she was no longer doubtful that there was something seriously wrong with the Uchiha clan. It wasn't just the cobwebs on most house windows and the dirt and grime everywhere that hinted at her suspicions. It wasn't just the absence of guards at the gates or the fact that she hadn't seen a single soul since entering the premises, the latter being the most peculiar of all. The genin helped themselves to their favorite goods in silence, but Naruto noticed something and pointed a short blade mounted in a plain scabbard at Sasuke. What is it? It's called a Chisakatana, Sasuke answered. Kaniya, you're interested in it? Naruto gave a nod. Accept it. This arsenal defeats its purpose. The sword was useless in the impending battle, but Naruto intended to take it home with him. Thanks, he said, reaching out for the blade, lifting it into his hands and joining Sakura and Sasuke on the ground. Now, what do we do? We arrange. Sakura responded, I believe we should launch one full-scale attack and one probe. Won't work, Sasuke answered back. Why? Kakashi. Sensei will most likely break us during the probe, knowing him. We cannot afford to waste this one and last chance. Fearful of the march? Naruto smiled at Sasuke and asked. Sasuke answered, as if you aren't, but his words lacked passion. What if we persuade him that the probe is the primary attack? That would work, Sakura thoughtfully replied. How will we go about doing it, though? After flipping through another page, Kakashi realized that it had been almost 2.5 hours. Either his students were going to attack soon, or they weren't, in which case he was certain to break a few bones when he caught the brats. He would refuse to treat them and then take them on that trek, broken bones and all, preferably through the land just north of the village wall. There was a lot of brush in that rocky terrain, and Team 7 was sure to have a few stumbles in the dark, with fractured limbs, making it an agonizing and unforgettable lesson to never take his words in vain. Kakashi's vision flickered at that moment, and he mentally chastised himself for not having more faith in his students. Put down his book, and walked out of the clearing, teaching the young minds that it was unnecessary to demonstrate how to break a genjutsu so early in the exercise, that the best way to maximize the effect of your weapons was to hoard the strongest ones for use when the enemy was least expected, and that in this particular exercise, with Sakura having upped the ante with genjutsu, knowing how to break one would be a powerful lesson. That was probably their probe because they didn't have anyone to pin me while using the genjutsu, which suggests they didn't think I would run. Still, it's okay because they caught me off guard a little. Sakura is as much of a prodigy at chakra control as the other two are in their respective disciplines, so I guess I shouldn't be surprised that she picked up the basics so quickly. And now for the action. It appears that Sakura is following, which makes tactical sense, while Sasuke and Naruto are leading. Once again, Sakura, concealed behind one of the trees that surrounded the clearing, launched the initial blow. Her genjutsu flashing bright lights into Kakashi's field of vision was a feeble technique with several obvious weaknesses that Kakashi could have exploited. He chose not to, reasoning that it would be best to give the impression that his students were holding their own at this stage of the battle. While Kakashi was still reeling, he noticed that Sasuke and Naruto were also affected by the illusion. Naruto appeared to be particularly susceptible to genjutsu, as he staggered and the Junin chose to attack the blonde initially. Kakashi did not even need to pretend because Sakura's technique confused him. Though the move unbalanced the Uchiha slightly, Sakura used Kawarimi to replace Naruto with a log, which Kakashi kicked, sending the log flying into Sasuke, who dodged it by the narrowest of margins with his Sharingan. Naruto was at least 40 yards away, too far to interfere without using ninjutsu, his greatest weakness, or thrown weapons, which Kakashi could block, and the Junin knew Sakura was almost out of stamina, so he took the opportunity as presented and body-checked Sasuke as the latter came in with fists swinging. The impact took the breath out of the Uchiha, breaking his recently healed ribs and sending him into a blissful embrace of oblivion with a hard blow to the head that struck the compacted earth. Having rendered one of his opponents unconscious, Kakashi used his momentum to roll and successfully sidestepped Naruto's shuriken. He got back up and flipped twice to avoid more projectiles from Sakura, who had finally emerged from hiding. Sakura was the weaker of the two, but her genjutsu gave her an advantage that Naruto did not have. She was simultaneously the weak link that could bring him down and the vital link that could give him the edge he needed to grab the bell. Naturally, Kakashi feinted an attack on Naruto, and Sakura, using what must have been the last urge of her chakra reserves, reinforced her genjutsu to disorient the Junin, tottering on her feet as her last ditch effort took her to the verge of chakra exhaustion. Kakashi stammered as he became momentarily blind, and Naruto took advantage of the situation by rushing to grab the bells, leaving him vulnerable to attack. However, Kakashi anticipated this and utilized Kawarimi to get away from Naruto. Sakura's genjutsu broke then, too, as she collapsed to her knees, gasping for air. Kakashi's well-aimed kunai pierced her right arm just above her elbow, causing her to scream in pain. Naruto, by now having expertly reversed momentum with his legs and kunai, threw shuriken at his teacher and charged in right behind them. Kakashi's kunai flashed in front of the shuriken with lightning speed, deflecting the attacking weapons. With an unfazed expression, Naruto threw his kunai at his teacher's chest with one last desperate dash, but the teacher was always swifter than the pupil. There was a loud crack as Naruto's hand broke and Kakashi kicked him out. The Junin planted his foot as if he were a conqueror, lifted his beloved Icha out of storage and started to read. "It's a good thing I didn't cancel the genjutsu because it gives me a big advantage for tomorrow. Or maybe not. Either way, I need to teach Naruto how to counter genjutsu or he won't be much use to experts on missions." While his two assistants were tending to the various wounds inflicted on the genin in the background, the senior medic Nin of the Medical Emergency Response Team pulled Kakashi to the opposite side of the clearing and scowled at him. "You aren't training these kids," he said softly so as not to disturb his assistants or their patients. "This is too much. They're being tortured by you." Kakashi gave his accuser a lazy look. "I'll remind you they're my students," he said, adding that he appreciated your concern for them. "Heal them is your task, and from what I've seen, you're very skilled at it. Let me do mine, and you do yours." You're being too harsh on them. Irrelevant. They're ninjas. If they can't handle a little discomfort, what good are they? Broken bones and 2-inch deep flesh wounds are hardly little discomforts for 12-year-old kids. I would rather they suffer these indignities by my hands than have their throats slit later. If that's your answer, I'm going to report this to the Hokage. Do as you see fit. I'll ask the chief medic Nin to suspend support for your team. Kakashi's eyes barely narrowed. He pointed out, you won't get authorization from the Hokage for that. And I'll come get you if you try to make it seem like a fait accompli. Even my genin will have the Hokage's approval. This is not acceptable. You cannot intimidate me. For my students, I can and I will. I will file a report. Kakashi gave a shrug. As I'd already said, do as you will. You're acting foolishly. Consider your words and deeds. Go once your people have finished. For my team, I have to lead an after-action review of the exercise. With a shake of his head, the medic Nin left. Glancing back at him, Kakashi muttered, I've had over 10 years to reflect on the things I said and did. I might be going about things incorrectly, but it's better to make a mistake than take no action at all. Sarutobi studied the report on the dead rice country merchant for a long time, staring at it intently. It was late at night, and after ANBU's fortunate find, the day was going to get even longer. Although nations frequently pilfered rivals' academy graduation reports in search of new recruits, this practice was usually limited to the graduating class. What concerned him about this particular incident was that the information sought was specific to a genin team, indicating that this was not a straightforward fact-finding mission but rather one with a higher purpose. The problem was that there were not one, but two promising genin on the particular team in question, and if their teachers' glowing reports were any indication, the third one was every bit as interesting as the other two. Luckily for Konoha, the gods of luck had smiled upon her again, providing a favor in her hour of need. This time, the extraordinary series of events that culminated in the merchant's demise at the hands of the bandits and their eventual capture by Anbu had also bestowed upon Konoha's counter-intelligence a gift that seemed almost too good to be true, and although Sarutobi had always been leery of gift horses, not even the commander of Anbu counter-intelligence, one of the most reasonably paranoid people in Konoha, had been able to smell any traps concealed within this Trojan horse. The report's implications were, for the most part, negative. It implied that either of the two senior Chunin tutors of the academy had been compromised and had been traitors for a very long time. Fortunately, the unique document found on the merchant's person limited the suspect pool to those two as the main suspects and their fellow academy students as the secondary suspects. Although Sarutobi was relieved that the possibility of treason in the academy was a bad one, it could have been much worse. Had the document gone through the regular channels, then practically the entire Shinobi administrative establishment would have been called into question, a headache he did not want. Ninjutsu. The Anbu, or Counter-Intelligence Bureau, appeared out of nowhere. Yes, Hokage. Sama. I'm giving you permission to do this. Throughout the course of this mission, I entrust you to make sure that appropriate security measures are taken. More than I like security leaks, I don't like traitors anywhere near our security archives. In actuality, even less. Both the primary suspects are weak in genjutsu, said Ninjutsu. I'll put my genjutsu specialists on the security detail. The Hokage gave him the go-ahead to carry out the operation, saying, you have carte blanche. Find the traitor and report to me. From there, we'll decide what to do. Hokage. Sama, it would be wise to leave him where he is. It is preferable to know a spy than not to. I know, Ninjutsu, and where there's a spy, there'll be a ring, the Hokage retorted. However, some things, like the security and allegiance of the students at the academy, cannot be risked. Discover the identity of the spy's boss. I give you official permission to set up an accident if it doesn't affect anyone. Yes, Hokage. Sama. A part of him was much captivated by the dancing shadows that played yin to light's yang, so in the deep silence of his underground lair, the man who left his village only to find a new one stared down at the flickering shadows cast by the torch mounted directly behind him. And so, after many minutes of contemplation, he decided to acknowledge the one kneeling in supplication before his throne. Saken. Yes, Orochimaru. Sama, Saken said in response to his master's summons, his voice full of reverence, unwavering loyalty, and devotion. What has Suna told you? Yondaime Kazekage did not commit himself to the offer of alliance, master. The Kazekage would be the biggest fool on earth if he gave in to the rogue Sanin's advances so early in the game when he had so much to gain by playing his cards close to his chest. Orochimaru nodded. He hadn't expected the mission to accomplish anything concrete so early. However, he inquired. The Kazekage attempted to hide his feelings, but he finds the concept appealing. As he finds himself in a difficult situation, we provide him with the much-needed hammer. Why did you come to that conclusion? Their daimyo has left Suna to wither away on the vine. He's been cheating on them for years, but up until recently, he's always left Suna with enough of the pie to get by, even if she has to live as a pauper. As of right now, Suna's economy appears to be on the verge of collapse and will collapse in the absence of assistance. They have a few options left to them, but they ultimately come down to two. Either destroy the daimyo's authority or attack Konoha, which is the other main source of their current situation. Until our offer of alliance, both options were tantamount to the same thing. The latter would result in a quick death in battle as opposed to a slow death by economic collapse because of the former. The Kazekage has tried for years to take the middle road and broker peace between his village and the daimyo. He has tried unsuccessfully to impress upon his ruler Suna's necessity to the nation's defense. His words have fallen on deaf ears so far. He knows, as do we, that the time fast approaches when his hands are tied and he is forced to act. In Suna's weakened condition, he would be a fool to strike against Konoha. Suna would be crushed. This leaves then the other option: removing the daimyo. Yondaime Kazekage is a patriot, Orochimaru gloated. Ly noted. He was aware of all the reasons Suna would accept the alliance. After all, he was trying to convince Suna to turn against Konoha, but he still desired to put Saken to the test. The young guard was Otto's envoy to Suna, but he was not informed of the discussion surrounding the operation. It is precisely because he is a patriot that Yondaime Kazekage has been hesitant to assassinate the daimyo. But until our intervention, all other doors were closed to him, and assassination followed by seppuku to atone for his sins was the only option that remained open. With our offer, he does not have to strip the country and his own village of their leaders. He will see reason and do as he must. Orochimaru gave a nod. This conversation put an end to any doubts that had existed regarding Saken's wisdom in assigning him to command the embassy to Suna. He was confident that Saken would develop into a capable administrator during Otto's illustrious future. "Leave me, Saken. You have done well," he replied. Saken grinned as he left the audience chamber after bowing to his master. He was relieved to have perused the dull report that Tayuya had pilfered from Kimimaro's desk. Mizuki had an intense desire for power and was characterized by frightening hatred and conceit, or so his psychological assessment stated. The majority of the assessment was accurate. Mizuki was a person who cared more about gaining personal dominance than the well-being of the community. While those in his immediate vicinity thought he was loyal to Konoha, Mizuki was only loyal to herself. He thought people who gave their lives voluntarily for causes were idiots. Mizuki was also capable of harboring a terrifying amount of hatred, even though he seldom displayed it and always pretended to be a responsible, kind teacher. He detested many people, both inside and outside of Konoha. He detested everyone who looked down on him, stood in his way, made him appear weak, or thought he was weak. Because Mizuki recalled how the Kyuubi's attack left him a mere genin, a quivering, weeping mass, Naruto held a particular place on that list. His pride would not allow him to forgive the demon for humiliating him and, indirectly, Naruto. Mizuki's flawed personality was viewed by his superiors as a security risk. They allowed him to stew as a chunin for a very long time as a result. In private, they both acknowledged that he had the makings of a respectable junin. Even though he was not aggressive or ambitious, they were reluctant to give him the responsibility and obligations that came with the rank because of his lack of integrity. Ultimately, they concluded that the risks of promoting someone far outweighed the benefits during a period of peace. In actuality, Mizuki's career as a teacher was largely the result of a bureaucratic mishap. The week the academy requested a new teacher, the concerned official fell ill. In the midst of an R&R cycle, the recently promoted chunin was assigned by the sick bureaucrat's inexperienced and youthful assistant who did not have the necessary security clearance to access Mizuki's psychological report. The error went unnoticed for a week until an anxious Anbu brought it up with her commander, who forwarded it to the highest authorities. Ultimately, following much discussion and many demands for Mizuki's ouster, the Hokage disregarded his advisors. He issued an order for heightened surveillance and authorized his Anbu reports to terminate the chunin with bias if they saw him having an improper influence on the students. When 3 months passed and Mizuki did nothing strange, the spies were recalled. The plate of missions assigned to Anbu Corps was full, and the number of Hokage's most dependable assassins available to complete them was limited. It was a regrettable decision to put an end to the hounds, as events that followed would demonstrate. On paper, the Hokage's orders made sense, and he only followed through on them because he had a gut feeling that the report might be inaccurate. However, even the most finely tuned instinct can go wrong, as they did here. demonstrating to Sarutobi's critics beyond a shadow of a doubt that the professor was neither omniscient nor perfect. In addition to the political capital that the third lost, the incident would follow him into the last stages of his reign. It was always the last resort used by his opponents to rally their support and cast doubt on him. However, as Sarutobi acknowledged to his close friends, there were instances when these things could not be helped. One of the main characteristics that set the Hokages apart from the other cages was their trust in their subordinates. In fact, Konoha used it as one of its greatest weapons against rivals and adversaries. Any suspicious structure, after all, ultimately serves as a counterweight to its enemies and is ultimately self-defeating. As for Mizuki, he spent the first few months gloating about his posting and the ensuing rise in status and was all smiles and joy because it was common knowledge that only the most trusted and coming officers were even allowed near trainees. His high was so great that it took him some time to consider using his position to further his personal goals. By then, Mizuki was free to prey on naive lambers as a wolf dressed as a sheep since Anbu HQ had cancelled surveillance. With the promise of money and ambiguous power, he exploited this freedom to spy on and report on his students. Up until a very unfortunate merchant from Rice Country fell into the hands of a group of ruthless bandits who were actually farmers by trade, but who also had no problem spilling blood to get a little extra money. For Mizuki, this was the most joyful night of her life. His prayers were eventually answered after 2 months of hard work as one of the many errand boys for the Hokage. He had the renowned third scrolls all to himself this very night, with only a slumbering sentinel standing between him and the vast world outside. How did things get to happen the way they did? Mizuki had learned earlier in the week that, as part of the Hokage's collection organization efforts, he was temporarily assigned to the archiving section through a missive from resources. When the Chunin read his orders, he was so enthralled with the prospect of obtaining all the methods and information in the library that it never even occurred to him that the assignment was a trap. Pushing back the ecstasy and terror that threatened to overflow his heart, Mizuki slowly reached for the scroll of forbidden techniques. He knew that this would cut the Gordian knot, which was why he was shaking. This particular scroll has historically resulted in deaths for those who looked at it incorrectly, and shinobi who attempted to steal it were treated like royalty. The fortunate ones were impaled on a long stake after being fed poison to suppress their chakra. The unfortunate ones were either crucified by being tied to a cross or impaled on a short stake after being fed poison to suppress their chakra. Mizuki had personally witnessed 2 crucifixions, so when the thought of those wretched people crossed his mind, he stifled a shudder. He told himself that the risk of being caught and punished outweighed the rich rewards of stealing the scroll, so it was a good thing he had the ideal plan and had been given the right opportunity to allay his fears. Mizuki picked up the paper and placed it on the floor next to a small scroll that was no bigger than 2 centimeters. On the outside face of his scroll were seals of a unique kind that were used to copy text. He sucked on a piece of bark to muffle the screams, called forth a trace amount of chakra, and set the seals in motion. A ghostly pain that felt like holding a hot iron burst into both hands. It was brief but incredibly powerful. Mizuki nearly passed out immediately, only saved by his extensive training in ignoring pain and the knowledge that he should have expected it. Nevertheless, after finishing the task, he spat out the bark and fell to the ground, gasping. It took him only a few minutes to become proficient enough to stand. He looked at his palms. They were starting to turn red from the imagined pain. Even though it was unlikely, he would have to burn both of his appendages in order to get medical attention and avoid suspicion tomorrow. However, Mizuki grinned at the path that thought took. It was time to rejoice now. He put the scroll of forbidden techniques back on the shelf and concealed the bark near the center of the trash can's heap of trash. At last he lifted the small scroll and placed it inside a hollowed-out metal cocoon. After screwing the lid shut, he downed the entire contents along with a large glass of water. He then walked out of the room, signed himself out for the day, and bid good night to the guard stationed outside. A masked figure melted out of the wall in the darkness that filled the room as Mizuki's door closed behind her. A manly voice, muffled by the mask, whispered into the air, "Rat, Worm has left the office. Be warned that he's carrying contraband, identified as a legal copy of Scroll of Forbidden Techniques in his person." He took a few moments to hear the other person's response. "Relax, Rat. Idiot used sealed parchment to make the copy that's why I called him an idiot, but I'll grant you his plan was a good one within the boundaries of his limited knowledge I'll file the report and inform the captain. We need to keep a sharp eye on the treasonous bastard in the coming days lest we miss the drop." Unknown to Mizuki, the seals that formed the core of his scheme could be neutralized by higher order seals, the existence of which was restricted to the Hokage's closest allies. The Scroll of Forbidden Techniques was safeguarded by those identical seals. the Chunin was unaware that the jumble of lines in his pilfered copy meant nothing. Like every other day over the last 3 months, today had begun the same way. After completing his morning rituals and running across the rooftops to the training area, Naruto got up and trained alongside Sakura and Sasuke until Kakashi arrived. From then on, it changed, with Kakashi giving up the by now. Almost customary morning workout routine in favor of something different. Today, he continued, we'll break the pattern just for the sheer randomness of it. For a moment, Kakashi's words did not deceive his students. They had learned through bitter experience that the Junin did not act randomly. Their need to look beneath had been ingrained in them by hard work and bloodshed. They now looked for covert motives in even the most routine of interactions. And their mentor's training was anything but that. It was not even the cheery smile on Hitaki's mask that made them feel comfortable. For the past 3 months, that smile had only meant suffering, fractures, contusions, and other misfortunes, and they were aware that the trend would not alter today. Kakashi decided not to comment if he read anything from the slight tightening of his students' shoulders that revealed something their faces did not. Experience was ultimately the only teacher for certain things, and this was one of them. Naruto inquired, "What's the plan, sensei?" "A day-long bell grabbing exercise. It's a test of stamina, endurance, battle prowess, tactical, strategic and operational acumen, and of course, your will to survive." A whole dot off. It dawned on Kakashi, well, mainly, your will to survive, afterwards. Sakura glared at Kakashi and met his challenging gaze. "Every day with you is a battle of survival," Sakura replied. "Ah, but you're mistaken, Sakura-chan." Kakashi moved to stand on Team 7's right flank, and Sakura cast an accusing glance at him. Her teammates did not violate discipline in any other way. They simply followed their sensei's instructions with their eyes. They had learned from yet another agonizing lesson to never look away from their opponent and to never split before being eliminated. They were, in the words of Kakashi, soldiers damn it, and had better learn military tradition, or so help me God, I'll bury your stinky, putrescent, no good carcasses where you stand. Behind his mask, Kakashi grinned at another crucial lesson he had taught his students. Naruto exclaimed, "You mean you're going to try to kill us?" At his words, the 3 members of Team 7 no longer felt the tightness around their shoulders. They exuded a completely carefree and relaxed demeanor. It appeared as though they were carefree. Kakashi was more aware. After all, this was the reason he had trained them. With the exception of that 1 in 10,000 oddity and the majority of Junins, Team the 7th of May have fooled every civilian, but they lacked the experience necessary to outmaneuver a highly proficient veteran such as him. In a few years, they most likely would be able to, but for now, he could read them like a book because no one else could change the personalities he'd carved out of the raw material. Kakashi was aware that this was the quiet before the storm. When their master directed them toward a target, this was Team 7, straining at their leash and ready, willing, to unleash the wrath of heaven. Kakashi informed Naruto, "You're right," even though he knew that by saying that, he would unleash his warhounds on himself. However, Team 7 stayed put. It turned out that Kakashi had not disclosed the terms of the exercise. Moving to threaten their rear from behind, the Junin said, "The rules are simple. 3 against 1. No holds barred. Exercise ends at sunset or if all 3 of you die. Hold on." The leaves on top of a nearby tree rustled in an errant breeze. Kaiten. Gokakyu no Jutsu, everything went crazy. As dusk was drawing near, Sakura looked up at the clear blue sky that was only partially obscured by the green foliage. It was painful for her dry throat, and swallowing required some work. Something sang in the background, maybe a sparrow. Which one, in fact, she could not tell. "Hold on." Sakura lowered her head. She stared at her blood-stained hand, keeping her intestines from slipping out of her belly because she was too weak to hold it for very long. Thankfully, the intestines were not punctured, but she had done everything in her power to treat the mortal wound because she lacked sufficient chakra. In that regard, she lagged far behind Sasuke, who was miles behind Naruto. Which, given the circumstances, is actually not very helpful, she thought to herself. Sakura attempted to call upon the last of the remaining chakra in her body after realizing that her thoughts were straying, a sure sign that her condition was getting worse. She caught hold of it and reached back to cover the spleen with her hand. She applied herself to the difficult and painful procedure, grimacing at the effort even that small movement required. She dared not cry out in pain lest she give away her position to Kakashi, who was actually trying to kill her. She had a 1 in 100 chance of damaging her spleen by repeatedly forcing it to produce mature red blood cells, but without it and all the Gatorade she'd consumed, she might lose consciousness and go into shock. She also needed to be awake and in control of her thoughts because Kakashi was going to be on the warpath until the exercise was over. The Junin might slit her throat the way he had been doing since morning if he happened upon her while she was unconscious. And that was going to take place on top of her corpse. She could not afford to die now. She had spent far too much time and energy battling Team 7's psychopath instructor and his crazy training schedule. Naruto and Sasuke hid behind two different tree trunks, preventing Kakashi from reaching Sakura. Naruto gingerly tried rotating his left wrist to see if the break had healed properly from the previous skirmish. Yes, it was. Never having known why he could heal so quickly, he was grateful for the ability more than he had ever been today. Had it not been for Sasuke's Sharingan, Team 7 would have perished tenfold. Of course, they might have perished from the Junin's initial attack if Sakura hadn't taken a suicidal action to hold off for those first few horrifying minutes of the exercise, but she had taken the brunt of the blow and bought them the valuable time they needed to survive. Her teammates now had the responsibility of protecting her from their deadly instructor. Naruto nodded in response to his warrior brother's hand signals in battle language. Kakashi wasn't quite close enough for them to launch an instant attack. Taking a breather, Naruto adjusted his dress size and checked his weapons pouch. After so many hours of fighting against a foe of Hitaki's caliber, it was in ruins. His blood ran red, his clothes were filthy, he was hungry, he was thirsty, he was angry, scared, and too many other emotions to list, but he had an unquenchable desire to fight and defend. Naruto was aware that Kakashi would not touch a single hair on Sakura's or Sasuke's shoulder as long as there was even a drop of blood flowing through them. When Kakashi staggered out of the undergrowth and headed in their direction, Naruto yelled, "Hold it, sensei," and he and Sasuke moved into the open. The Junin displayed bloody field bandages on his right shoulder and left leg as retaliation for Sakura's dissection, thanks to Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto suffered a broken rib from that action, but it has since healed, and Sasuke's right cheek had a deep gash, but both felt it was a fair trade off for what Kakashi had done to their teammate. "Ah, Naruto. Sasuke." Kakashi gave them a nod. Stillness. "Avoid approaching any closer," Sasuke sternly ordered, ending the silence. Kakashi examined the genin with the raven hair. The boy appeared considerably more worn out, but even though his body might give out on him soon, he still had a lot of fight left in him. In the most sober voice he could muster, "You're bleeding and at the end of your reserves. Why do you protect her? She's a weakling who couldn't last even a handful of minutes in the fight and got knocked out early in the exercise." "She's a member of our team," Naruto answered. "Then, we mean it, sensei. Do not approach any further." "She's a weakling," Kakashi reiterated what he had said before, "and weaklings pull you down." The Junin let loose the full force of his intent to kill, and the air appeared to freeze. It felt more deadly and potent than it had ever felt in any previous exercise. It was almost physical, this insane desire to rend, dismember, and kill. They felt as though they were in the actual presence of death. "Choose, boys. Sakura or your life." A massive Gokakyu was Naruto's response. He went through the seals too quickly for anyone to see. Simultaneously, Sasuke reappeared on Kakashi's left flank, replacing himself with a Kawarimi. Any potential escape routes for the Junin to the right were eliminated by the massive ball of fire that shot from Naruto's mouth. A two-pronged attack would have taken most nin by surprise, but the former Anbu commander was not most nin. He saw at least 3 holes in the trap, but instead of taking advantage of them to free his students, he counterattacked by taking advantage of the greatest weakness in Naruto's chosen strategy. An immobile defendant in the open is at a significant disadvantage against a mobile attacker, and the blonde was still inexperienced enough with the Kaiden Jutsu to have to stand motionless while using it. Thus, Kakashi ignored Sasuke and the wall of flames closing in on him and headed straight for Naruto. He broke through Naruto's defenses with one last burst of unadulterated speed, slipping beneath the conflagration. Prior to the genin being able to defend himself with his hands, Kakashi delivered a textbook punch that struck his pupil in the chest. Luckily, Naruto had given up on the ninjutsu when he moved to deflect the Junin's attack, saving his lungs from being burned to cinders, as Sasuke had almost done during the graduation fight. Unfortunately, Naruto's punch had enough force to send him flying into a tree with enough force to shake it. Kakashi was struck in the back of the thigh by Sasuke's kunai as Naruto pounded on the hard trunk. With perfect aim, the kunai should have split Kakashi's femur in two, immobilizing him and giving Team 7 a hard-earned Pyrrhic victory. But instead of collapsing like a meal sack, Kakashi extinguished himself in a tiny cloud of smoke. Sasuke took a moment to comprehend what had transpired, but he did know what had happened. The consequences of Kakashi's deceit hit him as soon as he became conscious, and his eyes grew wide. Sakura's path was both unguarded and unprotected, as neither of her protectors could stop her assailant before he reached her. "Naruto," he yelled, "get up." Kakashi pulled a lid over our eyes and went hunting after Sakura. With a groggy gait, Naruto tried to stand up, but his balance was unstable. He was seriously injured in the crash. Sasuke glanced at his teammate before sprinting away. "I'm going ahead to run interference. Join me fast or we're lost." "So, here we are," Kakashi remarked, not in an unpleasant way. In this section of the forest, it had taken him less time than he had anticipated to locate his pink-haired pupil, but more than enough time had elapsed for either Sasuke or Naruto to have blocked him. They hadn't. What was going on with those two, then? Any last wishes? Sakura gave the Junin a defiant glare. The ground beneath her was covered in blood, and flies were everywhere, drawn to the blood. She was aware, just as he was, that she was too injured to fight. She must have lost a significant amount of her remaining strength, but she was still able to defend herself by holding a kunai in her free hand. Naturally, her other hand was occupied with stopping the blood flow and preventing her intestines from coming out. Kakashi gave a shrug. He hadn't anticipated Sakura to acquiesce to an execution in silence. He said, "For what it's worth, I'll make it quick and painless," and hurled 2 shuriken toward her neck. She might be able to block 1 in her current state, but there was absolutely no way she could block 2. After that throw, Sakura was practically a dead person. But all of a sudden, Sasuke was there. He took both shuriken in his back and shielded her with his body after shunning her. The hurled armaments penetrated deeply into his muscles. Screaming in pain, he reached behind and pulled them out. "Sasuke, get out of my way and I'll let you live. Sakura's life is the only price I demand of Team 7 for your appalling performance today," Kakashi said, sounding friendly as if he were talking about the weather. "Over my dead body," exclaimed Sasuke as he slowly stood up. Sakura whispered, "Sasuke-kun," upon noticing the cuts, scrapes, and blood on him. "Don't protect her, Sasuke. It's not worth it. Save yourself." "Go to hell," Sasuke growled more fiercely as the excruciating pain somewhat subsided. Kakashi's gaze grew strained. He said, "As you wish. You'll both die today," and made a move toward his weapons pouch. However, before he could draw his kunai, a chakra to his left that Kakashi had only ever felt once exploded, and an animalistic cry of fury erupted through the brush. Kakashi turned, and Naruto charged in, his body covered in the cursed chakra of the Kyuubi. The Junin was hit by a punch that would have killed him if he hadn't cushioned it with chakra, and he crashed into a bush that was roughly 50 yards away. With a carriage full of nonchalance, Kakashi got up calmly and brushed a few specks of dirt off his shoulders. With ethereal red chakra blazing all around him, Naruto faced the Junin. Naruto uttered, "You stay away from them, you hear," with an overwhelming sense of menace and murderous intent. "You stay away from Sakura and Sasuke or I'll rip you to shreds." Kakashi calmly answered, "Great. You've all learned teamwork and esprit de corps. Finally." Before he learned common sense, his own team had already failed on a real battlefield long before this test, but his students had not. This team would never see a tragedy like Obito. "Now, Naruto, release your hold on the Kyuubi's chakra. The medics will absolutely refuse to approach this place while you're using it." Just 1 second later, Naruto's strength finally failed him as the Kyuubi's chakra tore through him. The boy staggered to his feet and collapsed, knocked out. The Sandaime growled, appearing quite annoyed with Kakashi, "You broke my law." It had to be done. They're his teammates and a secret of this magnitude would have destroyed everything I've tried so hard to build. You put your life in danger. Naruto did not know it himself until today. Be glad his team does not hate him. Else I would have you crucified for doing such a thing. I was certain they wouldn't, Kakashi said, dismissing the danger. You were not able to be certain, Sarutobi remarked sharply. Kakashi grinned. They're my team, Hokage. Sama, I was sure. At last, the Hokage became at ease and shook his head. He complained, you'll be the death of me. I must have been insane when I gave you Team 7. Stillness. The Hokage asked, changing the subject, what did the medics say about Naruto? Kakashi appeared uneasy. He's lost a lot of blood and his skull was holed. If he'd been a normal kid, he'd have died instantaneously. As it is, he'll pull through. Have you considered what would have happened if Naruto had died? Kakashi gave a nod. I have, Hokage. Sama. Sarutobi gazed. You should have been a bit less zealous, Kakashi. Your actions risked the release of the Kyuubi. I did think about it, Kakashi acknowledged. Reflect on your actions, Kakashi. I expect you to show more forethought in the future. Yes, Hokage. Sama. Moving on, what's Sakura's prognosis? The medics said she'd lost a lot of blood but she'll survive without any long-term complications, Hokage. Sama. They said that she'd managed to treat herself in a very imaginative way. To quote one of the doctors, she's definitely a genius in the making. Good. Team 7 will be struck in the hospital for 3 more days. I would like to take them on their first mission as soon as they recover. Sarutobi questioned, D. Rank? In the hopes that Kakashi would see the sense in it. C rank. Sarutobi gave it some thought. Normally, he would say no, but after the ordeal Kakashi had caused his students to go through, they were different. Thus. I have an escort mission to Land of Waves in 4 days requested by a bridge builder named Tsunade. Team 7, LL take that. Anything else? No, Hokage. Sama. Dismissed, Kakashi. Once Kakashi left, Sarutobi focused on the private document resting on his desk. He had thought about killing Mizuki, but it wasn't really a decision he was making. Even though the man attempted to steal the scroll of forbidden techniques to sell to Konoha's enemies, a crime for which he should have been executed, the identity of those opponents prevented him from being put to death. Using his merchant spies, he passed information to 4 controls, all but one of whom were known associates of Orochimaru, Sarutobi's own prodigal student and S-rank criminal who harbored a deep hatred for Konoha and all things related to it. The third was quite concerned about Orochimaru's interest in Team 7, as they sensed that nothing positive would come from it. Sakura sat by his bedside and gazed at her teammate's sleeping form. As Team 7 recovered from their injuries over the past few days, they discovered a lot about who they were. But that knowledge was nothing compared to what they had learned about Naruto. The thought that the boy carried the essence of the Kyuubi and had not known about it until the past few days was mind-boggling to her. How strong the Yondaime had to be to vanquish the demon fox, and how adept at sealing he must have been to construct a prison to hold it for so long without even the jailer realizing it. We have a Jinchuriki for a teammate, Sasuke said, breaking the ice behind her. Sakura turned to look at another genin. Avoid saying that, she warned him. He's your friend. Sakura received a look from Sasuke that made her feel foolish. I never said he wasn't, Pinky. Question is, do you? Sakura returned the glare. You protected me as I lay dying, as did Naruto. You think I care he houses a demon within him? I would overlook any flaw in his character and in yours for what you two did. That's correct, the Uchiha replied, pulling a chair up to sit next to her. To be honest, he felt exactly the same way. He would do the same for his teammates now, regardless of how he felt 3 months ago. Sakura said, he almost died, following a protracted period of quiet. She extended her arm, running her fingers through the blonde's hair. We all did, Sasuke answered. He just came closer to death than the 2 of us. Naruto hit his head on the stump of a dried up branch when he was thrown from the tree by Kakashi's final blow. A partially healed hole was discovered in the back of his head by the medics during the triage process following the exercise. The day before, Kakashi had told Naruto that he would have died from the wound instantly if not for the Kyuubi's healing abilities. I'm so glad he survived, Sakura exclaimed. With a nod, Sasuke returned his focus to the blonde who was soundly asleep. He wanted Naruto to be awake when he spoke because he had something to say. You look like you have something on your mind. Lost in his own thoughts, Sasuke said with an elegant, huh? What did you say? You look like you have something on your mind. Yes. They're area things that I want to tell you to. I'm waiting for him to wake up. Sakura grabbed the blonde by the shoulders and shook him, asking, well, why didn't you say so? The jerk's recovered. He's just too lazy to get out of bed and face the world. Hey, Naruto, wake up. Uke wants to say something. Sasuke gave his teammate a stern look for mispronouncing his name. Pinky. What did you call me? Sakura hesitated, trying to recall what she had said. Huh? She asked. When she did, her face lit up with a smile. You got a nice name, Uke. Naruto, wake up. Sakura did not seem bothered by Sasuke's continued glare at her. By God, he was Uke if he called her Pinky. That's when Naruto woke up. What, Sakura? He sat up and yawned. Uke desires to converse with us, Sakura responded, beaming widely at Sasuke. Fuck you, Pinky, came Sasuke's response. When they had first started dating, Sakura would have cried with happiness at the mere thought of spending time with Sasuke, but now that everything had been said and done, she did not even flinch. She shot back, her smile getting even bigger. Definitely not Uke like you, Uke, she said. She asked Naruto, are you his team? After realizing the rules of the game, Naruto examined Sasuke closely. What say, Uke? Want a ride? Gritting his teeth, Sasuke gave his two teammates a glare. He inhaled deeply as he saw the serene smiles they shot at him. Though he had more pressing matters to attend to at the moment, this was not the end of it. He muttered to himself, I refuse to get distracted by this. As he spoke, his fists tightened, indicating that his resolve was becoming stronger. He accomplished what he had never done before, using only his own strength of will and an unwavering faith in his team that was born out of the hardships of the previous few months. For the first time since the massacre, he opened his heart. The man I want to kill is my brother. I want to kill him because he murdered my whole clan in cold blood. A whole off. There, I said it. Naruto gave a nod. I knew already. Old man Tucci told me. And, Sakura said with a blush, I learned from my aunt after our first exercise together. I was curious about the state of the Uchiha compound and wanted to find out why. I'm ashamed I never knew and never cared to find out before. Sasuke turned his gaze away from the thoughtfully worded apology and back to the outside world. The Uchiha clan was the most powerful combat clan in Konoha. We had an unrivaled record of service to the village earned by right of blood in battle. We had honor. We had respect. We were as much symbols of the village as the Hokages. We had everything, I had everything. And then, in one night, my brother took it all away. He slaughtered the whole clan by himself. He killed my parents, my relatives, he killed every soul I ever knew in cold blood and made me relive their murders over and over again in my head. Sasuke told the story with a choke. The Uchiha are a forgotten footnote in history because he stole our honor. No one remembers us because we are the weak clan wiped out in a single night by a robe. Our destruction is so shameful the academy books don't even talk about Ida. Sasuke went on, wiping his eyes with his. I will kill my brother, because he stole my parents, because he stole my clan, because he stole our honor, because he stole my sanity, because he's a feckless kin. Slayer and deserves to be put down like the rabid dog he is. Sakura put a consoling hand on his shoulder and said, Sasuke. Don't say anything. Sasuke answered back. After all we've been through, I just wanted you two to know. Saying in a serious tone, just so, we're with you, Sasuke, Naruto spoke. The final Uchiha said, I know, understanding that they meant it and finding solace in their encouragement. Kakashi went to see Team 7 the following morning as they were preparing to be released. As he entered the room, he remarked, I see you're all healthy. No, thank you very much, Sakura whispered. In the 3 days that Team 7 was hospitalized, the bastard only paid them a visit once, and that was only to tell them Naruto's story. Following their almost fatal experience due to a pointless exercise. To act as though nothing had happened and everything was fine must take a lot of nerve. Kakashi heard the remark but chose to ignore it. He was legally bound to act in a certain way if he accepted Sakura's words. In ways that were uncomfortable and would virtually destroy the group he had devoted his life to building. After all, Team 7's resentment wasn't entirely unjustified. He did not regret their animosity toward him, and they were destined to be angry at him for what he had done. As long as they did their jobs, he could put up with their resentment for the time being. His team was astute enough to recognize the folly of his training the moment they caught a glimpse of the outside world and extend forgiveness. He hoped they would forgive him, anyway. There was always the chance that anything he had done had blown up any bridges between himself and Team 7. Even if they were astute enough to see the value in his lessons, that did not guarantee that they would follow reason and exonerate him. But there was an even more pressing issue to deal with. There was a possibility that Team 7 would become enraged with him if he stayed with them for an extended period of time while they were distracted from their mission. Not at all a good thing. We have an escort mission to protect a citizen of Wave Country. We're supposed to leave today, but the client's drunk. I've used it as an excuse to delay things for a day. Meet me at the Eastern Traveler's Gate at 9 a.m. sharp. Pack for a 10-day mission. Sakura started the mission, but Kakashi had already turned away. The bridge builder Tsunade was a bastard. Everyone in Team 7 agreed that their teacher wasn't nearly as annoying as their client or a drunk, so maybe not as much of one as Kakashi. With wry amusement, the Junin watched as his students engaged in combative language, but Tsunade chose to ignore it since he had no idea what the innocent little brats were calling him. He even laughed a little when Sasuke and Naruto talked in great detail about the bridge builder's alleged preference for the company of goats in order to meet his physical needs. The boys were getting pretty filthy mouths, it was true. In this manner, the mission proceeded, with Team 7 staying clear of Kakashi but having a good time overall. Up until the Junin noticed a puddle in the middle of the traveled path. The C rank was, all things considered, a walk in the park and as gay as one. It was strange, especially since Kakashi had been preparing for battle and it hadn't rained in a few days. Still, he took no action to alert his wards. He wouldn't be there to watch their backs all the time. It was preferable that they fall victim to a trap now while he was present rather than later when he wasn't. Sakura also, surprisingly, noticed the puddle. As she realized it, she straightened for a moment, but she recovered deftly and without making a foolish move. And that was about as good as it got for a rookie fresh out of the academy, Kakashi thought to himself. As good as the Ninja Academy was, it was still limited just like any other school. Specifically, the curriculum lacked the practical experience that set warriors apart from wannabes. That was alright, though. The theoretical lessons taught to students in the academy would serve as a stepping stone rather than a crutch as long as the real training, that is, the training received on the Joba, was good. Furthermore, Kakashi had personally witnessed and felt the effects of his training program. Thus, Kakashi permitted himself a small chuckle as he readied himself to Kawarimi when the villains pulled off the inevitable ambush. His desire was to laugh evilly, as he had seen numerous villains in his beloved Icha Icha, since it better suited his mental state. However, a laugh is not nearly as descriptive of a pornographic reading. Oblivious pervert as a giggle. And when it came to maintaining character, Hitaki Kakashi, the Junin mentor of Team 7 and the former head of the Hokage's personal assassin corps, was always picky. Kakashi stepped over the puddle, and seconds later the ambushers, who were neither particularly bright nor resourceful, sprung the trap. Throughout the entire exercise, that was essentially the only thing they did correctly. The other thing they did well was to go after Kakashi first, but the idiots must have really thought they could defeat a Junin by setting up such a blatant trap. Even more tragically, they pursued Team 7 without bothering to confirm his death. The poor fools must have been rushing, perhaps driven by an urgent need to tend to the call of nature, to quote Kakashi from a report he filed to the office of the Hokage. They were a bunch of blundering incompetents who couldn't be bothered with taking the most basic precautions, was the official Kakashi speech that became established. Naruto responded brilliantly, using lethal force with an instinctiveness that would have made any veteran proud. It was that he was not an experienced killer. Still, because of Kakashi's training, he had the instincts of a sociopath. All three of Team 7 members did. In fact, but the psychological shock of the first kill was always difficult to handle unless you're a sociopath, which the Junin had long since determined Naruto was not. As the two attackers turned to face him, Naruto reached for his thigh holster, drew shuriken, and threw them at the closest one. Following Kakashi's advice, he used the shuriken as an area denial weapon to limit his opponent's movement rather than aiming for the target itself. With his prey thus trapped, he vanished from view. Pulling out a kunai, Naruto charged low even as his opponent countercharged with his partner, holding it crudely in a grip that was limited to punching and stabbing. With only 10 feet remaining, he launched himself at his opponent's throat, practically disappearing from view, while bending his left hand to brace his right. A genin's bloodthirsty attack would have taken anyone off guard. When Naruto first went for Kakashi's throat, even he nearly gave in to it. However, unlike the Junin who attacked the Uzumaki's arms and jaw based only on instinct, the enemy nin was unable to even finish a block with his wrist guard. With a sickening squelching sound, Naruto's impromptu punch dagger took out his masked attacker in his throat, signaling the rookie's first kill. The impact's force sent both of them reeling away, and Naruto's opponent fell the way only a lifeless body can. The last remaining nin called out, "Maizu," even as Naruto and his victim rolled away. The attacker stopped abruptly, turned to face them, and screamed a terrifying cry that was cut off as Sakura gave him a kunai. Whipped. That went better than expected, Kakashi said as he materialized in front of them, his porn under tender grasp. He turned the page and blasted his students with his trademark blinding smile, which was sadly not all that blinding. Still grinning, he turned to face Tazuna. But the humor had left his eyes, and the bridge builder was terrified beyond belief. Tazuna-san, please explain why two Chunin ranked missing nin are after you. Sakura went to Naruto and braced his shoulders as he threw up into the ground next to his defeated opponent while Tazuna was telling the Junin his story. While keeping watch over the prisoner, Sasuke took out the kunai he'd used to pin Maizu's partner to the ground. The reason the man screamed so loudly and cleaned it. So let me get this straight, Naruto said at the conclusion of Tazuna's. You knew there were assassins after you, but because you have neither money nor brains, you decided it would be better to downplay the danger involved and asked for an inadequate escort. At what point did you think that it would be better to take an inexperienced team with you into the afterlife than to die alone, shithead? Naruto did not bother to add that the bridge builder's foolishness had forced him to take a life. Anyone listening could see that it was that aspect of the mission, not the actual lie, that was the true source of his rage. Tsunade muttered inanely, but you were able to handle it. After hearing the remark, Naruto went to slap the inebriated man, but Kakashi grabbed his shoulder and held him back. Naruto, please restrain yourself, the Junin ordered in his most authoritative voice. Naruto took a step back and shot Tsunade a glare. The hate and loathing that the bridge builder saw in the boy's eyes made him cringe. I apologize for my mistakes, it's just that I saw no other way to survive the journey home. I guess some part of me didn't realize how dangerous this really was, he said. I'm sorry you had to kill someone, but the path should be clear now, right? After all, you've dealt with the assassins. There'll be more. Kakashi shot back right away. His remarks captured Team 7's interest like never before. And the ones to come will be more powerful than the Demon Brothers. We might have to face Junin-level opponents. However, Tsunade started, but Kakashi angrily cut him off. The Junin grinned and said, your reckless actions have put my whole team in danger, my thanks. Team 7 looked shocked, even though they knew they shouldn't have been. After all, their sensei was the sickest bastard to have ever walked the planet. We have chosen a difficult life, Kakashi somberly informed his pupils. Death, pain, fear, loathing, hatred, blood, sweat and betrayal are constant companions. Through Tsunade Sans thoughtless actions, you'll endure all these in this mission. As rookies, you shouldn't have to. And with any other team of genin, I would be dead set of heading back to the village right away, but you aren't any team of genin. Nevertheless, we're merely genin, Sakura snarled. We can't fight Junin. Look at what happens whenever we spar against you. Kakashi mentally sighed. Team 7's self-worth had suffered as a result of their repeated and severe losses at his hands. They were excellent in the heat of combat, but give them some time to reflect, and by the time they got into the fray, fatalistic ideas had taken root in their minds. Although he was aware that this would be a consequence of his training, he saw it as a necessary evil. Under his watchful eye, battles they fought and won on the field would give them the confidence they needed to get over the trauma of all those humiliating losses. It was one of the reasons he was relieved that this C rank wasn't, even though this was going to be a difficult pill to swallow given the resources Gato had at his disposal. You're my students, he informed her, establishing eye contact with Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke sequentially. As members of Team 7, you have the honor of those who came before you to uphold. Heroes like my teammate Obito, Yondaime, Sama, Sandame, Sama, and the Sannin. You've survived training that Anbu would cringe from. Team 7 doesn't give up. Whatever happens, we're going to move forward and finish the job. Although Kakashi was aware that he was stretching the truth a little bit, it was acceptable for him to do so in a motivational speech. Sakura appeared to open her mouth to speak, but instead she turned to look accusingly at her teammates. Are you serious about this? As his pink-haired teammate shot him a questioning glance, Sasuke asked. What does mean? That part about the training you gave us. Sasuke, as a genin, I would have died under that regimen, Kakashi uttered in the earnest voice that Team 7 had heard him use. Why did you act in that manner? Naruto inquired, his eyes no longer haunted, but his face still retaining none of the previous pallor. Because Team 7 has always served as the foundation for the leaders of Konoha. You three made a terrible team in the beginning, but mostly because you all have the potential to be truly great. The three of you lacked mutual trust. And no romance lost. On the field, you would have snapped under pressure. Like so many other teams. Like my own. I couldn't let that happen. When Team 7 realized what Kakashi had done, they began to let go of some of their teacher's animosity. The Junin saw the change in their eyes and grinned behind his mask. This mission was truly a blessing. The second ambush occurred shortly after their arrival on the shores of Wave Country. This time, Tsunade was pushed into the center while his protectors separated into pairs facing the greenery on both sides of the road. This time, all three genin sensed the tightly suppressed chakra of their opponent at roughly the same time as Kakashi. The hidden assassin fooled everyone with the rabbit decoy he used when he realized his prey were onto him. Kakashi narrowed his eyes and cast a suspicious glance at the foliage. Now, where would he lay the ambush if he was the one planning it? The Junin heard a muffled spike of chakra and yelled, "Get down," losing all consciousness in the process. As expected, a huge Zanbatu whirled above them, embedded itself in the trunk of one of the larger roadside trees, and their opponent eventually showed himself by scuttling around on top of it. Kakashi let out a low chuckle to himself upon realizing it was none other than Momochi Zabuza, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, who motioned for Team 7 to remain back and advanced. Momochi Zabuza, the assassin's Hitaki, said, "I am recognized by the renowned Hitaki Kakashi of the Sharingan." "How charming." With a mocking voice, the masked assassin observed, "I wonder if you'd let us walk away from here without a fight." "And you miss taking on the copy.nin?" Zabuza grinned and said, "Only if you leave the drunk behind." Of course, he was all for the Konoha Junin giving up his prey. In the same tone, Kakashi answered, "I'm afraid that's not possible," placing himself between their client and his students as well as the swordsman. Assassin. Holding Kakashi's gaze, Zabuza nodded. He'd assumed his opponent wanted to prevent violence, but that seemed to be an attempt to warn him off. Let the enemy underestimate his intelligence to their detriment. "Guess you aren't going to walk away after all," he said, behaving naive. "One of us isn't," Kakashi said, taking a position. Zabuza's face flashed red for the first time since he revealed himself. Call him conceited, but he was the bloody demon of the mist, and he was not going to be treated like a cheap shinobi. "You see me too lightly, Kakashi. There will not be much of a fight if you don't reveal your Sharingan." "Well, whatever the case may be, I'd rather not have it," Kakashi shot back, giving Team 7 the only useful heads up he could before things went south. Zabuza is a dangerous missing nin expert in the art of silent assassination. Stay alert. All 3 genin gave a nod. With so much bloodlust in the air, Zabuza unleashed his killing intent, strong enough to render the genin trio catatonic even 2 months earlier. But now that they'd come so close to death so many times, the children had come to terms with their own mortality, and Zabuza's oppressive chakra, impressive though it was insufficient. The 3 children must be some genin to brush off his psychological attack, but Zabuza was a man who knew his priorities, and defeating the renowned Junin came first. He took note of Kakashi's students' reaction and felt sufficiently intrigued. Being a great believer in deceit and stealth, Zabuza employed the Kirigakure to create an impenetrable mist screen as his opening move. He then formed multiple Mizu Bunshin and dispatched them to draw out Kakashi, leaving the kids ready to be picked apart. It was more successful than he could have ever imagined. When Zabuza's first clone attacked him with a sword, Kakashi foolishly left his students to confront it. The silver-haired Junin slipped past the clone's guard and, with terrifying ease, rammed a kunai into the fictitious missing nin. The clone collapsed, and the Konoha nin realized too little, too late that he had been reckless in his desire to finish the battle quickly. Just as Kakashi realized what he had done, a second Zabuza with his Zanbatsu coiled to strike appeared within the circle between Tsunade and Team 7. The sword swung faster than the human eye could follow, and even though the genin reacted instantly, it cut right through Sasuke's right hand as he jumped to avoid the cutting blow. The hit caused the Uchiha to lose his balance and land on his behind, where he remained for a few seconds staring at the stump while bright arterial blood erupted all around. Eventually, the Uchiha passed out from the fall and began to fainted. The boy struck the ground spinning, his arms and legs extended at an odd angle with a fractured skull, and lay motionless. Meanwhile, Zabuza swung his sword back, catching the Uzumaki on his head with the flat of his blade. There was a sharp clang as metal hit hard head and head lost rather spectacularly in a spray of blood. When Kakashi finally arrived at Zabuza's place, the look in his eyes promised murder, and his actions were motivated only by desperation. Although the injuries inflicted on both Sasuke and Naruto were not immediately fatal, Kakashi knew that they would not be able to survive the next few hours without medical attention. Sasuke was effectively dead, and even with Kyuubi's assistance, Naruto might not survive either. A third Zabuza materialized behind Tsunade and stabbed the elderly drunk in the kidney. The bridge builder opened his mouth to scream in agony, but the nature of the injury prevented it. He bled out in seconds and died thus, his mouth frozen in a rictus of agony. The problem was that Zabuza had decoyed Kakashi again. The murderer of Sasuke and Naruto turned out to be a clone as well. As Sakura killed the person who killed Tsunade, the real Zabuza laughed, safely hidden in the surrounding mist. It was the most perfect way to end a battle he had ever imagined. As the world crumbled around Zabuza, he let out a cry of agony. Kakashi, taking out his Sharingan, twisted the kunai he'd struck into the missing nin's right shoulder, the shoulder the sword wielder was known to favor. Kakashi whispered to the Momochi, "Like you said, demon of the mist, one of us isn't going to walk away from here. But if you'll allow me to correct you, you will not be the last person standing, I promise." Zabuza had not even moved an inch after jumping down to greet Kakashi, his mind aghast at how badly he'd been outwitted and outmaneuvered. "Go to hell," he whispered. Leaving the kunai that had struck Zabuza in the shoulder, Kakashi pulled out another to kill their would-be assassin, but before he could, his chakra sense spiked, and he jumped back just in time to see a single Senbon take Zabuza in the base of his spine, killing the dangerous missing nin and disappearing a second later in a whirlwind of petals along with the corpse that nodded acknowledgement to Kakashi. Blazing with mild chakra depletion, Kakashi turned to his students. Sharingan, Tanan. Uchiha, was a power. Hungry, heartless bitch. His point made, he sought out the closest tree and fell against it, and that is why you need to learn counter genjutsu training, he said to his students, staring at Naruto with a pointed expression. The notorious demon of the mist, Zabuza, was dead. He had not perished in combat, but rather had lost blood from a seemingly innocent stabbing wound and an embolism far from any battlefield. The dreaded assassin had to suffer for several painful minutes before passing away, suffering because his weapon had finally failed to accomplish its one and only purpose in life. Though Zabuza's death was ultimately just one of the many unworthy ends that befell soldiers so frequently, the hunter.nin was overcome with profound sadness and loss as he stared at his blood-stained hands. This was the greatest tragedy of a life full of tragedies, and he was sick and tired of them all. Bereft of purpose and duty, the hunter.nin knelt beside the cooling corpse for a long while, staring at the remains of the latest cruelty dealt him by fate in a rage-filled silence that left him feeling truly alone once more. Konoha nin was the reason behind it all. The hunter.nin got to his feet, his fists clenched at his sides, as indifferent to the stink of death as he was to the plague of flies that had come to feast on flesh and blood. His name was Haku, and the world was going to pay for the death of Zabuza, his master, teacher, companion, and the only reason he was still alive, beginning with Gato, the bridge builder, and the Konoha team. A tool without a master is, after all, not a tool at all, and when the blood price was paid, he would make up for neglecting his duty in the only way he knew how. As Team 7 approached Tazuna's house, Kakashi gave an explanation, saying, the hunter.nin was suspicious. Normally, at this evening twilight, the Junin would have called a halt, but the bridge builder insisted that his house was only an hour away, and after the day's events, Kakashi and the genin were all in favor of sleeping under a roof at night. He ought to have burned Zabuza's corpse there and then, but he refrained. What else about the assassination and retrieval seemed strange? The Junin questioned his group. Sakura said, the hunter.nin used Senbon. As Naruto noted, hunter.nin are given extensive training with all manner of weapons and assassination methods. He had discovered this information from one of the scrolls Sakura had lent him after Kakashi had given it to her. Spoken like a true scholar, Sasuke mocked Naruto, pointing out that the Uzumaki had taken on an air of academic arrogance not long after Kakashi began lending them field manuals and other study materials. Having read that same scroll, he knew exactly what his teammate was quoting. With a scowl, Naruto gave the Uchiha the impression that he would not tolerate anyone trying to take his thunder. "Uke, would you like to stop talking or should I start acting like you've never been sexually assaulted?" he inquired. Seeing with a fury in hand, Sakura pondered, tapping her lips aloud with a giggle. "I like it. Am I able to watch?" A lot of the tension between Team 7 and their teacher had disappeared since the face-off with Zabuza. They had finally begun to eye the Junin as one among them, unlike before, where he was always the enemy. Now, no need to get your panties in a bunch," Kakashi said in a placating voice when Sasuke looked like he was going to blow his top at the provocation. "Shall we not deviate from it?" With a harsh grunt, Sasuke returned his focus to the task at hand. Senbon are deficient in weaponry. Even with expert use, they are far more difficult to kill than other weapons. "Exactly," Kakashi replied. So, Naruto stammered out the word, his very demeanor suggesting that his limited cognitive abilities were straining to find the solution to the seemingly easy riddle. "What precisely are you suggesting, sensei?" Hard as Naruto might try to put on fancy airs, the truth was that, outside of a fight, he was a simpleton at heart. Things that were obvious to others had to be explained to him carefully and often in great detail. This made Sasuke laugh and Sakura giggle. "There's a chance the hunter.nin is a fake." Disregarding the byplay, Kakashi answered, "Zabuza might not be dead. If not, we might run into Zabuza again, or else Gato will definitely hire someone else to kill Tsuna.san." "What Kakashi? Sensei said, genius," Sasuke retorted to Naruto. "Fuck you," was Naruto's stern response. Once more, Kakashi intervened, but this time he restrained the blonde physically. If the boys weren't going to listen, he might as well have some fun with them. "Now, Sasuke, Naruto," he said solemnly. "I know the two of you are as thick as Uke and Seam, and there's a whole world of booty waiting out there for you. Not just the manly kind, either. Why, I will introduce you to the pleasures of the female flesh if you will only allow me to lend you Icha, which you must return lest I disembowel you and hang you from the Hokage monument by your entrails. So help me, God. Come on, my students, are you not able to sense the pervert calling you in its only true way? Team 7 looked at Kakashi and took a uniform 3 steps back. Sure, they'd been more comfortable around the sadistic psychopath after working with him, after they'd finally seen the technician side of him in action, and they respected his expertise and skill, but the fact remained that their mentor was one crazy pervert. Sakura cautioned, Kakashi, Sensei, stay away. Yes, what she mentioned, Sasuke and Naruto concurred. Kakashi laughed, but not at them. He had already had his fun at the expense of his students and was no longer paying attention to the strange looks Team 7 was giving him. Next to them, Tsunade stared at the half-empty sake bottle he was holding. He hadn't heard his escorts say anything since the Junin had mentioned that there were more assassins aiming for his neck. When he finally got the shakes under control from Kakashi's words and the memory of that half-naked assassin's desire to kill, he took a large swig to calm himself down a little, but it did not calm him down at all. Now was the moment. After making sure the business magnate was inside Gato's headquarters in Wave, Haku entered. The guards at the front gate let Zabuza's accomplice through without a second glance. They'd seen the boy with the masked, sword-wielding murderer before, when he was on Gato's personal security detail, and they thought him to be a harmless brat. The only difference between Haku and his infamous mentor was that Haku was not a natural-born cold-blooded killer like his teacher. Instead, today, having lost his master and sole purpose in life, Haku was crazed with anger and loss and was the embodiment of death and destruction. Although most people had no reason to regret the mistake, Haku's innocent and harmless appearance made him a dangerous and deadly threat to anyone in his path. Unbeknownst to them, the guards would not have much time left to live. Haku began his assassination campaign with Gato. It took him almost 30 minutes to be allowed to see the business magnate, but it was okay because Zabuza, the late, had taught him the importance of patience in the hunt. When the moment came, Haku dutifully followed Gato's secretary into his office, whereupon the young assassin's eyes scanned the space, a room that was otherwise empty save for 2 wannabes standing guard behind Gato. Why have you come here? Gato asked disdainfully, reminding Haku that the man was a pig, his pretensions to culture to the contrary. And where's your master? The bridge builder, as far as I know, made it home safely. Employing. Gato gurgled. After all, breathing becomes difficult when the throat collapses. The 2 pretenders began to react, but by then the secretary was dead and Haku was behind them. A moment later, they lay dead at his feet. After that, Haku went through the building as coldly and effectively as any killer had ever been able to. Before long, every room was covered in red spots, and silence was the norm. However, this did not last for long, as a few minutes later, flames fed by oil and office supplies reached the sky, and the lone arsonist fled into the night, unseen. The bridge builder and Konoha Nin would pay tomorrow. Hey, Sasuke, a building's burning in the east. Sasuke answered without looking at the Uzumaki. Wooden buildings have a tendency to burn bright when you set them on fire, Naruto. I understand, you moron. I can no longer see at night. I'm blind for shit. That raises some red flags. It renders us defenseless. Yep. Do you think Sensei and I should get up? Give him a break. He will most likely be needed tomorrow. Genius. What happens if someone attacks us tonight? For all we know, the enemy might have fired that building to impair our vision. We address it. They shouldn't catch us off guard because there is enough open space surrounding the building. Still, it would be ideal if I took your post and you took mine. I'm essentially blind in this light, and your eyes are better overall. Okay. It's not all that distant. After they had switched places, Naruto remarked, maybe a half-mile from here at most. All right. Why isn't the alarm going off? The road leading in that general direction clearly reveals this house. Nobody has rushed to put out the fire in our observation, much less the small army that would be present in Konoha. Sasuke gave it some thought. It's strange, he concurred. Yeah. We will ascertain tomorrow morning. Probably pay the street kids to investigate, the genin with raven hair remarked, giving a sharp crack of his knuckles. Yes. I assume you noticed the children? I saw the hunger in their eyes, if that's what you mean. Yeah. Yes. We'll probably find out on tomorrow. That night, Haku slept soundly. Having spent years on the run from assassins and having been schooled in the art of war, he knew the value of sleep. After a hearty breakfast at 6 in the morning, He spent another hour getting ready and listening to the rumors circulating about the fire at Gato's office before setting out at around 9 in the evening for his target, the bridge builder's home. Haku knew from the intelligence Gato had given him at the beginning of the contract and from his own observations that Tsunade left for work every day at exactly 8 in the morning. He also knew from overheard conversations on the street that during the night the news of the fire at Gato's headquarters had spread like wildfire throughout Wave Country. But in the short time of his rule, the squat despot had terrorized the little island nation to the point where the people were reduced to cows. The businessman was dead and burned to a crisp, and all of Wave came to a petrified standstill as everyone waited for the tyrant and his gangs of thugs, rapists, and murderers to descend on them like a pack of wolves on a herd of sheep. This was good news, as Haku's job would be made easier. As far as the late Zabuza's apprentice could tell, all the cowards who lived close to the fire had stayed within their homes, probably praying to their gods that Gato not accuse them of setting his property ablaze come sunup. But instead of heading straight to the bridge builder's house, Haku made a detour to the bridge to scout out enemy deployment information, and sure enough, just as he had calculated, a couple of Konoha nin stood guard over Tsunade, supervising the few stalwart hands who had shown up for work that day. Unfortunately, one of them was the man who had murdered his master. Haku turned from the bridge and headed for his destination, thinking to himself, that leaves the two boys. The bridge builder was a brave man in his own right, maybe the only one in his country, and as his footsteps carried him away from the half-built structure, the half of Haku that could still feel emotion felt a small amount of admiration for him. However, the phony hunter.nin knew that he would not regret killing him, nor would he regret killing any of them today, innocent or not. The brat had refused to leave their side this morning when he couldn't stand to be in the same room as them last night. Well, they'd finally asked him why and gotten their answer. It wasn't to their liking. Naruto and Sasuke glared at Inari, the stupid, whiny grandson of the besotted bastard who was their client. Sasuke leaned down to meet the little twerp's level and said, "Listen, you crybaby. I don't care who you are or who you think you are. I'll tie you up and leave you to rot on an ant colony if you say those words in front of me again." Tsunade, Inari's mother, called, "Inari, you come here." After glancing at Sasuke, both of them turned to face her. Since Sasuke had spoken loudly enough for her to likely hear, they would now likely have to listen to a tirade from her as well. As all of this was going on, Inari ran as fast as his legs would allow to his mother, who sent him into the house with a quiet word before walking to the genin. "You will not use that tone. Those words or any similar ones with my son again," she assured them. Sasuke met her gaze and did not move an inch. "Your son says he's been following us around this morning so that he'll be around to see how we die when Gato comes to kill us," he replied. Tsunade appeared upset. "I apologize." She paused, pain clearly visible in her eyes. "My son hasn't been himself since. But that does not give you the right to speak to my son in that manner." It was obvious she didn't want to talk about that subject with the two genin. He wasn't going to back down an inch. The brat deserved whatever was coming to him. "We'll ignore your son in the future, but tell him to watch his words," Sasuke replied. Tsunade gave a small nod of her head, decided that was as much accommodation as she would get, and turned to leave. "Uke, you talked down on her." Tsunade vanished into the house, and Naruto exclaimed in shock. "It's not very difficult. I saw it done when I was younger," Sasuke remarked, averting his gaze. Sasuke's family would be one that would remain fresh until the day he died, and some wounds do not heal even with time, so Naruto nodded and let it be. Sasuke muttered, "Damned mist," after a few moments of silence. "Yes." Naruto concurred, saying, "And damn Kakashi Sensei for leaving a standing guard over the house." Since no one had any information about Gato's whereabouts, they were forced to accept the possibility that the bridge builder's family was the target of a kidnapping attempt, and Hitaki had been forced to accept it. Kakashi had allowed Tsunade to convince them the previous day that they needed to protect both the construction workers and the family once the news of the midnight fire reached them. As a result, Naruto and Sasuke were stuck with the cushy, boring assignment they so much disliked due to having drawn the longer straws. Without warning, Sasuke said, "Someone's watching us." For a few moments, Naruto's forehead furrowed. "I can feel them." "Well done. How do we proceed?" "Call them out. And get to know them. What would happen if there were two attackers, with one luring us in with bait and the other pursuing the family?" "Sasuke, we can't be strong everywhere," Naruto answered. "Quite. So, call them out." As icicle shards shot towards Sasuke and his partner, Naruto leapt to the side, and the two ran apart, towards the house, putting distance between them. "I think I will," Sasuke said as he leapt to the side. After coming to a stop close to the porch, Naruto yelled, "Tsunami-san, get your son, if you can hear me, but don't leave the house. We are not aware of the number of attackers, but we are under attack." Inside the house, there was a patter of feet running, and then windows and doors slamming shut. Naruto nodded to Sasuke, and Sasuke's Sharingan flared to life, allowing them to dodge another hail of razor sharp icicles and advance in its general direction, running, weaving and zigzagging to make themselves appear as unpredictable as possible, splitting up until they were about 50 yards apart before accelerating in a scissor movement to cut off their opponent's cover tree and cut off two possible avenues of escape and maneuver. Following closely behind his partner, Naruto made the seals for Gokakyu no Jutsu and torched his sector, forcing their opponent to either retreat or advance towards one of them, with the hidden nin opting for the latter. The unknown nin was quick, but Sasuke was faster still and he had the Sharingan, so the real fight was brief. Just a few blows were traded before Sasuke broke the nin's guard and kicked him out. A split second after the kick connected and the two went flying, Naruto's kunai shot through where the enemy had been if it had struck the target, which was the head of the unknown assailant. The fight would have ended there, but Sasuke's kick kept the nin alive. "Where is Zabuza right now?" Sasuke questioned, glancing at their opponent. Sasuke was positive that Zabuza was in the area because it was the same fake hunter.nin from before. He wasn't sure if he and Naruto could hold off the swordsman and his pet assassin, but maybe they could buy Dazuna's daughter and her brat some time to escape. The hunter.nin rose to his feet, ripped off his mask, and his face twisted with anger, grief, hate, and 1,000 other negative emotions. "Don't you dare speak his name, feckless scum," the child growled. "Zabuza. Sama's dead because of you." "It's the first amazing piece of news I've heard all day," Sasuke exclaimed with a broad smile. The phony hunter.nin threw his mask at Sasuke, yelling in rage. As Naruto and Sasuke watched, massive shards of ice formed between them and Zabuza's pet on their own without their opponent using any seals, and the clearing's temperature dropped to almost freezing. The shards shot forward as soon as they formed, only to be stopped by another of Naruto's fireballs. Sasuke leapt over the flames, using the fire and steam to deflect his movement, and landed on his opponent, firing a barrage of shuriken at the nin, who leapt to avoid them and unintentionally walked right into Naruto's fist. The nin spit out a couple of teeth and glared at his tormentors as his eyes glazed over and his body temperature dropped even more. The vicious punch sent him flying a dozen or so yards, but he somehow managed to land on his feet. "This is not feeling good," mumbled Naruto. Though they had the advantage of numbers, Sasuke's Sharingan was not fully awakened and Naruto did not know how to use his demon, and their opponent seemed to have complete control over his bloodline. Quite frankly, they were in over their heads, their initial success notwithstanding, and it looked like they were going to get the shit beaten out of them. It was evident that their opponent had a bloodline that had to do with ice and temperature. Both Sasuke and Naruto knew that their opponent did not have the reserves to keep expending such high amounts of chakra for more than a minute or two before he died of chakra exhaustion. This was the good news. The bad news was that it was very much an open question whether they could survive the next 2 minutes. The ground started to freeze over from the moisture in the air just then, making footing precarious, and little shards of ice began to form in the air all over the place. When the shards reached a critical density, they burst faster than the eye could follow, sending the two genin scampering off in completely different directions. Their logic was straightforward. The more they split their opponent's attention, the better off they would be overall. The best course of action would have been to flee as quickly as possible from the suicidal maniac who was desperately trying to kill them, but that would have left Tsunade and her son vulnerable to the icy mercies, so they couldn't do that. Instead, they had to hold their ground and defeat the enemy before they perished. Naruto's raven-haired partner, on the other hand, did not have the luxury of chakra reserves that were the envy of gods, but he had speed, which he gained from training with Naruto as well as the daily team exercises, and he had his Sharingan. Granted, his Sharingan was not fully developed, but with 3 months of high-speed combat behind him, he was able to evade the numerous ice shards shooting all around, while blocking the ones he couldn't dodge with his kunai. Sasuke was stopped at 10 yards, and Naruto at about 5. Beyond that, the slippery ground and the density of the ice shards made it deadly to advance even at the speeds they moved. Nevertheless, despite their prowess, neither of the genin could advance to arm's length of their opponent. In fact, they did not even come close. The boy's knees did not quite hit the ground before Naruto's kunai took him just behind his ears, and the spread of shuriken Sasuke threw took him in his shoulders, chest, abdomen, and nose. He died without so much as a word, and his body twitched as it lay on the ground, bleeding out. Then suddenly, after what seemed like an eternity, The rain of ice stopped as their enemy's chakra reserves finally gave and he collapsed, gasping. Moments later, Tsunade and Inari dared to finally leave the house, but not before Sasuke and Naruto fell on their knees, laughing hysterically, celebrating their unexpected victoria. They'd escaped death yet again, by the narrowest of margins. Naruto stood up and approached Sasuke while the mother and son stood anxiously on the porch. Their expressions revealed the widest smiles ever, but they had quite different intentions. Guess what, Uke? Oh, great genius, what? On both of your eyes, you have 3 tumors, congratulations. While he studied the report in front of him and tried to keep his composure in front of the Anbu officers in front of him, Sarutobi was actually more enraged than he had ever been. I hope this is reliable. Blackface, the head of Anbu intelligence, and Morino Ibiki, the head of Anbu torture and interrogation, nodded. Blackface declared, we have confirmation from a number of sources. The precise details are unknown to the control we took from Rice, but in the past few months, there has been a significant increase in traffic through his station. Ibiki agreed, saying, we can't be positive about everything he said, but the reports from the intelligence section verify most of it. All across Fire Country, sleepers are starting to come out. Thus far, we have located 15. There must have been more that we missed. To be honest, we were unaware that Suna had planted so many plants, Blackface continued. Sarutobi pondered the intelligence they had and took a deep draw from his pipe, but he didn't linger long because the evidence was clear. To think that it had come to this, he muttered, asking if anyone else shared his suspicions about the plot. We're positive they're not in direct contact. Blackface retorted, there haven't been any changes in their readiness status in months. But didn't we miss Suna as well? Questioned the third. The one who starts it, Hokage. Sama, is Otto. Every indication suggests that might be the case. Suna's actions are merely self-serving. This, Sarutobi said, glaring at the paper, is not opportunism. This is a very reckless move. It is not wise to trust Orochimaru. I would assume that everyone has learned that from history. Playing devil's advocate, Ibiki joked, Suna's position is untenable thanks to the daimyo's intransigence, as you well know. Sarutobi nodded, but he was aware of the true cause of Suna's present woes. Fuck all you stupid daimyos, the elderly man swore. How should we proceed, Hokage? Sama, Blackface inquired. They intend to attack us amid the Chunin examinations? Each of the heads nodded. The Hokage narrowed his eyes and said, we'll see about that. The Fire Daimyo needs to be informed of this development. Ibiki, I think this will be handled by one of your subordinates. It is intelligence's responsibility. Hokage. Sama, my people aren't precisely diplomatic. You'll go, Sarutobi declared, dismissing the chief interrogator's protest, immediately. Ibiki nodded, and regardless of any doubts he had about his suitability for the job, he would do everything in his power to carry out his orders, if that was what he was told. What information should I give the daimyo? Konoha's going snake hunting, Suna? They as well. Give him a copy of this document, and after he reads it, make sure it gets destroyed right in front of your eyes. Ibiki gave a nod. Organize a department heads meeting. This information is currently SSS classified. The council is not to be informed. Yes, Hokage. Sama. Dismissed, once the 2 officers had departed. Sarutobi locked the document in his locker and went to the window, where he stared at the Hokage monument and the way of life they'd preached and instilled in Konoha's soul, thought about all the heroes, past and present, who had given their lives to save the village, watched with his eyes as the people on the streets below dealt with day-to-day issues and went about their lives, thought about everything he'd learned from the report, and slowly began to prepare his aging heart for war once more. He'd known for a long time that he'd made a terrible mistake all those years ago by allowing Orochimaru to live, but now that he had the chance to atone for the sins of that day, he would seize it. He would bring down that stupid, overreaching snake and pissant, and his upstart village with him. There would be no mistakes or lapses in judgment this time around, and Orochimaru was going to fry. He would teach the elemental nations that Konoha caught off guard, but Konoha prepared was a whole different proposition, as the shinobi wars of an earlier era had proved. Once the pleasantries were over, Lord Watanbe, the daimyo's closest confidant, called him. Sarutobi. It would be best to have one of your advisors with us for this meeting. Silently, the third rang the bell, instructing his assistant to summon Junin Nara Shikaku. Although Lord Watanbe's official purpose for visiting Konoha was to display the flag, his sudden, hurried visit a few days after Ibiki returned from the capital suggested that he was actually in Hidden Leaf to discuss the threat posed by Suna and Otto. Moreover, Watanbe's handwritten letter from the daimyo addressed the matter in the morning, verifying the Hokage's suspicions. As a result, the third had not lost time in requesting that the city's resident political expert clear his schedule for the day. Watanbe stated without hesitation, the daimyo is concerned about the raid, as soon as Sarutobi presented Shikaku. Damage would have been considerable had we remained unaware of the enemy's machinations for much longer, but we wised up to the conspiracy in time and we can prepare properly. Please inform the daimyo that I have every confidence that Konoha will respond in an appropriate manner, replied the Hokage. Lord Watanbe gave a nod. That is good. The daimyo will be pleased. He will, of course, leave the execution of the plan to you, but he requests that Konoha not exercise the first strike option. Certainly, it makes more sense to launch a pre-emptive strike if the daimyo's concerned about damage to Konoha's infrastructure and wishes to minimize losses to his ninja corps, Shikaku said. With a quick glance, Watanbe told the Junin that he was aware of the Nara's attempt to gather information and thought it unnecessary. That was, after all, the reason he was in Konoha. It would, he answered. But the daimyo has in mind, shall we say, bigger fish to fry. He does not wish Konoha and Fire Country to be seen as the aggressors at this juncture. Ah, murmured Shikaku. The great game. Yes, Sarutobi gave a nod. What does the daimyo wish? I said to the lord. Only the impossible, of course, Watanbe retorted with a sardonic grin. The daimyo would that Konoha make Orochimaru and his allies believe that we remain unaware of his plans. The actual raid must be crushed, however, with minimal loss to the ninja corps. That is a challenging task, indeed, Sarutobi said solemnly. If the enemy were a fool, it would be nearly impossible to lay a trap on the scale required to destroy a raiding force of over 1,000 and hide it. It took an act of God to defeat someone like Orochimaru. The daimyo's emissary and confidant insisted, but it must be done. Why? Inquired Sarutobi. I'm being asked to put the village, the civilians and my soldiers at risk. What purpose is served by this? Watanbe glanced at Shikaku. Now that they were violating some extremely private information, it would be best if as few people as possible knew. You may rest assured, Lord Watanbe, that Junin Shikaku has my complete confidence. Yes, of course, the lord said, grinning pityingly at the Nara. Nevertheless, he took a moment to consider the possible consequences. What I say now is not to leave this room. There'll be war within the week if other countries were to learn of this. We comprehend, Sarutobi answered. Watanbe cleared his throat and nodded. As you know, Tea Country supplies Fire Country with 70% of our coal. The coal imports are of the highest quality and our steel industry is almost completely reliant on them. Tea Country also has the strongest navy in the land. Their navy is much stronger than ours, in fact, and they have forced many concessions from us in the past using their naval power as a bargaining chip. However, despite the trade, the common border we share, and the strategic synergies to be had, Tea Country has been very recalcitrant towards forging closer relations with Fire Country. They have, in fact, consistently refused any overture for an alliance in the military and political arena. Tea Country continues to maintain close relationships with our enemies. Moreover, their intransigence, the lurking threat posed by their navy and their friendship with belligerent foreign powers has thwarted our political objectives and stayed our hand for the longest time. Sarutobi answered, we're aware of this, appearing a little perplexed as to where Watanbe was taking his talk. Fire's tense relationship with their neighbor was well known to all residents of Konoha who held Junin rank and higher. After all, the daimyo's orders for infiltration or assassination missions within Tea Country accounted for 1/6 of all S-rank missions. But for some reason, Shikaku made the logical step that the Hokage's astute mind would not, and his eyes widened slightly. The Junin's quiet response to the thought that occurred to him was a credit to his self-control. Surely we aren't a, Watanbe grinned. Surely, we are. The report on the Suna conspiracy said that a battalion of Auto Nin A the majority of their forces for the attack A would be smuggled through Tea Country. Maybe, Sarutobi pedantically corrected. The Hokage's expression betrayed that he understood what Watanbe had not said up to that point and was not the least bit amused by it. In fact, he seemed pretty angry. Sarutobi's rebuttal and his abrupt shift in demeanor elicited no response from Watanbe, but Lord and Cage exchanged glances and made fresh assessments of one another. The daimyo's envoy asked, maintaining eye contact with Sarutobi, Junin Shikaku, would you please excuse us for a moment? The Nara got up silently and went outside, shutting the door behind him. Good, now we can speak frankly, Watanbe continued as the door closed. Old friend, I know what you're thinking. You're under the mistaken belief this will not come to pass. But you are wrong. It will come to pass. In fact, it must come to pass, and at a time and place of our choosing. You've read the same intelligence reports as I, and so you know that I speak the truth. This is without question the reason why I'm having a hard time reconciling your conduct now with the comrade who I fought beside so many years back. So, answer me this. Have you become so big a fool in your old age as to ignore truth when it stares at you in your face? The Hokage remained quiet for a while he composed a suitable response of his own. With confidence, he shot back, "Do you deny that this war you plan is a land-grabbing operation driven by greed? Do you think me grown so senile that I would be swayed by your arguments without pausing to part the veil of illusion and see the truth hidden within? It is precisely because I have read the reports that I consider this warmongering." To both of your inquiries, the answer is no. Watanabe nodded gravely. But you disappoint me. I expected you to be pragmatic, and the visage I see before me is everything but. As to your final statement, I will reply to it with a question of my own. Do you deny that we face war a decade down the line? No, I do not. Then would you rather we fight a war on two fronts with enemies at our front and on our rear? Does it not make sense to deal with one enemy at a time and defeat them in detail rather than fall prey to two enemies at once? We're simply precluding the latter possibility with this invasion. Sarutobi said, "You aren't giving peace a chance. Surely you jest. Or have you grown senile in your old age? No wonder the other villages gaily call Konoha a nation of tree huggers. Under your rule, I should expect the villagers to hug trees myself," Watanabe said with a scathing tone. In a reconciliatory voice, he responded, "Forgive my tone and poor choice of words, Sarutobi, but I'm having a hard time understanding the new you. What happened to the man who went by the motto, 'Prepare for the worst and hope for the best'? What happened to the master politician who could outdo the best of them? What happened to the brilliant and ruthless general who did his duty by his people no matter the cost to protect them from harm?" The third said softly, "He grew old. He is tired. He has lived through too many wars and seen too much bloodshed." Watanabe softened his gaze. "Death is lighter than the feather. Duty is heavier than the mountain," he said with kindness. The Hokage let out a sigh. Although he had believed that he was mentally prepared for battle, it appears that Orochimaru's reappearance had a much greater impact on him than he had realized. That was to be expected, though. Once, when he had the other two Sannin, he had looked upon the boy as a son and had his love returned with betrayal. Dealing with betrayal by loved ones is never simple. Never has this been truer than when you're elderly and practically dead. Softer, Watanabe said, "In this, you have no choice, old friend. This is a direct order from the daimyo. In this, he won't be hindered. Refuse and he will make life unpleasant for you and for Konoha." Sarutobi remained silent for the longest minute, deep in thought. He could use his newfound understanding of the reason behind his stubbornness to help him make choices. The decision was clear-cut, but the Hokage was a shrewd politician, as Watanabe had previously stated. A part of him felt that there were benefits to be gained from this, and he would be foolish to pass up the opportunity to take full advantage of the circumstances. "Very well. Tell the daimyo that it'll be as he wishes. He can have his war and I'll be his sword. In return, he has to promise me that he'll support my choice for successor." Sarutobi, be realistic. A person in the daimyo's position cannot make such a commitment. Not on such a sensitive issue as this. I have to have his support, Seijiro. Covert will do, but I'm not averse to a little overt show of arms either. Watanabe furrowed his brow. "It's that bad?" "It wasn't, really, but you never know when that final bit of power can help you win a fight and turn the tide. Especially considering that Danzo had been becoming more and more known for a while. Sarutobi knew the crippled X.Nin was a disaster waiting to happen and that he could not be allowed to become the Hokage, even though he had nothing against the man. Danzo. Watanabe heard the Hokage's one word that said it all. "That old warhawk?" he questioned, raising an eyebrow in alarm. Danzo was a straightforward man who was not fond of nuance, not to mention a belligerent. Nevertheless, he was devoted to the village and the nation. He was an advocate of peace, but only under the conditions set by Konoha and Hai no Kuni. That wasn't inherently terrible, since the daimyo himself desired war, but Danzo wasn't as smart about politics and leadership as any tactician who has ever lived on the planet. He would ultimately lose the war even though he would win the field battles and simultaneously run his country into the ground. Not exactly the kind of leader that was desired. Yes. He has wormed his way into the hearts of the council, has he? How? Most of the honorable civilian councilors are attracted to him like a moth to flame. He promises them more power in the running of the village. They would, the poor fools. I assume he has no plans to share power? Sarutobi gave a shrug. Once the sycophants had served his purpose, Danzo was far more likely to put them to death than to share power with them. The man was strongly opposed to the idea of incompetents holding positions of power and had a mindset more appropriate for the battlefield. For the same reason, during the wars of a bygone era, he had summarily executed samurai officers from noble clans close to the daimyo, disregarding the political consequences. Very well. I'll try to pull what strings I can with the daimyo, but no promises. You get me his word that he'll support me. It needn't be a promise, but I want a guarantee that if things were to happen that would portray Danzo in a less than flattering manner, I would get unequivocal support from the daimyo to replace the old coot. Watanabe laughed. For Sarutobi to refer to him in such a way must be a great irritation to him. That, I can do. But not if your opponents are as strongly entrenched as your words indicate. The daimyo will only intervene in your favor if there's no clear winner in this political battle. This is acceptable, NT country? Konoha will not launch a pre-emptive strike. It would help if you were present at the Council of War and state clearly that the daimyo does not want to risk war with earth or lightning. I can do that. That's settled then. Yes. By the way, the daimyo wants you to lead the ninja detachment on the field during the invasion. Sarutobi answered, wouldn't miss it for the world, especially since he was already planning to do it. Let him believe the nest was empty and he could return home to roost, after all, is the best way to apprehend someone like Danzo. Almost as an afterthought, the Hokage said, I'll call in Shikaku. The three genin were throwing up on the ground after taking one glance inside the house. But Kakashi was stronger than that. During his childhood war, he had witnessed worse, albeit not significantly and only because of the scales involved. Entering the room, he gave the boy who appeared to be no older than 7 years old, who was the only survivor, the 1,000-yard stare. When the Junin lifted the child, he did not even flinch. Kakashi knew that leaving the boy alive to live a sick life that was perhaps the cruelest thing the killers had done. He looked around at the bloody mess inside and suddenly had the same thought that Itachi had. Take the boy outside, Sasuke. Put her on guard. Let Sakura take care of him, he said, passing the child to the blonde genin, Naruto. As he left, Naruto gave the room one last glance, committing the terrifying vision within to memory. He appeared ready to kill, which was not unlike how Kakashi felt himself, and his eyes sparkled with cold rage at the butchers who had carried out this deed. After leaving the home of the impoverished family and approaching the bridge builder, Kakashi said, Tsunade-san, I want you to take charge here. Organize them as you will, but start forming neighborhood defense squads with able-bodied men. As you can see, we're running out of brave men, Tsunade responded, gesturing with his hands to the roughly dozen men who were irate in the area. Kakashi had to concede that Tsunade made a valid point. The horrific act was carried out in a neighborhood with hundreds of families by the former goons of the late Gato, who had finally found his fully cooked, decapitated head tucked into a severely deformed metal cabinet. One would have thought that with such numbers on their side, they'd driven the murderers out, but only a handful of them dared to come out of hiding even now, after a whole family was brutally murdered. The Junin had never been so disgusted in his life, but he understood that their actions were the inevitable result of Gato's rule of terror. These men and you both possess courage, Kakashi answered. He gave an example to one of the onlookers. Look at the fire in those eyes. Can't you see the thirst for vengeance and justice there? Hearing Kakashi's words, the men advanced. Find more like them, Tsunade-san, the Junin insisted. There are always men like these. And if you find none, flee this blighted land. Wave country does not deserve to exist otherwise. Nodding, Tsunade walked out with the men. As she watched them leave with purpose in their steps, Kakashi realized that there was still hope for the Wave people. When he turned to face his students, Naruto and Sasuke were staring at him expectantly. Sakura, take the boy to Tsunade-san's house. See if you can find out if the boy has any surviving relatives, he stated. Although the Junin was aware that he didn't want to leave the damaged child with any living relatives, he figured it would never hurt to see what connections he had before returning to Konoha. Sakura gave a nod but did not comply. Kakashi was aware that she would be staring into her teacher and imitating her teammates if the traumatized child wasn't present. Naruto, Sasuke, I want you to scout the neighborhood. Find out if anyone saw anything. The cowardly louts saw it. Yes, Sasuke retorted, his teeth clenched. His brother had massacred the Uchiha clan that fateful night, and the scene inside the house had brought back those memories. The butchers who'd carried out this slaughter were nothing more than feeble scum, except in the one instance where his insane and superhumanly strong brother had been an unstoppable juggernaut. The murderers would have left if the neighborhood's residents had united, but none had. In as many nights, A third family had paid the price directly related to their cowardice. Kakashi remained silent in response. It was not the appropriate location or moment to give a lesson to Sasuke, and he was never going to pay attention. At least not with this subject. It's not like the Junin blamed him for who he was. The boy's character had been molded by Itachi's hands, and his filth would always tarnish it. Once you've interviewed any witness who willingly comes forward, you will advance on the camp the bandits have built on the outskirts of the town. You will report to me the layout of the camp, the number of men in it, the security and other relevant observations this evening at Tsunade-san's house at 6 p.m. sharp. Naruto asked, "What are you going to do?" "We're going to teach the murderers a lesson in terror. Now, leave me. I have to take care of certain things. I received word yesterday that Konoha would be dispatching an Anbu squad to deal with the law and order situation here in a more permanent manner. It'll be at least 2 more days before they arrive here, however. They're responding to a message I sent nearly a week back on the day Gato died, and the situation wasn't this bad then," Kakashi clarified after Naruto finished his verbal account of the camp of bandits. "Does that mean we'll do nothing but scout and gather intelligence?" Sakura inquired. Wetting his blade no longer, Sasuke gave Kakashi a fierce look, defying him to disagree with Sakura. The Junin gave the genin with the raven hair a mischievous smile in return. Kakashi answered, "No, we won't wait that long. Granted, gaining Wave's cooperation with Konoha would benefit them in the long run, but the Junin shared his students' disapproval of the killings. That his personal feelings and political objectives coincided for once was a good thing. In the life of a shinobi, they were seldom. The 3 genin were interested in that. The plan is to terrorize these feckless vermin. We will remind them that what goes around comes around." All Kakashi needed to see were the 3 sly smiles that emerged on his genin's faces. With a clear throat, he told them exactly what he wanted done, making it clear that he did not expect the boys to complete the last part of the plan on their own. He gave all 3 of his genin the assurance that they were not yet prepared for the task at hand. The majority of shinobi never wear and then left them to get ready for the hunt. Naruto mumbled, "You sure you want to do this, okay? We can take turns, you know?" 2 hours had passed since midnight when Naruto and Sasuke hid behind a tree a short distance from the bandit camp. Tonight, the outlaws hadn't gone into the city, most likely due to the fact that they were too inebriated to walk. They would not have been so careless with security if they had known they were being hunted, but they were going to pay a price for it from Team 7. Sasuke said, "It would bother you to kill these bastards in cold blood." "Not that much," Naruto shot back, recalling the mutilated bodies and nude rape victims who were either strangled to death or killed in a variety of other horrifying ways. "You can desecrate the corpses?" Naruto remained silent. It was not necessary for him to. It was obvious to Sasuke that the blonde would not. But Sasuke could, because of the parting lesson and curse from his brother. "I guess I'll stand watch while you get your jollies." Without much emotion, Sasuke said, "More like a duty that I'll relish," and he turned back to the camp. The hunt would soon start, and at dawn, the predators of yesterday would discover they are the prey of today. "Danzo," Sarutobi said, giving the veteran with one arm a single nod of greeting. Silently, Danzo, Kaharu, and Homura followed him into the Hokage's home. After everyone was seated, Sarutobi said, "The village is once again at a dangerous crossroads. We wouldn't be in this predicament if you hadn't allowed his escape," Homura claimed. Danzo remarked, "But he didn't, and we are. The past is behind us and the future ahead. The present confronts us now. Will you do what needs to be done this time, Sarutobi?" The Hokage furrowed his brow. To be honest, the night he let Orochimaru go was not his best moment, and the other 3 people in the room had never forgiven him for allowing the traitor to leave out of love for him as a father. In all honesty and sincerity, the third declared, "I've learned my lesson." Today, he faced opposition from 2 people who had similar political experience, if not more astute, while the third person merely knew him. Sarutobi realized that lying to this crowd would not work because they would catch him before he could even finish speaking. Yet there are various methods to capture fish, and he was aware of the ideal lure for this group. "Pre-emptive strike?" Danzo inquired, interpreting Sarutobi's statement as the conclusion of the conversation on that subject. Hokage gave a headshake. "The daimyo doesn't wish it." "Any ulterior motives?" "War." All 3 of the elders said simultaneously. "Can't be rice country. Too close to earth and lightning," Kaharu thought. Homura added thoughtfully, "If not the newest thorn in our side, then an older one. And tea country is the biggest small nuisance of them all. Poses the greatest threat to our economy with their navy in the long run and their lightning allies, too," Danzo said. With a questioning gaze, the three turned to face the Hokage, who nodded in agreement. Homura questioned, but what pretext are we going to use? Aiding and abetting the enemy. My prodigal student's plans to smuggle his men through Tea Country will be our excuse. It'll have to be after the fact, Danzo said, scowling thoughtfully. Lightning will not accept anything else. Yes, but that's all for the future. The most pressing question is how best do we turn the raid into a trap? Homura replied. And what kind of trap would best serve our long-term interests? It's something to think on, anyways. Nara Shikaku is already working on the task of activating and training the reserves for the Chunin exams and after. In the meanwhile, I wanted to work on tentative tasking plans for the invasion force. I know we are supposed to leave this to our subordinates after giving them due direction, but the plans must be made in utmost secrecy. This is why I called you three today, Sarutobi said as he looked at his colleagues. With a sigh, Kaharu got up to get some tea. This would not be an easy night. Sarutobi was seeing the three of them out early the following morning when Danzo stopped at the threshold and turned to his opponent, who was also his ally at times. You better see about bringing your other wayward student back to the village. If there's to be a war, who knows how many lives her medical knowledge will save. I would, too, if I knew where she was, sadly answered Sarutobi. Give me a couple of weeks, I'll find her for you. The Hokage gave a nod. Shaking his head, Sarutobi thought back to his plans for the man as Danzo left. The Hokage had a soft spot for the elderly cripple, even though the crippled X.Nin managed to annoy him and they were frequently at odds in the political sphere. Due to unfortunate circumstances, their divergent ideologies had set them against one another. Consoling himself, the third reasoned that sometimes even the best stock had to be sacrificed for the sake of greater good. If Danzo's unrealistic and self-delusional thoughts were not stopped, the village would undoubtedly be damned. And there was only one person who could stop someone with Danzo's level of determination. He identified as Katana Katsumoto. He was one of the few skilled swordsmen in Gato's group of hired guns, but his true calling in life was his ability to commit murder, torture, rape, and sadism at the drop of a hat. The men respected him for his experience and ruthlessness, knowing he was an old hand. They treated him the same as any of the more dangerous men in the camp, acknowledging his fearlessness in the face of peril. A few even referred to him as their boss. Katsumoto was all of the above, but he was also a riser. Thus, Katsumoto woke the entire camp when he screamed himself hoarse upon seeing an exsanguinated and severely decapitated head, the eyes devoid of eyelids appearing to stare straight into his soul. Fear and panic swept through the ranks of the murderous thugs like wildfire as men in other tents awoke to discover 9 more of their neighbors brutally murdered in their slumber. Gato's survivors discovered that they were no longer the neighborhood's top predators and that the hunt was underway as a result. The sealed orders and fake mission requests for the week leading up to the finals are done, Blackface stated. With a nod, Sarutobi put down his quill. He said, please sit down. The commander of the Anbu sat down. Blackface went on, Anbu squad and individual training for their missions are done. Cooperation from Root has been extraordinary. We've established communication protocols, and our people and theirs have trained extensively on interoperability. That's good. We're actually ahead of schedule on that front then. Yes, Hokage. Sama. But I have reservations about keeping the regular shinobi regiments so completely in the dark. I understand some of the members are under suspicion of being compromised as well as the overriding need for secrecy, but this policy is going to have an adverse impact on our state of readiness. That, the third kept saying, cannot be helped. Surprise and secrecy are paramount to our plan. Strategic surprise certainly is, even more so than tactical element or overall effectiveness. Blackface, using the Anbu term for the regulars, questioned, are we prepared for the casualties that the plainclothes will suffer? Considering the strategic objectives, shouldn't we be more sensitive to troop losses? The Hokage looked expectantly at the department head and said, this is the best that we can do within the boundaries imposed on us from within and without. Unless you have something new to contribute. We can assign the Chunin and Genin teams to civilian evacuation. The Junin can serve as the mobile security force as well as strategic reserve during the raid. Sarutobi inclined forward, displaying a hint of curiosity. It'll allow Anbu teams assigned to the evacuation to focus on offensive operations, Blackface continued, clearly feeling that victory was imminent. Sarutobi shut his eyes and considered the situation. When he opened them, he exuded an air of having decided what he wanted to say and would not entertain any more discussion. Blackface assumed his suggestion was about to be turned down because of the Hokage's severe expression. It's time for a review, anyhow. We can always rewrite the SOP for evacuation and make the process work for us, Sarutobi relaxedly said, giving the Anbu commander a nod of acknowledgement and a wry smile. All right. This is what we'll do. As soon as they were inside the exam room, she said, you know, I think this is going to be a cinch, her gaze fixed on all the genin gathered there. As if that was ever in question, Naruto snapped back. As he passed his haughty teammates, Sasuke muttered, the idea is to not attract attention. Sakura scowled and Naruto shook his head, but they trailed the Uchiha to the room's lone vacant corner to the left of the entryway. Naruto said in a sour voice to his raven-haired teammate, screw you, mister, I've got a stake up my ass. Why do you have to cramp everyone's style? He leaned against the wall like Sakura and Sasuke did, facing the throng of genin. Though Sasuke started to respond, he held back when he noticed teams 10 and 8 were approaching their corner. We're about to have company. Naruto grinned and crossed his arms, it's just the dog and his crew, and the bitch and hers. Near enough to hear Naruto's remark, Ino gave the blonde a scowl. I heard that, jerk face. Really? Naruto asked, displaying astonishment. And here I was thinking you were deaf. Fuck you, Ino uttered quite angrily. Whether or not Sasuke was her teammate, she was not going to put up with some bastard calling her ab.tch in private. She would give the blonde bastard a war if that was what he wanted. Sakura intervened to stop the conversation before it turned into a fight, saying, Naruto, shut up. What do you want, Ino? I came here to see my Sasuke-kun, Ino answered. It's been so long since I've seen him. Not long enough for me, Sasuke casually remarked. Naruto laughed. He asked the others, so, what have you guys been up to? Missions and training, Kiba answered on behalf of everyone. I bet I can kick your ass now. Naruto snorted and started to respond, but he stopped himself when he noticed someone new. He questioned the older genin with the spectacles and the Konoha headband, and who are you? The newcomer gave a beguiling smile. I'm Yakushi Kabuto. I came to give you guys some advice. At the name, Naruto scratched his head. Are we supposed to know you? No, replied Kabuto, but I've attended these exams several times before and there are a lot of dangerous folks here. You would do better to not attract attention to yourselves. Sasuke laughed aloud at the phrase. He said, in a condescending and contemptuous tone, must be a veteran loser then. Team 7 doesn't need your advice. Now go over to your little corner and keep a lookout for the dangerous kids. They might hurt you. Kabuto said, I can help you, his once friendly smile slightly fading. I have collected information on all the examinees and am prepared to share them with you since we're all from the same village. With suspicion, Naruto questioned, you'll share information just like that? Either this Kabuto was a clueless fool or he was working toward a secret goal. Naruto was certain he didn't want Team 7 to be involved with him in both situations, but particularly in the latter. Apparently, Sasuke did as well. Go away, we don't need your information, Sasuke growled. Sakura cut him off, saying, wait a minute, Kabuto-san. She glanced at her teammates, quelling any protests that were beginning to form on their lips. You say that you have information on everyone gathered here? That's correct. Tell us about yourself then. Myself? Yes. Your strengths and weaknesses, things like that. With a smile, Kabuto opened his arms. With affability, he said, surely, you don't want to know about me. But we do, Sakura answered. We want to know why you'd failed the Chunin exams several times before. I don't see how that relates to this conversation, Kabuto replied, his once friendly smile beginning to fade. You're our opponent, Kabuto-san, Sakura said. We were taught that you learn more from failures than from success. There have been no other teams that have come up to us and offered assistance, Shikamaru continued, giving the older genin a suspicious look. Sakura had now pointed out the differences, which made him suspicious as well. When every small advantage you and your team could have could mean the difference between passing and failing the exam, why in the world would anyone taking the test want to help others? Are you setting yourself up to fail the exam? Kabuto replied, no, very slowly. His plans to impress the genin with his expertise and win their trust had been derailed by Team 7. He could have easily tricked the other genin since they were all the same, but the Nara was naturally extremely intelligent. However, brains were useless if you were too lazy to use them most of the time, and the other genin wasn't really the target of his attack. The Uchiha heir was his target, but it appeared that Kakashi had too much skill and teamwork for his group to fall for such a simple trap. Sakura said, but you will if you share information about yourself. Obviously, I can't tell you information about myself. Then you'll share information about the other genin examinees. Precisely. But we have no acquaintances, Shikamaru pondered. Why don't you tell us who we should watch out for? And throw in their strengths and weaknesses for good measure. Sharing the information Shikamaru requested would have been the simplest way out of this situation, but Kabuto knew that would have only gotten him into more trouble. Giving the genin and the Nara the answer would have undermined his own team during the exams and brought up some unsolicited questions, so he said nothing. After a few moments of silence, Sasuke spoke up, saying, "I thought so. You aren't here to help us but to undermine us. Get lost. We don't want you around." Kabuto also did. It was okay that his mission had failed. There was no escaping the trap in the Forest of Death, and he was confident that Team 7 would pass the written exam. The woman noted in her mind that the third ship of the day had sailed from the harbor. She tucked the information away, looked away from the window, and fixed her gaze on the middle-aged soldier who was dozing off in her bed. Only the night before letting him entice her, had she verified that he was one of the senior officers of the naval base's security detachment, even though she had been pursuing him for months. That was excellent. He would be in her hands like putty long before she had a month to work her magic on him. When the time came, she would play her part and he would play a part in the downfall of Tea Country. After all, when the ships are moored in port and on land, naval might is of no use. It was not until the Kusa Nin revealed herself to Team 7 that they sensed her presence. It was sufficient to cause them to pause. After the mission to Wave 2 months ago, all three genin had advanced significantly. They discovered that talent was required to trick them on the field. Kakashi, for instance, could pull it off 7 times out of 10. Sakura questioned, "Who are you?" as she widened to accommodate the Kusa Nin on her left flank. Sasuke moved to seize the genin from her right, following his teammate's lead, while Naruto defended the center. With a menacing grin, the Kusa Nin released a killing intent that was at least 10 times stronger than anything Team 7 had faced. The fact that the Kunoichi's desire to rend and dismember stopped them cold for a few seconds was a testament to her strength, as something that none of their opponents had been able to accomplish on the field thus far. This was obviously no regular genin. The Kunoichi asked, her smile even more sinister than her voice. "Can the hunted question the hunter?" Sakura's hand tightened around her kunai, then she forced herself to let go. She and her teammates dying was the worst that could have happened in this situation. It made sense to prey on the weak or the weakened rather than the strong, which was Team 7, but the Kusa Nin's team also had to be concerned about passing this section of the exam. "A challenge for your heaven scroll," the Kusa genin went on. With a tongue roll that would have diverted Naruto and Sasuke's attention on any other day, she swallowed her earth scroll and declared, "You can have mine. If you defeat me." When Naruto moved forward, Sakura and he were both struck by a strong daitopa from the Kunoichi, who never once looked away from Sasuke. By using their chakra to hold onto the branches they were perched on, Naruto and Sakura were able to withstand the windstorm. "Lady, you can blow me anytime you like, with a tongue like that," Naruto exclaimed as the roaring wind subsided. Even though the remark was improper, it was the correct thing to say because it let his teammates know that, despite how scary their opponent was, things would continue as usual. Team 7 then moved forward as a unit on various vectors so that they would fall upon their opponent in a staggered fashion without sending out any signals. Grinning at their strategy, the Kusa Nin held her ground. The only indication that she was even aware of Team 7's attack was the slight change in her posture. The Kunoichi were reached first by Naruto. Sasuke leapt high into the air, testing the other genin's defenses even as he drove in his first probing strike. The blonde struck a blow that the Kusa Nin casually blocked, but her training betrayed her. She turned to face Sasuke as she defended herself from Naruto, her gaze naturally falling on his abrupt, lightning fast movement. When their gazes locked, she was drawn into his genjutsu. The Kusa Nin faltered almost simultaneously as Sakura unleashed her own genjutsu, which was far stronger and more difficult to break than her attempts from less than 6 months ago. She vanished into mud as Naruto's kunai seized her carotid arteries at that precise moment. Without pausing, Naruto spun and delivered a powerful high kick. The Kusa Nin blocked it and struck him hard, just above his solar plexus, breaking his ribcage if he hadn't used a Kaweram quickly enough to get away. As the blonde fled, Sasuke's Housenka fried the Kusa Nin, but the raven-haired genin, like his teammate earlier, was not duped. As the now molten clone of mud settled into the ground in front of him, he threw kunai glued with explosive tags at the nearest tree to his left. The blast split the tree trunk, scattering splinters all over the place. Gravity had its iron grip, and the tree fell. The crash caused the ground to tremble. "Very good," the Kusa Nin remarked with a laugh. Sakura's thrown kunai struck her in the forehead before she could say anything more. A slightly less amused voice said, It's not nice to interrupt one before one's done speaking, right before a kick strong enough to crush boulders slammed into Sakura. Sakura rammed her kunai into the base of the kunoichi's skull and then said, "And your voice is irritating," from behind him. Once more, the Kusa nin crumbled into mud. With a regretful look on her face, the genuine one emerged from beneath a tree. Blood seeped into her shoulders and the lower portion of her left earlobe was in a messy state. "For mere genin to cut me without my intending, Ida Kakashi has outdone himself," said the kunoichi. Her remarks caused Team 7 to pause. They had learned from their current encounter that the enemy was incredibly strong for a genin. She might have been just as powerful and skilled as Kakashi, if not more so. And that was scary enough on its own. However, it was extremely strange to hear her discuss their sensei as though she knew him personally. It really filled them with terror. No matter how good, a genin from a different village could not have been aware of Kakashi. The only other possibility was that the kunoichi was, in reality, an older, more senior nin posing as a lowly genin who had easily slipped into an exam that was being overseen by Anbu and watched over by Chunin and Junin. Although the level of skill required for the act was astounding, it was also heart-stopping and thrilling to think that a shinobi of that caliber had chosen to target them. After hearing the kunoichi's words, they were certain that they were the reason the Kusa nin was in the forest in the first place. After this battle, Team 7 would never again question their status as the greatest of the best. The three genins' expressions were read by the kunoichi, who smiled. She said, "Let the exam begin in earnest," and got up. To start, the Kusa nin struck. She called forth snakes and unleashed them upon Sasuke and Sakura, while verbally abusing Naruto as though she were the devil herself. The blonde only took 5 seconds to catch up to her crazy speed before punching out at an impossible angle. Even as the hit struck his solar plexus with the force of a piledriver, the genin, for all his skill at taijutsu, could only giggle. After pinwheeling multiple times, he flew back through the air and lay gasping and retching on the forest floor. As the kunoichi had planned, the blow also knocked him out of the fight for the next minute or so. After all, if you are unable to breathe, no amount of supernatural healing or resolve will be of any use to you. The Kusa nin turned to face Sasuke and Sakura as Naruto lay on the ground. They launched vicious attacks on her, but as a unit, Team 7 was far less skilled than the Kusa nin. They had no chance at all without their cooperation, and when one of them was eliminated, the other two were reduced to the status of bowling pins on a lanes. The kunoichi easily took them out, dismissing everything they threw with a shrug. Sasuke and Sakura battled like demons, of course, but with their luck, their opponent could have easily been a mountain. At last, just when it looked hopeless, a massive blast of fire struck the Kusa nin from behind as she stood over the genin who were both on the ground and wearing a satisfied expression. The temperature was high enough to singe the hair of the two genin, cause their clothes to smolder, and ignite the treetops. The fact that the kunoichi anticipated it when there was no reason for them to do so it took Sakura and Sasuke by surprise shows just how much of a skill gap there actually was. Thus, while the earth clone crumbled in front of them and Naruto fell to his knees, out of breath, the Kusa nin emerged from a tree laughing, her expression full of amusement. "What resolve, what ability, what strength," she said in a rhetorical manner. "Sasuke-kun, I came to test the power of the Uchiha clan and truly, your eyes possess greater potential than Itachi's," she said, addressing both Team 7 as a whole and Sasuke specifically. "Your teammates are also treasures, so I shouldn't be surprised that you are every bit the genius they claimed you were. Regretfully, I had intended to apply the seal to just one individual." The kunoichi, gazing at the three genin, sounded almost wistful. She said, "It'll have to do, I suppose," and her smile widened. She then extended her neck and bit Sasuke, paralyzing them once more with an even greater surge of murderous intent. The Kusa nin stared coldly as the Uchiha writhed on the ground and turned to his paralyzed teammates, but after holding his ground for a few seconds and gritting his teeth against the pain, he fell with a hiss and clutched the nape of his neck in agony. "I can give you the power your eyes crave," she said to them. "More than you could have imagined. Sasuke will experience true power if he survives the bite and will always carry my mark. And he'll come get more from me when the time is right. Because only I can give you the strength to vanquish your enemies and quench your thirst, you'll accompany him to join me. I'm Orochimaru and you three are mine till the end of eternity." "I was ecstatic to learn that Orochimaru had sneaked into the exam," the Hokage remarked, speaking as though he was talking about the weather. In less than 30 minutes, the penultimate round of the Chunin exams had concluded. The winning group had departed to enjoy their achievement and get ready for the finals, which would take place in a month. But the mood in the hall among the different Anbu heads and the lone Junin present was very serious. It had been 3 days since Sarutobi learned of Orochimaru's successful infiltration of the Chunin exams. To the Anbu captain's relief, he had actually said nothing at all about the embarrassing incident. His opening remarks today provided the men and women in the room with all the information they required, though, particularly since he, who was particular about punctuality, omitted an explanation for the meeting's delayed start. The third had used the 3 days to work himself into a royal fury on the subject of his treasonous student, if they knew the man, and they knew him. "How do you idiots justify the security lapse when Anbu is on red alert?" Sarutobi yelled. Nobody took a response. Ibiki and Kakashi maintained an expressionless expression on their faces. The Anbu might have, or might not have. Their masks made it impossible to tell, but judging from their unwavering stances, they were just as nervous as the shinobi with their bare faces. Only once had any of the active nin in the room encountered the Hokage in such a state of mind. Sarutobi had gathered his people and addressed them in a similar way shortly after Naruto was abducted. That day, the Junin who had overseen security in that area and whom the Hokage believed was directly accountable for the endeavor, had perished. And 12 shinobi and civilians came after with theirs the very next. The men and women in the room knew that it was literally a matter of life or death, just as it had been back then. Homura and Kaharu nodded as they locked eyes with Danzo behind Sarutobi. They knew Sarutobi like this. This was the master tactician, cold-blooded killer with an analytical mind who had guided Konoha to victory in the wars of a bygone era. With carrion eaters sniffing at the door, this was the Hokage Konoha needed, and at last, they had him. Without a doubt, pussyfooting would cease. If the other villages dared, let them refer to Konoha as a group of tree huggers from now on. In a similar manner, Sarutobi stated, "What I want done is this," listing the things he wanted done. His subordinates were clearly at ease as he spoke, making notes on various aspects of their responsibilities. It was much better to lose it figuratively than literally, so if heads did roll today, it would only be in that sense. Kakashi, the third person, said after finishing, "You wanted to say something." With a nod, Kakashi moved toward the middle of the room. A meeting between the Hokage and the heads of Anbu would normally not permit a Junin to attend, but Hitaki had previously served as an Anbu commander. Even though he was no longer on the active lists, he remained in close contact with the Anbu community, serving as a consultant and giving them advice. Even so, he was taken aback by the majority of what transpired today. It makes sense that the guards refused entry to someone as reliable as Asuma and only gave it to him after conferring with their superiors. It therefore took him a few seconds to gather his thoughts. As you are aware, the Junin stated to the Anbu, Sasuke has been given one of Orochimaru's curse seals. What you may not know is that Orochimaru has offered to give succor to Team 7 should they ever become Nukenin. A few whispers at the news were heard. Still, the few Anbu with insider knowledge kept their advice to themselves. As for Kakashi, he let the murmurs subside on their own before carrying on with his report. My students and Asumas have brought to our attention suspicious behavior on the part of one of the Konoha genin who participated in it. His name's Yakushi Kabuto. I've looked at his records and that of his team. This is the 6th time this Kabuto had attended the genin exam. His records indicate he advanced to a certain level and then gave up on all 6 of them. More whispers were heard. Though it was possible the genin was an unambitious loser, it was more likely he failed the exams because climbing the ranks would have subjected him to scrutiny that would have exposed unpleasant things like treason. The only 2 individuals in the room who were aware of the information before the meeting, Ibiki and the head of counterintelligence, remained silent this time. The other 2 were the Hokage and his advisors. Yakushi Kabuto offered to help Konoha genin at the very start of the exams, Kakashi went on. In particular, he approached Team 7 purposefully before he did the others. Now the murmurs were full of excitement. Kakashi retreated as Ibiki moved forward. We suspect Kabuto, his team and their sensei are compromised, he stated. Unfortunately, we cannot bring them in for questioning. It would raise suspicions in the opposition's camp if we did, and that is something we have to avoid at any cost. But we cannot let Kabuto and his team out of our sights. Too much depends on operational secrecy for the next few months. They will be under observation by Anbu from the Counter-Intelligence Division, henceforth. The heads of Anbu nodded. Once more, Sarutobi commanded attention. That is all. May God and will of fire defend the right. Danzo had not realized it would take as long as it had. It wasn't particularly surprising, though. The Sannin were as skilled as very few have ever been in the annals of the shinobi world, and they could not be found when they did not want to be. Fortunately for Konoha, Tsunade, the world's best medic nin and genius kunoichi, had not felt the need to cover her tracks, unlike her teammates. Had she done so, there would have been no meeting this side of eternity. The unremarkable man in plain clothes slid into the bar stool next to the well-endowed blonde and said, "Excuse me, but have you read the slug, the snake, and the toad?" That was how Tsunade's drink-induced buzz went. What the man said was the code word used to get credentials whenever one of Konoha's emissaries wanted to get in touch with her. Neither today nor any other day, for that matter, did she need this. She angrily told the intelligence officer to go away. Konoha didn't really care if she went and blew a bullshit cock. "I'm afraid not, mistress. I'm under orders. I'm sure you understand," the agent replied. Silently, he ordered a drink, giving her time to digest what he'd said and what else he might say to make her day even worse. And Tsunade mutilated. She was unable to depart. Without equivocation, Sarutobi had threatened to label her a Nukanen and send his dogs after her if she attempted to elude a Konoha agent after she left the village. Even though he would only reluctantly let her go, her teacher had no qualms about cashing in the IOUs back in those post-war days because she owed the village more than it owed her. In an emergency, the debtor's head on a platter would suffice if they couldn't be redeemed. She finally said, "Fine. Have your say," when the man looked up at her after taking a sip. "Very well. The Hokage wishes your presence in the village for the coming Chunin exams." Tsunade growled, "I would rather not go back to that accursed village." In that village, she had lost everything that had ever meant anything to her. She had left because she could not bear the painful memories that the streets and her favorite haunts held. Sarutobi was aware of this. How could he want her to sever past hurts? Particularly since he was aware, just like she was, that those wounds had never healed. The man laid down the law with great grace, saying, "You do not have a choice, mistress. Konoha has bought your debts. If you refuse, Konoha will call them all in at once." Tsunade scowled. The old man is so cruel to her, how dare he? "And if I do?" Sarutobi's philosophy was that there was always a carrot in addition to a stick. The stick was primarily there to sweeten the carrot steel, but he wouldn't hesitate to use it if necessary. "You'll have to ask him yourself. They expect you in the village soonest." As quietly as he had entered, the man paid his tab and quietly walked out of the bar. Tsunade paid her due and then glared at his back until it vanished, stumbling out of the bar. Yes, she would move quickly. She had some unpleasant things to say to the elderly monkey, and it would be best for everyone if she spoke her mind and threw them in his face right away. The day after the preliminary round, Team 7 was obediently seated on the ground in front of their sensei just after sunrise. The sight of the infamous Copy.Nin and his team at such an early hour of the morning stunned the ninja whose morning runs passed through or close to Team 7's training ground. Naturally, the onlookers were unaware that Kakashi had scheduled the meeting for 4 and had arrived just a short while earlier. "It's a lovely morning and I can see my little urchins have a lot of energy and vitality," the Junin said, turning over a page in his priceless book. It was just bright enough for him to easily read his preferred porn. Team 7 complained. They had roused themselves in the early hours of the night to make the meeting because they had foolishly thought that their teacher would arrive on time just this once. Kakashi ignored the complaints and asked, "So, what's the first item on the itinerary?" With a beatifical smile. It was not his problem if the brats were too dim to realize why he was late, even after they had trained under him for months. After all, they were supposed to probe beneath the surface and uncover divine intentions. And this was one test that they had utterly failed. "The AAR?" inquired Sakura. "Yes," Kakashi replied while turning a page. "We will start with Sasuke first. I faced off against Inuzuka Kiba and his dog. Kiba's a taijutsu specialist who works closely with his pooch. I knew going in that I was up against 2 opponents." Naruto remarked, "It doesn't take a genius to figure that out," to Sakura's disapproval from the side. After giving the blonde a fierce look, Sasuke turned to face Kakashi since the Uzumaki was ignoring him. With a shrug, the Junin turned the page with joy. "The weird as seal was causing problems with my chakra, so I couldn't use my bloodline or any decent ninjutsu. But my taijutsu has always been better than Kiba's and I knew I had him beat at speed." Kakashi inquired, "What did the seal do?" After reading the reports on Enko's seal the previous evening, he had an idea, but he wanted to hear Sasuke's take on it. "It drains your energy and then releases it once more, but the energy that emerges is much stronger. It also makes me want to harm someone," Sasuke admitted, although he was certain that Kakashi didn't require that knowledge. Kakashi gave a contemplative nod. The thoughts were always murderous with Enko. It wasn't hard to send the half-mad woman into a killing spree on the field. Really? Maybe Orochimaru had managed to control the madness that came with his method? In any event, the Junin would carry out the decision he had already made about the seal. Sasuke waited a few moments in the hopes that his sensei and everlasting well of wisdom would have some sensible advice to impart, but Kakashi seemed content to keep his opinions to himself if he had any. Well, anyways, the raven-haired genin said with a, I knocked out the dog at the onset of the fight. Kiba got in a good hit when I went after his partner, but I considered it a fair bargain. Once Boy's dog was out of the equation, I was able to subdue him without much trouble. Kakashi questioned, what could you have done better? I could have used bunchins to confuse Kiba when I went after Orochimaru. Turning a page, Kakashi gave his pupil his obnoxious smile. May not have worked, he thought reflectively. Inuzukas have a highly developed sense of smell. You'd have had to bunch your bunchins very close to each other and to yourself. Minimizing the technique's effectiveness and the false sense of security you'd get out of it would have potentially left you vulnerable. So, depending on how developed young Kiba's olfactory senses are, it may not have worked. Sasuke gave a nod. Maybe, but I needed only a few seconds to take down Orochimaru. And there are Inuzukas who can smell space. Time jutsu, Kakashi shot back, shocking his pupil with new information. With so little information at his disposal, Sasuke assumed a great deal about the world. Presumptions that despite the child's aptitude for his work, he would eventually die. Therefore, the Junin saw it as his latest sacred duty as the boy's teacher and leader to crush that self-centered arrogance until it was nothing more than self. Besides, it was a nice bonus that it made him laugh a little. Sakura inquired, really? With curiosity. Without averting his eyes from Sasuke, the Hitaki answered, yeah, it's common knowledge, actually. Not even restricted since the Yondaime's time after he created his signature technique. That was how the world operated, even though Sakura may have unintentionally wrecked everything with her curiosity, a lesson her teammate with the raven hair needed to learn. After all, even the best laid plans of mice and men go awry. Sasuke's gaze strayed to the trees situated at the distant end of the clearing. Despite everything, Kakashi had a small smile hidden beneath his mask. The boy's submission revealed a great deal to him. Naruto said, so, what would you have done, sensei? At that point, the Junin focused on his two surviving students. I would have faked an attack on the dog to draw in the young Inuzuka and taken him from the flank with a shunshin. I'm not saying that what Sasuke did was wrong here. Mind it worked, after all, but you guys tend to think in straight lines. That'll only get you killed. Think outside the box. Learn to approach the problem from an oblique angle. To the Uchiha, he replied, Sasuke, always remember that if Kiba had struck with a kunai, you'd have lost. Never forget that. Sasuke gave a nod. That small oversight had occurred to him immediately after Kiba's blow. What else did you learn? Sasuke said without hesitation, that all three of us are too used to fighting as a team. Indeed, Kakashi said. It was intentional. Build the team as you build the individual. The three of you have grown a lot, but you've grown most as a team. As you saw in the forest and on the wave mission, Team 7 is greater than the sum of its parts. The loss of synergy you have built with your teammates when you fight alone is going to be jarring until your individual skills catch up. The solution to this problem is to learn quickly until your individual skills are up to par, of course. Of course. When Sasuke's moment was up, Kakashi gave Sakura a strange little twirl of his fingers and turned to face her. Sakura, your fight. Sakura straightened her back. I ensnared Yoroi, my opponent, in a genjutsu as soon as I entered the ground, and even before the signal was given to start the fight, she proudly stated. Sasuke and Naruto smiled at their teammate's cunning as Kakashi nodded. Yes, that was their Sakura. She didn't bother because she could never have a fair fight with either of them. She leveled the playing field with every trick in the book and more, and on her best days, she even managed to make them eat humble pie with a style that belied the brilliance that had been hidden inside of them for so long. I did not know if he was any good at straight-up taijutsu, but his build and carriage suggested that he was a close-range fighter. You mean his butt, Pinky? Scoffed Sasuke, although it didn't feel right to prick Sakura. He hadn't seen her inspect the bastard's ass. Go blow a bull and fuck a duck, uke, Sakura retorted with lightning speed. She continued without missing a beat. I approached Yoroi from his left flank with two bunchins, while holding his attention on the other flank with the illusion. I was prepared to Kawari me away if it turned out that he'd seen through my genjutsu and was using himself as bait to entrap me. It turned out he wasn't, and I put two kunai in him. One into the back of his leg and the other through his palm. Naruto collapsed to her left, clutching his stomach and thudding the ground in belly laughter. Any lessons learnt? He didn't even try to fight. Sakura shrugged in response. Aside from the fact that real flesh feels different when it resists metal than artificial material does on a lifelike training model, what could be learned from a combat encounter with a living dummy? She thought she could have learned more from a fight with Orochimaru. Kakashi gave a nod. Indeed, Yoroi was easily defeated in the match. However, if the information in the file about the alleged traitor was accurate, the boy's area of expertise was different. He has a bloodline that's particularly suited for close combat. You're lucky he was a one-trick pony who depended solely on his grappling skills, the Junin replied. Though he was reluctant to share his misgivings for fear of his students pressing awkward questions for which he was unprepared, he wished he could have said more. Seventh team gave a nod. Kakashi inquired, primarily in order to impart a new lesson to his students. What would you have done if he had seen through your genjutsu, Sakura? And there was always the possibility that he would see something old from a whole different angle with this little kunoichi. In the past, they had all benefited from her distinct viewpoints. I'm not as fast as Sasuke or Naruto, Sakura said, and I don't have their strength. But as you'd pointed out in the past, Sensei, my taijutsu form is very good for a genin, and I make excellent use of kawarimi and bunshin. 3 listeners nodded to Sakura. From their pink-haired comrade, Sasuke and Naruto had learned how to apply the 2 low-level techniques to devastating effect. Observing his cute kunoichi student in action, Kakashi admitted that he had learned a few tips on how to use the 2 most fundamental techniques in the shinobi's arsenal. Sakura would have turned scarlet if she had known how much her teacher and fellow shinobi thought of her. With my physique, Sakura went on, I can't exchange blows with my opponents and in a test of strength, pummel them to the ground. It'd be best to finish my fights in one blow, whenever possible. In agreement, Kakashi moved his icha to his right hand, allowing him to use his left hand to relieve the itch on his right elbow. Naruto was growing incredibly bored by this point. Why was Sakura unable to express her feelings clearly and move on? The girl became increasingly self-assured during these discussions, revealing more of her scholarly side, and it was quite tedious to listen to her babble endlessly. He complained, enough with the analysis. Tell us what you were going to do already, to which Sakura elbowed him in the ribs and Kakashi and Sasuke glared. The Junin said, ignore the clown. Please continue, Sakura. Naruto turned to face Sasuke, but the latter's glare already conveyed his thoughts. The Uzumaki sighed and resigned himself to listen to more dull talk. So, I've been working on my stamina as well as my chakra reserves, and been training to use chakra scalpels in a fight in my free time, so that I could deal out massive damage with touch alone. Sasuke questioned, and you'd have used it in the fight? I was really hoping I wouldn't have to, the Haruno acknowledged. I would have hated to lose the element of surprise in the finals, but if the situation were desperate enough, I would have. What good is a secret weapon for the finals if I don't make it that far? Indeed, Kakashi said. Naruto pointed at Sasuke with his chin and said, is that why you've been focusing on redirecting our attacks these last few weeks during our daily spars? Yes. I got the idea from the Wave mission. You know that rogue hunter.nin that used Senbon in a fight. I don't know how to use them, but I know how to form scalpels. So, how does it work? Every time I grabbed your wrists or slapped you anywhere, I was targeting some muscle group or organ inside your body. If I'd used my scalpels, either of you would have been dead multiple times over. Sasuke let out a grunt. In other words, taijutsu with you is a losing proposition. Surprise is key, Kakashi said with consideration. Your innovation is primarily an ambush weapon, but with your expertise in genjutsu, you're an ambush fighter already. While Team 7 eagerly awaited further explanation from their teacher, Kakashi had other ideas. Good work, Sakura. Naruto, share with us your thoughts on your fight. Naruto gave his pink-haired teammate a big smile. This is a pedantry game for 2 players. And he would tire her out just as much as she did. My opponent, Temari of Suna, was a wind user. Her fans were a clear giveaway. Sasuke let out a moan. Naruto was making an effort to sound intelligent once more, and he was failing miserably at it, as usual. Even before I entered the ring, it was clear that she was a long-range fighter specializing in area effect weapons. Sakura shook her head and raised her arms. Kakashi grinned at his student's antics from behind his mask. Hopefully, Naruto would learn how to give speeches that didn't make him appear foolish at some point in the future. Her clumsy weapon is a big disadvantage at close combat, but you don't use something like her war.fan unless you're really good at it. Okay, so perhaps not. It was obvious from the way the boy was stating the obvious that he would kill himself before he could learn wisdom. I reasoned that the best I could do was to trick her into drawing her weapon until she became fatigued and get close to her. I used her position as a ruse to discover her abilities. She was recovering from her swing when I used a shunshin to close with her and knocked her fan away once I was fairly certain. After that, she wasn't much of a challenge. She was out of her element without her main weapon, even though her basic skills were fine. Very well stated, Kakashi remarked, mainly out of a desire to spare his pupil more humiliation than the young man had experienced. Are there any lessons learned? He'd never understood why Kakashi thought there were lessons to be learned from winning battles, but he'd started cooperating after the Junin beat the crap out of him for the third time. What was there to digest anyway? He went in, kicked ass and took names, and that was all there was to it? Always have something to fall back on, Naruto shrugged. Kakashi sighed inwardly. The blonde genin was right when he said that this time. The Hitaki still hoped that Naruto would learn to analyze even his victories and search for areas where he could improve. This was a lesson that the boy had so far refused to accept, a willing student studying defeats but forgetting all about the ones in which he emerged victorious. It was a weakness that most people had, but truly effective soldiers and armies did not suffer from it. And if the Uzumaki wanted to be a Hokage in the future, he needed to realize that victory is just as good a teacher as defeat. That's right, he replied. Your opponent was certainly proficient with her weapon, but it was her only ace. Plus, the fan was a dead giveaway because it was so visible. When your shortcomings or strengths are so obvious on the field, you had better have a rainy day backup plan, or you won't last long in this life. Naruto, you probably saved her life in the end by giving her a defeat. But you encourage us to concentrate on one field even to the detriment of others, Sensei, Sakura said. I never said to ignore other fields, to start. You three are going to be trained by me to become experts in 2 or more areas and average or above average in the remaining areas. Kakashi paused to make sure his words were understood. You can't become proficient overnight, of course, which is why I'm focusing on one skill set above all others. Secondly, you can diversify in the future all experienced shinobi doa, but for genin, being a one-trick pony is totally fine. Your team is there to assist you. After all, your mentor is by your side at all times. You aren't going to be running them anytime soon, skilled as you are, but it's always better to be master of many so that you won't get caught off guard like the Kage's daughter, especially on something as important as an S-rank mission. If your sensei and teamwork aren't enough right now, something really wrong was done by someone far above your pay grade. Sakura said with a sliver of a smile, and we all die. Most likely. If any of you were any less capable, the wave mission could have gone either way. However, you were here. You killed Zabuza in the fight, Naruto yelled. Though the wave mission had started out as a mission about Tsunade, Kakashi did not respond. Even halfway through, the mission's parameters had changed and taken on significance at the national security level. The strategic implications were only now becoming apparent as Wave's political situation improved. However, the Junin was not going to tell his students they had finished an S-rank mission. It might get to their heads if he did. Especially since said S-rank was classified as an A rank to confuse interested foreign parties about the scope of what had actually happened on the small island nation in that 1 month. Alright. Instruction? Questioned Sasuke. Yes, that. Kakashi replied, giving them his signature smile. He took a few moments to read the final few sentences before turning to the next page and addressing Team 7. Sakura, your greatest weakness is your chakra capacity. This was old news. Sasuke and Naruto had been assisting Sakura with her chakra potential for months now, and all 3 genin nodded. Your reserves are still modest, even though they have significantly increased over the past few months. If they weren't so pathetic, you would be a lethal fighter. It's something we've been working on, Sensei, Sakura remarked somewhat defensively. She was truly trying her hardest, even though it was an AAR and you were supposed to present things honestly. Kakashi gave a nod. I am aware. We'll be concentrating on taijutsu, ninjutsu, genjutsu, medical jutsu, and expanding your chakra capacity in the upcoming month. The idea is to turn you into more well-rounded fighters going forward, and this also applies to Sasuke and Naruto. You guys are proficient enough in your main areas of expertise that I think it's okay to expand a bit. Despite their pride at being acknowledged, Team 7 said nothing. Taijutsu and ninjutsu, said Kakashi, you'll learn from study sessions as well as spars with Sasuke and Naruto in your copious spare time. The genin grimaced. They knew what that meant from past experience. They would essentially have very little social life outside the team for the next month. You'll also learn genjutsu and medical jutsu in your free time. Not a social life, another grimace. The 2 of us will work solely on improving your chakra capacity and sharpening your tactical acumen. Sakura gave a nod. It is unacceptable to be lazy. Speaking in general terms to his 3 little killers, Kakashi remarked, if you have to work 20 hours every day to finish your workload for the day, then by God, you will work 20 hours and make do with however little sleep you get. Sakura was aware that the upcoming month would be extremely difficult, but she felt satisfied for the first time in a long time. She saw Kakashi's declaration of intent today as the cherry on top, confirming what had gradually become clear throughout the wave mission. The Junin respected his students. If receiving his acknowledgement and approval meant having a heavier workload, Sakura would gladly bear the difficulties. She would do no less for the man who had turned her into a shinobi, and she was certain that her teammates would feel the same way. Kakashi looked over at Naruto. Naruto, you have terrifying chakra potential. Your lack of control is unbearable. Even though Sasuke had known the grim reality for some time, he still laughed. Naruto was resilient despite his chakra issues, and if the Uzumaki managed to master it, he would transform into a monstrous creature. It was not as if he meant any harm with that dig, after all, and Kakashi narrowed his eyes at the Uchiha who realized he was on precarious ground, though he did not understand why, and shut up. Even still, the Junin said after Sasuke stopped talking. Let the boy think of it what he will, but there really was no reason for the look he'd shot the young Uchiha except perhaps that he'd felt like it. We won't pay much attention to your control. Chakra control beyond what you currently have with your current chakra is not an urgent priority, and experience will teach you what you lack in this area the most. Naruto grinned, even though he hadn't been anticipating the chakra control lessons. The Junin declared, we will focus on your genjutsu evasion skills as well as your ninjutsu, fuinjutsu, and taijutsu. Fuinjutsu and taijutsu are for you to learn in your spare time. You're the chosen test subject for Sasuke's genjutsu training, as he needs it for his Sharingan. You will also be the subject of Sakura's product testing. Naruto let out a groan. He detested genjutsu more than anything else. His upbringing had taught him to detest weakness, and he knew he was weak when it came to using genjutsu. Avoid moaning. We'll keep working at it until you can at least effectively defend against mental tactics. The Uzumaki gave a somewhat gloomy nod. Smile more. Not everything is negative. I'll give you the ninjutsu instruction you've always desired. You won't have to grovel before Sasuke in order to impart knowledge to them. Did Sasuke hear that? With a cheeky smile, Naruto nudged his teammate, I don't need you to teach me ninjutsu. Idiot. Yeah, well, fuck you, man. Whore. Impotent prick. Kakashi stepped in and said, now, Sasuke, Naruto, pipe down, grinning pitifully. The boys silently agreed to stop talking. Ever since the first wave mission, the Junin had broken up their fights multiple times, and each time, in typical Kakashi fashion, had left them feeling violated in just a few words. The most recent instance had been especially unpleasant, leaving them feeling unclean all over. They were getting better at hiding their emotions, but they were just too good at playing the game. This was definitely the right moment to drop the first bomb of the evening. Kakashi laughed at his cowardly students. Naruto, we'll also start working on opening the chakra of the Kyuubi. It's time you learned how to use this powerful tool, in my opinion. Naruto appeared a little surprised by Kakashi's declaration, but he did not argue. The Junin's training techniques had proven effective thus far, benefiting Team 7 greatly, and he was not going to challenge his commander's choice at this point. As a stoic would, he accepted the situation without question. A part of the Uzumaki was even excited by the idea. True to Orochimaru's general assessment of Team 7's thirst for power in the Forest of Death, the young Jinchuriki's desire for dominance and control was strong enough on its own to shape his thoughts on the matter decisively, especially when combined with the Junin's respect and trust in Naruto and Team 7, which more than made up for any slight discomfort the boy may have felt about the idea of using his prisoner's chakra to enhance his ninja skills in combat. It seemed that Kakashi had misjudged how far Naruto had grown and matured, quite possibly because of all the stupid stunts the boy still pulled. He considered this incident as yet another sign that his charges were growing up and, like any parent, he wasn't sure how he felt about it. Kakashi let the silence at the end of his pronouncement drag for a few seconds in case Naruto had any questions or objections. Seeing that his student did not have any, the Junin scowled a little. Kakashi dismissed that train of thought for a later time when he had more time, and returned his focus to Naruto and his demon. He had been avoiding the decision to train the boy as a Jinchuriki like the plague for months now, for reasons both rational and otherwise, but after that opening meeting with Sarutobi, the council, Danzo, and Anbu, he realized he had no choice. Now that he was in a precarious situation due to events beyond his control, and with war looming, damned he would be if his students met the same end as poor Obito and Rin. Nevertheless, despite his best efforts, the Hitaki was unable to get over the humiliation of having unintentionally let his student down in this way. Avoid asking questions? The answer was laconically delivered. Whatever it takes to win, though it wasn't the whole truth. Yes, Kakashi nodded agreeably, sensing that Naruto's stated reason was not the only factor in the decision. However, the child seemed unwilling to discuss it further. We will discuss this later. The blonde trusted his teacher to make this determination, and since Kakashi was certain, Naruto was too. Most importantly, he felt no hesitation or doubt about the choice made, and he was more than willing to follow through on the plan as long as it did not go awry. If it did, he would give up on Kyuubi's power until he was better prepared to deal with it. Naruto shrugged, misinterpreting Kakashi's words to mean he doubted the genin wasn't absolutely certain. It felt good to know that he had gained the complete trust of one of his students, and that his student was so confident. The Junin was all for confidence earned with accomplishments paid for with blood and sweat. Kakashi eyed the blonde thoughtfully, and could not help but smile once he divined the chain of thought that culminated in that shrug. Sasuke, Kakashi remarked, facing the Uchiha, your Sharingan is strong, however, you are not at all its master. When Naruto gave Sasuke a raspberry, the latter skillfully ignored the childlike behavior. Kakashi, on the other hand, had no qualms about being so subdued and laughed. You will practice ninjutsu, genjutsu, and speed training. In your spare time, practice your speed with Sakura and Naruto. Spend every spare moment practicing genjutsu with Sakura and Naruto. I give you and Sakura the task of instructing Naruto on how to defend himself from genjutsu. I can't emphasize how crucial this is enough. Naruto is a walking dead man without it. He will eventually meet a genjutsu expert and pass away. Thus, keep that in mind. Kakashi paused, giving his students a silly smile. I give the two of you carte blanche to do whatever it takes to teach Naruto what he needs to survive. At those words, Sakura became the embodiment of severity, and Sasuke smiled maniacally, picturing all the things he could do to the annoying blonde. Kakashi had to poke fun at the raven-haired genin's expense, of course. Master yourself, Sasuke. As your instructor, I accept you for who you are, even though I know you're a uke, but really, creepy, gay daydreams in an AAR are off limits. Sasuke's mouth fell open, and he struggled to find the right words as Sakura and Naruto roared with laughter and gripped their torsos. Kakashi gave them a wink. I'll show you a few ninjutsu moves, but from now on, I want you to imitate your teammates and opponents' moves in the championship. The majority of our time together will be spent learning how to wield your curse seal in combat. The Junin nodded at Sakura, who punched the Uchiha in the shoulder, but Sasuke was still out of it as the Hitaki paused, just as he had with Naruto earlier. What? Sakura asked Sasuke in a displeased tone. Sakura gestured toward Kakashi. Have we entered the realm of the living? Sasuke gave a scowl. Do you want me to say it again? You told me, Sensei. You mentioned that you would teach me how to use the curse seal. Indeed. You received power from Orochimaru. I'm also making the same offer to you. You'll receive a ton of it. Right here. As an individual on Team 7. Sasuke gave a frustrated grunt. Sharply, I wasn't planning on joining the freak, he declared. Kakashi's gaze grew strained. Sasuke, Orochimaru is not joking around. He truly is a brilliant individual. Sasuke snorted dismissively, not realizing the seriousness with which the Junin was treating the subject. And I'm from Uchiha, he said. Sakura and Naruto laughed, too, and then, in the blink of an eye, the Junin was behind the raven-haired genin, yanking his student's hair hard and painfully twisting his right arm behind him. Sasuke had sensed the movement, but since he was sitting on the ground, he was unable to get away from his teacher or defend himself, so the Junin did what he did. Sasuke, I have no doubts about your loyalty, however, I won't put up with foolishness. Kakashi tightened the arm's twist. Every day, I kick your ass because I'm not Uchiha. As, for that matter, does Naruto most of the time. Sakura also makes the two of you look like complete amateurs when she gets going. Kakashi let go of the grip and got to his feet. Get your head out of your ass, boy, he yelled. That arrogance will get you killed one day. Since Kakashi hadn't gone psycho on them since the beginning of the wave mission and they had grown accustomed to the mostly normal pervert, his reversion was all the more shocking. Sasuke remained silent, as did Sakura and Naruto. In an attempt to get Team 7's attention, the Junin cleared his throat. Anyways, he reverted to his easygoing demeanor. I wanted to talk about something else. While Sasuke was away, Naruto, Sakura, and Team 10 observed your altercation with the sound team. Naruto gave her a defiant glare as Sakura blinked. Oh, what use is it? The blonde inquired. The entire fight was not visible to them, however, they witnessed enough of it to be alarmed. I'll admit that I'm curious. Naruto snarled, The bastards said they wanted to kill Sasuke, as though that one sentence provided sufficient justification. Even though Kakashi suspected Orochimaru was behind the Sound Team's pursuit of Sasuke, he had to pretend naive because national security was at stake. Did they explain their motivation for killing Sasuke? Sakura intervened because Naruto was too furious to respond directly and was glaring at the ground. They said Orochimaru sent them. Oh. Her eyes grew blurry as she recalled her first kill. They just walked into the clearing, she said, losing concentration. They had the audacity to threaten us. They threatened to kill us if we didn't give up Sasuke. We declined and inquired as to why. Naruto continued. Sakura gave a nod, then took over the story. They said that they were sent to kill Orochimaru. Most of what happened after that escapes my memory. I believe I went out of control. When Kakashi gave him a suspicious look, Naruto answered, all that pent-up anger from when the traitor knocked Sasuke out and gave him that seal. Sakura gave a shrug. Next thing I know, I was splattered with blood and my kunai was sticking out of the sound girl's eyes. Naruto continued, alluding to the last test in which Kakashi had rendered them all immoral. She used genjutsu and laid into them like she laid into you that day, he said. They fell like puppets. What action did you take? I kicked the last bastard away when he tried to blindside Sakura. The coward struck a tree and fled into the forest. And you chased after him. Not right away. By that point Sakura had finished the other two and was just gawking. I shook her off and instructed her to watch out for Sasuke. I then pursued the bitch, son of a bitch. And beat him to death with the handle of your kunai. I did it, but I puked my guts out afterwards, Naruto said, sounding defensive. While I'm still alive and living to tell the story, no one threatens my teammates. Perhaps. The boy's expression was distorted. Naruto's defiant scowl grew more intense. Well, good work, Kakashi remarked after letting a few seconds pass without saying anything. Sasuke appeared surprised by the words of support as well. Is that all? Not a word of caution against killing people needlessly? Incredulous, Naruto questioned. The Junin retorted, don't be foolish. Our line of work forbids such attitudes. If Sound had been our allies or if your actions had put the mission in jeopardy in any way, I would have objected. Sound is not an ally, and you were not on a mission. Most of all, though, I'm too proud of you all to say anything. It's good to see that you have assimilated selflessness and integrated it into your work ethic. Kakashi squinted at his pupils. It doesn't concern me if a genin squad from a village perishes in a slaughterhouse like pigs. They aren't really mine in the traditional sense. That you don't regret it matters to me. Do you also? Sakura and Naruto both gave a headshake. Horrors? No, after that, the meeting is done. Once lunch is over, we'll meet. Kakashi remarked, you have the morning to yourselves, and then he walked away. Raising his feet, Naruto hurled the stone he was holding towards a nearby tree. Naruto. Sakura. Yeah, Uke. Thank you, everyone. I'm grateful for it. Sakura was useless at this point because she was too busy processing Kakashi's words. Oh, Uke, please stop talking. It's not as though you wouldn't have followed suit. With a sincere smile spreading across his face, Sasuke turned to face the horizon, realizing that he had made a new family out of his teammates. Lunch? He inquired. Ramen by God or I'll gut you alive. Yes, he did indeed have a family. At first glance, Suna looked like a villager fighting for survival after falling on hard times, which was not surprising given the tight grip the ruling daimyo had on the village's main source of income. The unremarkable vendor peddling his goods from a bull-drawn cart was aware of this, but he was an agent of Konoha, and although it was true that Suna's circumstances had deteriorated, the daimyo wasn't the reason behind the most recent turn of events. In order to ascertain the cause, he'd made courteous inquiries with the pretext of buying supplies to sell at his next stop, and he discovered that none of the necessities for war, leather, steel, etc. were in stock. Based on overheard conversations among terrified civilians at shops and bars, these had all mysteriously dried up in the previous few months. Calls had been placed for ninja reserves, and traders and farmers sensed that trouble was imminent. Regarding the spy, however, the decisive factor for the war theory concerned donkeys. A few months prior, the Cage had closed the donkey market on his own initiative, and the Suna Supply Corps had taken possession of the donkeys as a form of escort. This was a fairly common occurrence under the paranoid Cage's rule that two merchants had dared to break the law, and they had been drawn and quartered in the village square by Anbu as an object lesson. Ever since, civilian witnesses had seen the donkeys loaded with merchandise and being led south towards the ocean under escort. Ah, Tanaka-san, the spy said, spotting a plump woman wearing a traditional kimono. It was difficult to believe that the woman had not lost weight, but neither had the kimono. Toshihiro-san, bowed the Lady Tanaka. Are you carrying incense? The spy Toshihiro Muraki nodded. He did, in fact. He had carefully cultivated Tanaka Yui as a source of information as well as a client. She believed him to be a friend just as much as he did. Tanaka Yui was a pathological gossip. I have some saved up just for my favorite customer, he replied. Masaru-san 2 streets down wanted it, but I told him I'd run out of the stuff. Yui enjoyed receiving special treatment more than anything else, and the spy always made sure she felt that way. You're such a dear. Pulling the incense out of the trunk, Muraki said, anything for my loyal customer, and gave it to her, saying, there you go. Yui gave him a smile. Thanks, she said. How is business going? He grinned his stoic, well, practiced, and blatantly fake smile. So, but I'm making do. I'm sorry to hear that. I thought that I could make a few sales in Suna before I head out north, but the village is half empty, he complained. It's like the menfolk just up and decided to leave. The Tanaka, having fought a losing battle with her nature, finally pursed her lips and looked around guiltily, approaching the cart as though she were inspecting the merchandise. It's because they have, she said in a half-whisper, grinning amiably at a different matron who was rushing down the street. Yes. Playing the part of the proper merchant, he stepped closer to her and joined in her act. The two of them had done this innumerable times before. The merchant exclaimed in a restrained manner. The woman nodded, flicking a speck of made-up dust from her kimono. But who is going to defend the women? There are ninja around, she muttered. Though it was evident that the woman was distracted by something else, Muraki needed conclusive confirmation of a crucial piece of information that Konoha needed to know. Even the kids of the cage? Quietly, he questioned. No, the beast has vanished, along with his siblings. I hope they end up dead. The spy asked the question because Yui Tanaka was as quick to hate and spiteful as her kind usually are, and he could now steer the conversation in the direction he wanted without seeming suspicious. The youngest one is creepy, the informant replied, but surely, he is not a monster. He's a killer, Yui hissed. That young lad? He's been here a few times, I think. Although he was unusual, he didn't appear particularly menacing. In a voice that was just barely audible, Yui whispered, he's a monster. He has the one tail sealed within him. And Muraki had his confirmation. He would drop at night at the customary location 7 miles north of Suna. The Hokage would have the valuable intelligence in his possession in a week, but the spy did not care about any of that. He was only concerned with getting the fruits of his labor under his control, not with the decisions made with them. From his desk at the door to the Hokage's office, Mizuki watched the conversation with a fake indifference while Sarutobi glared at the daimyo's messenger who stood stiffly in front of him. The Hokage feigned fury as he firmly stated, I have an exam to conduct within village walls and foreign shinobi to monitor. The daimyo's request is impossible to honor. The messenger reiterated his previous statement, emphasizing the word, loyal. Be that as it may, Lord Hokage, the daimyo of Hai no Kuni wishes shinobi from his loyal ninja corps to execute his wishes within the time frame specified. Stated differently, Sarutobi could not legitimately decline his liege's tasking request given the implied threat. The Hokage pretended to deliberate, which led Mizuki to believe that the Chunin, talented as he was in the ninja arts, lacked the experience or ability to distinguish truth from falsehood in the third's words and deeds, so he fell for the bait. I have to send out my Anbu and activate the reserves, the elderly shinobi general muttered to himself. The Chunin was too busy dreaming of the impending financial windfall to really listen to the rest of the conversation, but the messenger and the Hokage did not take any chances, playing their parts to perfection with such flair that even a skeptic would have been hard pressed to disbelieve the apparent truth in the argument. Mizuki never realized that the third had modulated his voice so that it could carry over to his desk. Anbu had long since rented a house 2 down from the garbage bin and put it under constant surveillance. When Mizuki made the drop that night, no one followed him. And when Kabuto made the pickup that night, his first time ever, he was not aware that he was being watched by 2 seasoned Anbu working the stakeout. The location hadn't been a secret for months. As the Hokage eased himself onto the couch in his living room, Kakashi stood alert before him. I apologize for calling you at such a late hour, Kakashi, the elderly man said. With more severity than intended, the Junin answered, I live to serve, Hokage. Sama. Grinning, the third gestured toward a chair. Sit. Kakashi accepted the offered seat and cast a suspicious glance at his general and commander. I asked you here because I'm concerned. The Junin's eyebrow went up. Please let me explain, Kakashi. My Anbu reports from today told me that you are teaching Sasuke how to use his cursed seal. Though I can appreciate your motivations, I'm worried. Hokage. Sama, if you're concerned the cursed seal is evil. Kakashi, please. I am not among those idiots who are deluded by fear. Power in and of itself is never bad. Its application is also not. The user is always in charge. The Junin casually remarked, with all due respect, Hokage. Sama, there is no reason to doubt Sasuke's loyalty. But Sarutobi felt the resentment beneath the Hitachi's words. After all, no instructor enjoyed having his pupil called a traitor in front of him. The Junin's comfort came first. I have utmost faith in your ability as a teacher, the third responded, but I fear Orochimaru's hold on the boy. Kakashi gave a nod. Sasuke will not betray the village, Hokage. Sama, unless Sakura and Naruto accompany him in exile. Naruto has unwavering devotion to you. Before he betrays your faith, he will pass away. Although Sakura has mixed allegiance to the team and the village, she will prioritize the needs of the village over those of the team. She refuses to go since doing so would put Konoha in danger. Additionally, Sasuke won't cross that border. Silently, Sarutobi considered it for a long time. What if you're mistaken? The Junin said angrily, I'll do my duty by the village, Hokage. Sama. I'm sorry, Kakashi. I wish your team the best of luck. Jiraiya. Sama. The man, who was less than an hour's walk from the village, should have waited until he was inside the walls and refreshed before announcing his presence. However, the gray-haired Sannin turned askance at the Anbu who'd appeared at a non-threatening distance before him, wondering why the operative was making contact now. You were sent by Sarutobi. Sensei. The Anbu gave a nod. Urgent communication. I bring movement orders, Jiraiya. Sama. For myself. Indeed. I was instructed to share this. You have until the evening before the finals to remain concealed outside Konoha's walls. You are to report that evening at the address listed on this scroll. After gathering the scroll, Jiraiya checked to make sure the seal had not been broken before reading its contents. The Sannin started to pocket the parchment and head out, but the Anbu stopped him. My orders are to ensure the scroll is destroyed, Jiraiya. Sama. The information on the scroll, which included the rendezvous and the Chunin exam outline of the op plan, as well as other pertinent and highly sensitive information, certainly justified such paranoia. Though he would have preferred to study it more, the Anbu was correct in saying that the information was too important to carry around in a physical storage medium, especially once said medium was unsealed, so he would have to rely on his memory. With a dry, regretful smile, Jiraiya said, "My bad," and gave the scroll to the recipient. The veteran shinobi nodded appreciatively, the masked shinobi having been afraid the Sannin would lose his cool over some silly pride, as some of the older shinobi were known to do, but the veteran had not. The Anbu took the scroll and burned it right away, crushing the ash beneath his feet and walking away without another word. Mizuki was one of the hundreds out negotiating with the merchants this morning. A Chunin's salary did not allow such luxuries as hiring genin to do your housework for you. Not if you wanted to save money, anyway. And Mizuki, though he was rich beyond dreams and would soon have the power to match, had donned a role as a loyal Chunin of moderate means and had to play it to perfection. The early morning rush at the market was at its peak as people bustled about, buying fresh produce for breakfast. A little prick, like an insect sting, was felt on the back of the traitorous Chunin's left thigh as he made his way through a particularly dense crowd of people blocking the road and manning a fish mongers. The prick was sharp, but he was too excited to notice it, not that it would have helped him if he had anyhow. The last sign was a sudden, sharp pain in his thigh that quickly turned into something much worse. Mizuki was dead in a matter of minutes, his assassin, an elderly woman who had been an ANBU in the Second Shinobi War, having long since left the scene. He fell to the ground, clawing, his jaws locking, and his body going into a seizure. The elderly man got around with a cane, but it was obvious that he did not really need it, just as it was obvious that he was a seasoned shinobi and a battle-hardened survivor. The men at the border security post on T-Country gave him full cooperation after he produced the orders from the daimyo and the Hokage to their commandant. Is that all, Koichi Master? It wasn't as if they had let enemies of the state pass through or anything, after all. Just a few merchants without the proper papers on occasion, the young conscript inquired, as much in awe of the investigator as he had been afraid that the man had come to investigate their little unit for corruption. They'd only done it because everyone else had, and the bribes were a nice supplement to their income. The elderly man grinned, sensing the unhappiness of the garrison, but that was to be expected. It was truly impossible to stop smuggling across the border, and it would take the rare honest person with the courage of conviction to refuse his comrades to stay off the take. He had noticed some irregularities in that regard while auditing the current post, but he was not interested. His job was not to put an end to trade across the border. After all, the daimyo and the Hokage acknowledged that it could not be stopped, and they only became involved when the operations grew too great. No, the old hand had unearthed something far more intriguing. Though he still had 3 more posts to examine, the movement orders he had extracted from the merchant donkey trains provided Konoha with all the information he required, including the general direction of the Suna Auto Force and a rough idea of the schedule the invaders adhered to. "No, I found nothing interesting," said Master Koichi. "I will lunch and be on my way, if it isn't too much of a bother." Tsunade scowled at her Anbu guard, Shizune, her companion and protector, Taunton, her pet pig, and of course, the elderly man sitting in front of her. "I demand an explanation, old man," the student snarled at her instructor. "Explain, Tsunade, what?" As he settled into his couch, Sarutobi questioned. Tsunade had been imprisoned in the Hokage's basement since her arrival at Konoha's gates that morning, and it was now late at night. "A few miles out from the village, your Anbu approached me. They told me to dress inconspicuous so as to blend in. I was told to separate from Shizune and report to your doorstep at designated times. I did as those ridiculous instructions said, but your housekeeper showed me the den and locked me in when I arrived. What does this mean, exactly?" Senju Tsunade, the recently reinstated Junin and special advisor to the Hokage, means this. Konoha needs your assistance once more because it is at war. Tsunade gasped. "You are so daring. This village took everything I've ever loved from me," she cried with rage. "Does that not suffice for you?" Sarutobi gazed at the blonde Sanin without expression, and Tsunade sagged as she realized her rage was futile. "Don't you think I've given this village enough in terms of sacrifices?" Changing her approach and pleading, she asked, "I don't have any more to give, sensei. I am not useful. Not even as a medic can I work." Imperiously, "I'm not asking you to fight on the front lines, Tsunade. You will overcome your fear of blood in due time. Not that I'm asking you to operate on injured people. First, that is not acceptable. Second, that is up to you. However, the village is in need of you. It requires your medical knowledge as well as the hope that your presence will instill in our front line Shinobi." With the prospect of debt and life as a Nukanen hanging over her head, Tsunade bit her lip and considered her options, but she knew she could not refuse. "What's your desire from me? Take over the medic corps' management. Instruct them. Talk about your knowledge. Preserve life." Tsunade nodded. The offer was far more generous than she had anticipated. The bed creaked as they played the age-old game under the moonlit night, their union illuminated by the pale light of Earth's little lover streaking through the window. He groaned as he ground into her, and she moaned softly into his ear, her legs clamping around his waist in a death grip as it strove mightily to pull him deeper inside. She was blowing strands of her unbraided hair across her face by a gentle breeze, but he brushed them aside with a quick thrust to match her urgency, and as she moaned into his mouth, his tongue found hers. The room erupted in the most basic and unadulterated form of love, soft groans of her pleasure, moist slurps from their kissing, hot grunts of his passion, and the smacking of 2 bodies moving against one another. Then she patted him on the shoulders and he looked up as he lay on her, his head against her bosom, her fingers running through his hair, their bodies glistening with sweat, and him still inside her moist depths. Shouting, "I love you," she said. Unlike the previous 3 nights, he replied without hesitation this time. "I love you, too. I wish we could spend more time together." "Well, it's a hectic time at work right now. When will you be at liberty? I want a few days to ourselves, free from interruptions from your work." He paused. He wasn't really supposed to discuss his work with anyone outside the armed forces, but her request was small enough that there couldn't be any security risks. "In 3 months, he said, most of the fleet will retire to the port for shelter, repair work, and provisions at the onset of winter. Security will be routine, and by then, I'll have trained my newbie adjutant. Then, I ought to be able to take a week or 2 off. Could you? I have no doubt that I can. I'll speak with the commander of the base to obtain approval." And then one more thing clicked into place. Kabuto. Why the dejected expression? Kabuto was the most skilled of the banished Sanin's toys, and Orochimaru liked to play mind games with someone who was almost his intellectual equal. Orochimaru asked in a snide tone. "Orochimaru. Sama, Mizuki's story seems credible," the sleight of hand retorted. "And you feel bad because it doesn't feel quite right. Why would the daimyo require an up.to? Date Anbu detail? Yes, There are foreign shinobi around and Konoha is under increased security, particularly after Mizuki was killed, but I have a bad feeling about the reserves. Orochimaru drew lead, but there's a reason for the reserves, dear Kabuto. The spies readjusted his eyewear. Yes, in fact? Indeed. In the coming months, the Fire Daimyo will be getting ready for battle with T. The information was reported by the deceased turncoat, Mizuki, but Orochimaru did not mention that. It was a small mistake, but an understandable one, given that the Sannin's attention was diverted from the dead Chunin to Kabuto and their game. Have we told T country about this? Kabuto rebuked Orochimaru. Sama, you shouldn't keep such vital intelligence out of my hands. Not if you want me to make the best decisions coordinating our forces for the Chunin exams. Like a predator sizing up its prey, Orochimaru grinned. He sidestepped the infiltrator's question by saying, "You have the information now, Kabuto." Huh. Have you thought about the fact that our soldiers are sneaking into Hai no Kuni with T? Will the movements of Fire's troops align with ours? Kabuto, autumn is almost here. Not until next summer will Fire declare war. But we haven't told our allies in T, so they're getting ready, Kabuto thought out loud. Indeed. Fire's plans work perfectly for us, and we don't want to freak them out. Let them get ready for what lies ahead. We'll briefly take their present. Kabuto gave a big smile. Orochimaru went on, sounding more serious. I'm worried about Mizuki's passing, Kabuto. Who gave the assassination order? Once more, Kabuto adjusted his spectacles. The killing has left the Hokage's office in even more disarray than our own. According to my sources, the third is furious. It is well known that Anbu have been coming and going from the MPHQ non-stop throughout the day, and the MPs themselves have been running around like crazy, calling in a lot of people to be questioned. They even seem to be moving forward. So it checks out. All is as you would expect when someone who worked with sensitive information is assassinated like Mizuki was. Neither Konoha nor Mizuki, it seems, liquidated themselves. And who else was out to get him? The Sannin questioned out loud. Kabuto offered a different explanation. It's quite possible he was selling secrets to other nations as well, Orochimaru. Sama. Orochimaru gave it some thought. Look into things along those lines. If someone killed Mizuki, I want to find them and get rid of them. I dislike having my pets mistreated, especially if they were helpful. With a nod, Kabuto strode off to carry out his master's orders.
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.